Namaste, and welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us on this exciting and interesting panel discussion that we have. I'm absolutely thrilled to have four esteemed panelists here up on stage, so you're in for a treat. The collective experience, the knowledge that they bring to the table is excellent. So I'm very looking forward to this. So my name is Vijay Krishnan. I'm the MD and head of Asia Pacific for Rystad Energy. I'm based in Singapore. I'm very pleased to be here. And it's been a tremendous few days for us. So thank you to the organizers for putting something fantastic together. Well, what we are talking today about is going from pilot to planetary, accelerating the adoption and deployment of CCUS technologies. Now, India is the third largest emitter of CO2 emissions in the world. China and US are sort of leading that. And India presently emits close to 2.65 gigatons of CO2 annually, which is approximately 7% of the world's total CO2 emissions, back in, this is about 5 years ago now and from that stats. But it is significantly smaller compared to China and the US. But we have to applaud the ambition that the Indian government and the policymakers have in terms of setting targets. Mr. Sinha, you were involved in that white paper some years ago as well at COP26, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of setting goals, in terms of how to reduce that. Now, based on Rystad Energy's forecast for this year, global CO2 emissions, we think, will peak, right? And a lot of that is because of technology. A lot of that is also, despite the headwinds, CCUS is going pretty well. So, but what we want to hear from you today, esteemed panelists, is what are the different business models, opportunities, challenges we see that we can potentially fast track this and really grow from good to great, right? So before we go into the questions, we will have opening remarks from each of our panelists. Alex, if I may invite you to say your opening remarks, and then we will go down all the way to Mr. Atanu at the end. Over to you, Alex.
My name is Alex Grant. I work for a company called Equinor. For those of you that don't know it, it's a Norwegian energy company headquartered in Stavanger with operations in around 15 countries around the world. We have three main legs to our strategy. The biggest, largest oil and gas production, trying to sustain that over the next decades. We have offshore wind, building that at the moment. That we're very much in execution phase. We have three major projects, one in Poland, one in the UK, and one in the US, where we're spending in total gross for the three projects over $10 billion building those three, or trying to build the one in the US. And then our third leg is low carbon solutions, as we call it, and the cornerstone of that is carbon capture and storage. And there we are beyond pilots. We now have 4 FID'd full-scale projects, which we are, one we have completed, Northern Lights Phase 1, and 3 we're currently in construction of. 2 of those are in the UK, and the other one is an expansion of Northern Lights. So we are really spending proper dollars, and we're learning a lot about the technologies, how to improve them, but also as important, which I'll speak to do a little bit more later, the economics and how those work and the real economics versus the PowerPoint economics.
Thank you, Alex. Mr. Sinha.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Very distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my co-panelist, Vijay. When I say the discussion panels on CCUS, I recall 2 years back in Indian Energy Week, I was part of the panel, but the topic there was how to initiate, how to design, conceive the pilots. 2 years back I am talking about. And today you see the title, we are talking about pilots to planetary scale. As Vijay, you said, India is the third largest emitter, 2.65 gigatons per annum. So this requires huge efforts on a scale which only CCUS applications can provide in the effort to decarbonize. So this planetary scale is very important thing, and this scale is I think it won't cover just one project. It will cover many projects, many areas, many basins, many sectors, maybe beyond boundaries of nations also. So where we stand today in India, we are looking for storing, uh, we are starting rather tons of CO2, and we look forward to go to the scale of million tons tomorrow, and maybe gigatons, as you said. India is the third largest emitter, so we need to reach to that gigaton per annum stage. Then only our goal of CCUS for the nation will happen. And there is another issue of once we sequester, it's not question of few years of sequestration. It has to be decades, maybe centuries also. So this, as I see CCUS as a bridge, uh, must be, I can call it, this is a bridge between the carbon intensive reality which we are having in India, and it's a bridge between what we foresee in the net zero future, which every nation, every company has plans to achieve that net zero. So CCUS is definitely a bridge between what we are emitting today and what we aim at 2070. So, and also it's not a mere technology. Uh, it will lead us. Again, it's a bridge between, in Indian context, because we are India is an energy-starved country. So it is a bridge between energy supply, energy fulfillment, and sustainable environment. So I think this is my view at the initial stage. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Mr. Sinha. Mr. Gupta, if I can invite you to say your
Yeah,
opening remarks.
thank you, Krishan, and good morning to you all. Uh, just to add to what Alex said and Sinaji said, I think it's very important to understand that without CCUS, our journey of decarbonization will not be complete. That's the most important fact. So CCUS will have to be taken care of, will have to be implemented come what may. And I think this panel discussion today should throw some light on how to overcome those challenges in the journey of implementing CCUS. Today, I think when you talk of CCUS, we are almost, I think we are perhaps nowhere. The carbon capture is almost insignificant. We have to scale it up without doubt. And as India is one of the fastest growing economies, our industrial sector is already showing phenomenal growth. And with this growth will definitely give us more carbon emissions. And when we talk of all those sectors like the steel, the cement, the oil and gas, and other chemicals, I think the CO2 emissions are going on a rise. So I represent GAIL. Today in GAIL, we could be about 3 million tons of CO2 emission, but there are some projects on the anvil. Once they are complete, I think we could see something like 12 to 13 million tons. But that is again a very small number compared to what we are witnessing as a nation. We will have to discuss today what should be done so that the CCUS becomes integral to all our projects, upcoming projects, new projects, the existing projects, so that the journey towards decarbonization can actually be achieved. I think as organizations, we already have set net zero targets, all of us. We have advanced them, somebody is doing by 2040, we are doing by 2035. Without CCUS will not be able to achieve net zero. That is very clear. So I think as opening remarks, I would only urge that all of us as industry captains, industry leaders, I think going forward we start collaborating and we start looking at ways and means to see that we scale it up. So that is the agenda today. And let us see, we should be able to discuss at least some aspects of this. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta. Mr. Atanu, over to you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful comments and insights by all of you, and I'll just draw upon what Alex, Mr. Sinha, and Mr. Gupta talked about. So one of the things that we see is that scale is one of the biggest, impactful things and one of the most challenging things, right, in carbon capture around the world, not only in India, right? And so how do we take from pilot to scale of gigaton scale? That's crucial, so absolutely. And there are multiple components which drive how scale can be achieved. People talk about learning curve multipliers, doing many and then getting scale. That's one aspect, but I think there are fundamental challenges and approaches in engineering and economics which drive scale, right, which we need to look at from an India perspective. That's one. Second, I think more importantly, is tied to scale and other aspects has got to do with the economics, right? Economics is fundamentally important, right? I mean, you can have the best technology, but if the economics is not something which works, then it's difficult to implement it, difficult to get it through. So the right kind of economics around the technology stack of the entire CCUS value chain becomes very important, and optimizing the economics across the chain is very important. And that's not only a function of technology, it's a function of how these different CCUS projects are organized, right? Things like hub and cluster models, how do you leverage economics of transportation and economics of storage. So I think that becomes very important in terms of driving adoption. The third thing that we see and is probably important has got to do a lot with financing and bankability, right? Unless there's a risk absorber, right, at scale to be able to finance the infrastructure required for this at cost of capital which is reasonable to drive economics and adoption, it's very difficult for it to go forward. And so, for example, the work that we did with the policy, around policy with Niti Aayog and others, we talked about something called a Carbon Capture Finance Corporation, which drives, the adoption through the right kind of bankability and financing, which otherwise people will not come forward to. And I think finally, importantly, is to tie all this, it's got to have a business model which works.
Yeah.
And so I think initially it'll start with pilots and then it'll go to projects and larger projects, but eventually it needs to, I think, based on what we see, it needs to be a utility model, right? Just like power, wastewater, and such others. So essentially what it's saying is that the emitter whose core competency is running a corporation, running a manufacturing something, says, I'm going to buy this service from you, right, at a certain cost. And there's a provider which is organized in a way which is able to capture, haul, and store or convert, for that matter, the CO2 into the right kind of element. So I think that business model is very important, and encouraging that business model is driven by financing, driven by economics, driven by scale. And as we talk about planetary scale, going from pilot to planetary scale, I think that the eventual goal, if this is done right, is going to be just like power grids. You'll have CO2 grids, right, which is tying these different emission points together and driving what you call, seamless capture, transmission, and storage, just like power, right? Just like wastewater. So I think that's the eventual goal. I think we should drive the overall adoption at scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that's quite lots to get around on terms of all of your opening remarks, and I think you've touched on quite a few key points here. But I always like to start with why, and so maybe Mr. Gupta, I'm gonna look at you for this in terms of like why is CCUS important for India? I mean it's as we've heard, snippets from Alex and Atanu and so on in terms of the challenges and the economics already. We haven't got into it yet. But why is it important, and why must we stay the course on this?
Okay. So I'll just go back to my opening remarks. I already mentioned that uh, CCUS is important for decarbonization. It is important to achieve the net zero targets. As a nation, we want to be completely decarbonized by 2070. We also said that we have to be almost half of what we are producing or emitting today by 2050. But most importantly, see the industries that you have. All these industries like the refineries, the oil sector, the chemicals, the cement and the steel. Now these sectors, they will be CO2 emitters. The reason being because you may do whatever electrification you want to do, but even then, the process or the scheme is such that you will still end up using fossil fuels. And we are growing as a nation. We are growing an economy. The industry is on a trajectory of growth. Now, with this kind of hard-to-abate sectors, we have to devise a strategy so that we can make these sectors sustainable. We cannot say today that I have a steel plant or a power plant and it is emitting CO2, so I strand it. I say, okay, oh, sorry, boss, I cannot survive you. We have to survive them. Now, when we talk of the renewable energy, we say 50% of country's power is coming from renewables, but then 50% is coming from thermal power plants. So whatever you may do, you will still need that base load going forward. And when you talk of base load capacities in thermal power, CO2 emissions are bound to be there. Now, as a nation, we have to sustain them. We have to survive them. And with their survival is nation's growth, with their survival is employment, with their survival is economic development, and everything that we see around us. So therefore, CCUS, carbon capture, utilization and storage, has to play a critical role in ensuring the longevity of these sectors, these industries, so that, and that is okay, that is number one. Number two, the acceptability of the low carbon products is becoming more and more. You cannot survive with products with high carbon intensity. So you'll have to prove to the world that our products are low carbon products. And that is how you become acceptable. So if we talk of steel exports, we have to produce low carbon steel. We have to produce green steel. So therefore, I think CCUS is extremely crucial for all of us. We'll have to integrate CCUS in our designs, in our project configurations, in our project estimates right from the beginning. We'll come to the challenges of CCUS maybe in the second round. But as of now, that is my take on why CCUS is so important.
Excellent, and I think, India's growth in terms of energy demand has just been phenomenal, and our views is that it's going to be continuing that trajectory out to 2050, and so the additional demand that's coming in, can be met from both by using CCUS. So 100% agree, and I think when we talk about energy security, energy diversity equals energy security, right? If you think about it. So excellent. Thank you very much. So maybe we can hear a little bit from you, Mr. Sinha, in terms of you've talked about the pilots. What are the initiatives? What are the learnings from these pilots that you may wish to share? And all the initiatives that you're doing at ONGC's level. Thank you.
Yeah. As far as CCUS is concerned, for ONGC, we realized the importance of CCUS long back, and because as NOC, as a upstream company, we have the advantage of understanding of subsurface. So we foresaw that yes, this is going to come, and how to deal with it. Let us prepare ourselves. So we had a multifaceted, I will say, approach towards CCUS in ONGC. We started, or rather screened all the depleted reservoirs, not only depleted, all the even producing reservoirs, which can be a candidate for uh, at this stage enhanced oil recovery through CO2. It will definitely add to the sequestration. So we started screening and we completed screening of all those candidate reservoirs. Then we designed pilots. These pilots basically, they are the demonstration projects. Yes, we have moved beyond R&D, and we want to demonstrate that yes, CO2 can be stored safely without any risk in the subsurface. And we had the advantage of, as I said, being upstream company, the understanding of the sinks, their behavior, geological complexities. So this is one part. Third, we went aggressively for the collaborations. We wanted to learn as quickly as possible how the other leading companies are doing CCS or CCUS. We worked with Equinor also, Alex. We went to Northern Lights. We saw how it is happening, and we worked with many other companies to learn as fast as possible about CCUS. So about the initiatives, what ONGC has taken, we conceived a big project, big in the sense that it's a more than 500 million project and targeting to use 1,500 tons of CO2 per day. But we realized that this kind of project will not be viable at this stage. No company, because at this stage there is no commercial model available in the nation to use that. So we already designed a big project, but we wanted to start with a demonstration project, so that we have done, and very soon the implementation will start on that. So demonstration project, all the studies, all the work on the drawing board is over, and we are ready to go to the field in Western sector to start it will be the first, I think, demonstration project. But at this stage, in Indian context, we need many more demonstration projects. That is need of the hour. That is the need of the hour. So, and we also we have facilitated, because today we do not have any commercial model and policy support. So we have provided our inputs very, very thoroughly, very, very detailed inputs to our policy decision makers, to Niti Aayog. We have contributed through many documents which takes the shape of the upcoming commercial model in the country. So this is the status, and we want to really. As Tanu said, there is a very, very important element that for CCS projects to happen is map the various sources, emissions, and sinks. So we need to have I will say, carbon atlas of the nation, where any industry, whether it is hard to abate industry or any carbon, they need and they easily find an infrastructure where they can offer their CO2, and the rest can be taken care by these projects. So I think we are at this stage, and we are very aggressively looking towards partnership, towards collaboration, so that we speed up the implementation part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think it's very exciting, and I like the idea of partnerships and lessons learned, and you touched on the scalability as well. Atanu also touched on that earlier. I think so, Alex, I'm looking at you because I think the Northern Lights, in so many ways, has been the Northern Lights for CCUS globally, right? And more than just a metaphor. And it's also the biggest tourist attraction, I think, in Norway. What are your lessons, though? And I think, what are you, what can you share from that experience that you all have?
Yeah. So I think fellow panelists have touched on it, it's drawing upon lessons learned elsewhere. And I think lessons learned are not just the successes, it's also learning from the mistakes. And I think every company should do that as they progress along. It's focusing on the mistakes and how to learn from them as much as what's been done right. I'll draw my learnings from 3 main projects that we've done. The first one is we've been injecting CO2 not for pressure support, for pure disposal for 30 years in the NCS, or just coming up to 30 years. And we've now injected almost 30 million tons of CO2 just for storage. And that was, starting 30 years ago, we had no CO2 targets, there was no discussion, so we weren't doing it because we needed to meet some decarbonisation target. We did it because we thought it was the cheapest way to dispose of the CO2. We had to strip the CO2 out of the gas anyway at Sleipner because it was too CO2 heavy. We had all of this CO2, policy not to vent. Do you send it back to shore? What do you do with it? Cheapest way is to inject it into the ground, and that we worked out was cheaper than paying the carbon tax, the CO2 tax, which there was still one then in Norway. That has taught us a lot, and the big piece that we have is that I'm not pretending it's easy, but storing CO2 is much easier than producing oil and gas. It's much safer as well. So there's still a lot of challenges, of course, but it is a more simple process than producing oil and gas. And the beauty of Norway, I'm an Englishman working for a Norwegian company, but it is massively transparent. So that data that we have, a lot of it is available for anyone to see and learn on being able to store the CO2 safely for a long time. So we have a lot of people working on the technicalities of can you store it safely, but it's not our biggest challenge when it comes to commercialization of CO2. Our biggest challenge is on economics and value chains. And the economics, Northern Lights Phase 1, I'll move on to now, it's expensive. So it's a first of a kind in terms of the first open source carbon capture, but it's cost us a lot of money. The learnings we are taking from it, this by the way is 1.5 million tons per annum of injection, and it's fully subscribed. We have 4 dedicated CO2 vessels which sail around to the coast, some in Norway and into Europe, pick up CO2, take it up to Norway, and then inject it in the ground, and we charge a fee for that. It cost us around $700 million to build, 750, for 1.5 million tons. So the first, just on a scalability perspective, to sort of give some numbers around it, we've just now sanctioned phase 2. That's 5 million tons. It's going to cost us roughly $700 to $750 million. So just from the phase 1 to phase 2. So firstly, scale, it really is a big factor. The second we're learning is on learning by doing technology. So little things, but added up, make a difference. So for example, we've worked out perhaps the CO2 doesn't need to be quite so pure as we first thought when we inject it. So slightly less pure CO2 that you're injecting down, it's cheaper for the emitters who can send with a slightly low quality. It's still high, by the way, but slightly less than we first thought. We're working out that actually we thought you needed to have continuous injection, continuous rates, but maybe there is a bit of variability in the rates. We're now working on, instead of having to bring it to shore to bring the ship to shore to then pipe it out, can you directly inject it from the vessel? So there's all these technological pieces that we're working on, which again means that new phases, new projects can be cheaper and better. But the third, and by far the most important when it comes to economics, is value chains. So we talk about collaboration, but again, putting that into practice. Let's say we build Northern Lights and we've got our charge, and then the emitter, who needs subsidies from his or her own government, doesn't get them or is late, and is 2 years late on the contract. Who pays? We're sat having spent all the money to collect the CO2, and it's not there. So who's taking that risk? Do we say emitter, you have to pay us even whether or not you've got your project ready, in which case emitters' economics look horrible, or do we say, we'll take that risk, in which case our economics look horrible? And this is subsidies on both sides, or carbon tax and chains, and then what about the transportation in the middle? What happens if that's not ready? Who's taking the risk on that? And when you start adding up those risks, the project costs, the overall economics, go up massively. In Northern Lights, the government solved it. It said, you companies have to take this risk, or you, Northern Lights, have to take the risk, but here's 80% of the capex. Cash donation. That makes it much easier for us to be able to accommodate the risks. By the way, that risk came to bear. We had Northern Lights ready to take CO2, and none of the projects were ready. But when you have 80% of the capex paid for you, it kind of helps lessen that burden. In the UK, we've FID'd a project, the Endurance Store and the Northern Endurance Partnership. So we are currently building it. It was FID'd, final investment decision, a year ago. There, the UK government hasn't given us any of the capex, but what they've said is, we'll take that risk. So you store, go build your store. You transport, go build your transport. You emitter, go and build your emitter. And you're all worried about if you're ready and someone else isn't ready and you haven't got the value chain and you're sat waiting with a project for years and years, we'll guarantee the revenues or the payments. So it's a different model the UK government has used to the Norwegian model. It will be one that will end up being much cheaper for the UK government if all the projects are ready on time, and it's one that will end up being more expensive for the UK government if there are differences or gaps. But the lowest common denominator will be the one that drives that value chain. To the point already made, we do believe that over time, as it's not point to point, and as you get that grid and system, this risk comes out a lot, because I don't really worry if that power station hasn't got its carbon capture and storage yet, because I'm connected to a big grid of CO2 and I can buy it and it becomes liquid, and it's a much more fungible commodity. So maybe that risk as you build out a system decreases over time, but at the moment, that is the biggest challenge. It's the economics of the value chain, which just make it more expensive. But that, I think, will come down over time.
Thank you. That was very, very informative, Alex. And I think I come from tiny little Singapore, and there's talk about building a CCS hub, again, but across different jurisdictions. The issue has always been about scale. And again, the government has to come in and do some sort of a backstop and so on, but it's costly. And that's part of the challenges I think we have, right? But I think with India, I think we have, I'm not a proponent of carbon tax at this point in time. I think we're already dealing with very high inflation across so many different things. And so, but there's got to be a different way to kind of incentivize and motivate industry to get into it. And I think therein lies the challenge, I think, from a policymaker's perspective. And you highlighted this point, which I think, I'm a favor of, which is open source. But again, that is another question mark that I think we need to kind of think about how would we do that and apply that in India's context, right? So, but the federal government does have to get involved with this in a bigger way, and I think they are trying their best to do that. So that's been very encouraging. Thank you for that, Alex. Atanu, I think, we always talk about CCS, but the U part is something that I think we kind of sometimes overlook or don't think about. Well, what are your thoughts on the utilization, and given the scale that we have in India, and I think even if you think about how much could be used or not, right? What are your thoughts? I mean, you've done a lot of work in this area, and love to hear from you on that point.
Sure. Thank you. Yes, so I think on the face of it, utilization will appear very, very appealing, right? Because, you're basically translating CO2 or a waste into value, and that's what it looks at the surface. But here are some of the, the facts based on a basic analysis. So if you look at the world, and you say, you know what, I could make all the chemicals, major chemicals, like, let's say, you got plastics, right? Or let's say you got, urea, which is fertilizers from ammonia, Or let's say you got, methanol. So this is like significant amount of what you call chemicals, which dominates the world. If I say through some what you call mechanism, I'm able to use CO2 and hydrogen route to what you call convert all this stuff, right? Capture CO2. Even if you were to do that, let's say if you were to do that, you would only consume or reduce about 3 to 4% of the total CO2 emitted in the world. So 3 to 4% of the CO2, if you take out and convert, it'll be sufficient to what you call, make all the chemicals that you require, right, in the world. So therefore, this is a scaling problem. You cannot, what you call, utilize your way or convert your CO2 into what you call products to decarbonize. It'll only address a very small part. So therefore, storage becomes an essential enabler, right, for scaling carbon capture and decarbonization for different sectors that people talked about, like hard-to-abate sectors, at scale. That's a fundamental, what you call, mathematical reality that you cannot get across. Okay, so that's point number one. Point number two is that the economics of converting CO2 into valuable products like a methanol, for example, or mineral aggregates are challenging, right? Unless you have got the underlying constituents like hydrogen, right, at a price, clean hydrogen at a price which makes sense. So for example, if you were to do methanol production from CO2, your cost will be 3 or 4 times more than what it would be from a natural gas with methanol, right, production. So the question is, how do you mitigate that? You can provide, subsidies, for example, incentives to drive that whole point home, but there's a limit to which you can drive subsidies, right? So therefore, the whole ecosystem of CO2 to value or CO2 utilization is useful, is valid, and can be applied to certain precincts where it makes sense. So for example, a CO2 EOR, that makes sense if the price of oil is right. Again, there's a catch out here, right? I mean, if the CO2 delivered price is more than $45, to the injection, for EOR well, and the price of oil is below 70, it'll not work. So therefore, it becomes production of oil based on the price and the dynamics change. So similarly, CO2 to aggregates, mineral aggregates, is certainly, yes, valuable at scale. So this CO2 to methanol, if hydrogen price is low, right, depending upon where you get the clean hydrogen from, yes, absolutely it'll work, right, at some premium. So I think how you carve the whole thing out in terms of economics, because basically there's something called chemical and physical kinetics and thermodynamics. This is what kills you, right? So you have, CO2 is the most stable state of energy, and you want to bring it up to something else, it just costs you more. So how you do that is very important. And secondly, we got to recognize that, yes, everything's said and done, it has got a limit in terms of how much it can abate in terms of CO2 from the world, because there's the inherent limitation of the amount of chemicals that the world requires and the amount of CO2 that's required for doing that, even if we were to fantasize that I can convert all CO2 into chemicals. So I think those are some things that we want to keep in our context and mind and window before, and storage therefore becomes fundamentally important, right, in terms of technology, exploration, geology, economics, commerce. Just that becomes basic drive. Thank you.
Thank you. And the good news is India is blessed with fantastic storage facilities. I think in some of the geology allows for that in the Cambay Basin and in other areas. I think the studies have been proven to do that. But I'm conscious of time. I think we would have gone on for like several hours, I think, easily, given the wealth of experience we have and the passion that you all bring to this topic. But I think, just to summarize, I feel like, ladies and gentlemen, CCUS I think is an important, integral, if I'm going to quote Mr. Gupta, part of the energy transition and in the journey. And this is not transition for the sake of transition, but I think in the sense of like enabling oil and gas to continue to thrive and sort of enabling that sort of the growth in both demand as well as in terms of the economics and wider economy of what India is hoping to achieve. But it is not without its challenges, and I think we've heard that today. And a lot of it is around scalability, economics, and what sort of policy support I think we can do to sort of enable the success. But I'm an eternal optimist, which I think we all have to be if we work in the energy industry. And I'm very optimistic that you know, a couple of years from now, if we were to sit back here, I would see that we would be able to, you know, start not just going from pilot programs to actually sort of delivering on it. And I think, you know, we have good experiences from Equinor and from a lot of other companies all around the world to tap into and develop that further. So with that, I say thank you very much to all my panelists for very insightful and honest conversations. So thank you very much for that. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, to give them a huge round of applause.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Resilience stage at the India Energy Week 2026. Our session today focuses on new strategic perspectives in the global critical minerals sector, trying to facilitate supply security and build self-reliance. But before we get into the conversation, I just want to get the baselines right. What are critical minerals? Are these minerals which is common across different countries? The answer is a bit more nuanced. Critical minerals are minerals which are important for the economy of a country and for which the country does not have supply security. Now, countries are different, economies are different, and hence, if you look at critical mineral list, it will turn out to be slightly different across different countries. If you look at the G20 countries, most will have a critical mineral list of about 30 in terms of size. But if you combine the G20 countries and look at the lists together, you'll realize the total number of minerals is about 55 itself, which means there's a lot of overlap. And the reason is relevant. The reason for this is most of the critical minerals are focused around technology innovation or energy transition, and that's the reason we're having this conversation here today. If you think of minerals like copper, cobalt, aluminum, they'll find a mention in almost every country's critical mineral list for the right reasons. They do support energy transition. Now, if you look at critical minerals and think of 2030 and 2040 timeframes, the realization is that demand is going to explode. It is going to significantly rise. People say by 2030, it'll be in the range of 2.5, 3x. By 2040, it might turn out to be 5x as compared to what it is today. But the interesting part is critical minerals is actually not a demand story. It is actually a supply story, or rather a supply concentration story. We plotted some top 19 minerals that exist in critical minerals list across different countries. And here is the interesting fact. Out of these 19, China turned out to be the top miner across 7, which is not too bad, or which is not too surprising, I would say. What was surprising is if you found the number of places where China was the top processor. That number is 17 out of 19 minerals. That's the kind of concentration that exists in the world today. Now, there have been many national initiatives aimed at diversification, but they have struggled to move the needle as far as we would have expected. And that raises a very fundamental strategic question. Do we need to rethink how countries collaborate, invest and share risk across the critical minerals value chain? Today's panel brings forward 3 distinct but very complementary perspectives. One from a policymaker standpoint, one from a production standpoint, and the third from a market infrastructure standpoint. And the question that we're going to explore is, how can supply security be strengthened without fragmenting global systems? And what practical pathways exist to balance resilience with competitiveness? Lamin Morong works at the Ministry of Petroleum, Energy and Mines at the Republic of Gambia and brings forward a policymaker's perspective. Trolukia is the Director of Operations at Indian Oil, and he brings a producer's view on exploration, development timelines, and the realities of really scaling domestic supply. And Praveena is the MD and CEO of MCX and brings forward a market and price discovery lens on transparency, volatility, and how risk management in critical minerals can be achieved in the market scenario. With that context, let's move to the conversation. And I'll start with Lamin. I spoke about demand. I spoke about the fact that it's a supply-constrained market. From the perspective of resource-holding countries, what is the biggest bottleneck that you see in participating more meaningfully in the global markets? Is it access to capital, technology, or is it access to just stable markets?
Okay, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, to be part of this honored guest, and also to be one of the panelists to actually sit before this beautiful audience to actually explain to you the policy directions about critical minerals. I work with the Ministry of Petroleum, Energy and Mines of the Republic of the Gambia, and we have a directorate that is responsible for mining. We call it the Department of Geology, which actually is responsible for the promotion as well as management, as well as administration of geological resources in the country. Your question is quite pertinent, and as you mentioned, regarding the critical mineral sector, we all know that the demand for critical minerals is expected to rise. By 2030, it is being estimated that it is going to double, and by even in a decade in addition to that, that is by 2040, it can even triple. So that shows the demand for these resources. And this is mainly driven by the energy transition. We all know we are moving to EVs, and battery is a key component for the EV market. When it comes to renewables also, wind and other renewable energy sources, they need these critical minerals to be able to meet our energy transition goals. So that being said, coming back to your question, regarding what is much more important? Is it the access to capital or technology? Or looking at it, I think what is much more critical is access to capital, because with the capital, you can leverage on the technology, and also probably also increase your shared participation in the critical minerals subsector. But regarding the capital also, it poses another key challenge, because where do you get where will this money come from? That is a very important question to ask, and we should try and know how to mobilize some of these resources. This can be getting from multilateral development partners, through FDIs, that is foreign direct investments, and also maybe through public-private partnerships. So there are many ways, but what is critical, I think, is for especially those countries that are actually the producers of these critical minerals, because most of them don't have the technology to actually add value to those critical minerals. So what is important is actually to put in place to be able to attract those resources, those capital resources, is to actually have the policy, legal, and the regulatory frameworks. That has to be there, and that has to be gotten right. If it is not gotten right, then it will be difficult for them to attract the much needed capital to be able to exploit or to produce those mineral resources. And also another critical component to that also is value addition, because when you look at it, most resource-rich developing countries, normally what they often do is just to supply the raw materials to the consuming nations. So when you look at that, is at a disadvantage to the producing nations. To the producing nations, because they cannot add value to those minerals, which can create employment as well as create riches for them also to develop and reach to the level of the consuming nations. So I think I would stop here. Maybe some of my other colleagues will also want to add some more insight into what I've just said. Thank you very much.
You make two very interesting points. I mean, you said capital, but you also went to technology.
Yes.
And a lot of countries, for example, Indonesia does focus on the fact that just selling the resource is not good enough for the country. I think it takes you forward in the short term, but for long-term prosperity and being able to create jobs, what they call hilirisasi, which is about downstreaming within the country, becomes extremely important. That is where technology plays a very critical role. So maybe capital first, but at some point in the growth of the nation towards making it really useful from a mineral perspective, technology will potentially also play a part.
Exactly.
Tralokya, coming to you. Oil India is not a traditional mining company. You have deep capabilities on three things, I would say. One, of course, subsurface exploration, internationalization, and of course, large-scale project execution. What do you see as your play in critical minerals ecosystem? What is your right to win?
Thank you, Mr. Dishant, and all the panelists, and IEW for inviting me to be here in this particular panel discussion. Yes, if you look at, think about something differently. Don't you think that petroleum for India is not critical?
Absolutely.
It is critical. We produce only 10–11% of the world's of our demand. Means, so what we do, rest around 88 to 90% we are importing. So I think we are from a critical fluid. Now we are into critical minerals. I think it is quite natural, since we have the knowledge of the subsurface. We have drilled many wells in different basins in the country, and we have got a good pool of geoscientists who has got the understanding of these basins. And naturally, when we drill, then we definitely encounter some of these minerals we are going to encounter. If we talk about Rajasthan, we have drilled so many wells, and we passed through some of these critical minerals like potash. You say we are talking about potash. So I think that sets the stage for us that we can be a valuator. Maybe we are not traditional miners, but we can add value to the exploration. Maybe at some point of time we will go more downstream. That's a different case, but I think we are quite necessarily into the critical minerals as we are in the critical fluids.
Thank you so much, and that clarifies. And let me then ask you, from an operator standpoint, and of course you've been in the Indian ecosystem trying to scale up production, of course being internationally present as well. But when we talk about domestic and diversified supply and trying to build self-resilience, what in your experience slows us down the most? Is it geology? Is it approvals? Is it capital? Is it downstreaming? What slows us down?
Uh, if you look at our country's progress in terms of critical minerals, actually, I think the question is regarding critical minerals. Since I believe that we started a little late. If we talk about the seriousness of the business, in terms of critical minerals, we have started late. So it will take a little bit of time to frame the laws, to frame, like Mr. Morong has mentioned, that we need to have the codes. We need to have the codes in terms of critical minerals. Unless and until we have the policy in place, we have something that's very, very transparent. It may not be very easy for explorers to do the exploration. Now, you see, Government of India is coming up with around 1,200 projects. I think there lies the challenge that who will be doing all these 1,200 projects. In the recent past, you can see that GSI has done. In the last year, I think they have taken up 195 or something, some projects of their size. I think there needs to be more encouragement in terms of critical minerals, and I believe if companies do collaborate, I think collaboration will be very important in this case to progress in terms of critical mineral in India, especially when we have a very limited pool of resources in terms of human resources also. I think that's my point.
If I push you on that, when you think of collaboration on what specific topics are you looking at?
I think collaboration, I think I'll come in 2-3 different ways. One is that you have to have collaboration with the countries which already has the potential, which already experienced this critical mineral, who has already crossed these critical mineral pathways. Many countries are there all over the world. I do not want to name the countries. So we can collaborate with those countries and also build up our own resources in terms of the academia. The academia itself in India can contribute a lot. And the industry as a whole, mining plus companies like us, we can definitely collaborate on the geological knowledge, GSI. All these companies can definitely collaborate. And I think we can build a very good human resources. Now, one point you have also mentioned is that the production part, the refinery part, will be very, very important. I think in this case, we can take the model of Indian oil industries, where we have the capacity to go up to very high level of, means number of times, 256 or 260 million ton we can refine, but we don't have the domestic production to that scale. So the same model can be thought of by our people. They import the critical minerals and do a huge refining capacity and go for business.
Lovely.
Yes.
Pravina, coming to you. And this is an interesting question. India has been talking about self-reliance in a lot of things. Atmanirbharta is something most ministries are going towards. If you had to choose in this decade between the speed of supply, which is in a way security, versus full supply chain sovereignty, which is self-reliance, which should take priority and why? And I'm talking about the next decade.
I think that's a pretty simple one. Of course, these are always trade-offs. It's never one versus the other. Speed is going to be important for here and now, today, agility with which we are able to execute as a country. But in the medium to long term, I think building up that reliance and security with the concept of sovereignty is going to be extremely critical. So we will need to act on both fronts, which I think we are.
Got it. Lamin, coming to you. Self-reliance is something that a lot of other countries are pursuing as well, not just India. And in that situation where there's a lot of focus on self-reliance by consuming nature, what do you consider it as for resource-rich nations? Is it an opportunity, or does it risk further fragmenting the global system that exists today?
Okay. I think it's both. It presents both opportunities as well as risks, especially for the resource-rich developing countries. It's an opportunity because, as I mentioned, the demand for these critical minerals is expected to rise significantly in the world, and thus it will require some contracts, mining contracts that would be signed, or that developing countries and consuming countries would be engaged in. So what is critical here is the opportunity here is that the producers, the producing countries, the developing economies, I think it will be important that they negotiate good deals with these companies. And also they can try also to actually increase investment into local processing of these critical minerals, because that is also very, very key. And also that will also try to help them to even diversify better, to be able to have more players. But on the other hand, also it poses also a risk, because like the current trend is like mostly what obtains in the critical mineral subsector is like the consuming countries will just come and just take the raw materials without any form of processing, and then take it and then process it in their various countries, where they create the employment that is actually depriving the developing nations from the employment and other opportunities that they can benefit from. So it will be important for mineral-rich countries, especially those from Africa, to try and leverage on that aspect, not just to be raw material suppliers, but also to play a critical role when it comes to value addition in critical minerals. Thank you very much.
That's a very important point. If you look at some, and specifically you made the point of African countries, the West African countries like Guinea are making that effort of saying, for example, don't take bauxite. At least process it, if not put a smelter here, but do process it into alumina before you take it out of the country. And that's the intent of downstreaming as well.
Exactly.
So Nishant, I think just in the interest of time, I thought I'll cover up a little bit about what's there on the market side and what's the role that markets plays with critical minerals, as well as the whole energy piece that we're talking about. Because in the context of the shift that we are seeing from a country where we've typically focused on global supply and domestic consumption, we've of course in the last many years moved towards developing more sufficiency, certainly on the energy side, where from refining to a lot of downstream really now happening in country. We're seeing that happen in mineral minerals as well. Critical minerals, I think, is right now early phases of where that stands. And as this physical market is really playing out in these dynamics, the role of the financial markets as an overlay here starts becoming very important. Because wherever there is a pure import dependence, then really we are working off global prices. And that's where a derivative market comes in to manage that volatility in global prices. But as we have more of the demand supply getting generated in country, to the point that both my colleagues here have made, the need to both set domestic prices as well as work of hedging there becomes very important. For example, at MCX, we do have global price point-based derivative contracts, which are futures for oil and gas. But on electricity, which is locally produced and consumed, we run a domestic contract. And I would say similar in the case of metals and looking at critical minerals, there is nickel, which is a domestically delivered contract again, though highly linked to the global supply chain. And when we look at this, and what does hedging do? It helps to manage that volatility. And in today's world, if one thing is certain, is that prices are going to be volatile. So everything that our physical partners are putting together is based on ultimately how the revenue stream will play out, what's the cost, how do you manage the sort of uncertainty there. And that's really where markets play an important role, where also the concept of reliance starts becoming very critical.
Thank you. I think that's a very, very important point that you make, that as countries end up having a domestic market, how do you make that market work? And how do you set the pricing within that becomes extremely critical. Again, given the paucity of time, I do want to just ask one last question, and this is to all three of you. Love to have 30-second responses. If you look at 2035, and we're talking about building supply security for ourselves in critical minerals, what is that one structural change that would really make a difference? Is it policy? Is it investment models? Is it market mechanisms? Is it offtake contracts? What do you think will really make a difference? And maybe, Lamin, we start with you.
Okay, thank you again. I think the one main critical thing for the African continent is basically on the policy side. I think with robust policies that are, and with incentives that are out there, I think we will be able to attract the much needed investments and the much needed capacity to be able to develop our critical mineral subsector. Thank you very much.
Trolokyo?
I think both policy and market mechanism needs to be developed because I think both are quite interrelated. If we don't have a good policy backup, then how do you do the market? So I think if we don't have a good market mechanism, then how do I do the policy? I think these two together, I'll go with what is done.
Praveena?
Yeah, I think while we continue to support from markets the physical ecosystem, and hearing my colleagues here, we need to continue to offer that global price discovery-based support mechanisms in markets, but also start becoming domestic price discovery price setter when it comes to our domestic markets.
Thank you all. Just a couple of closing thoughts. I think the fact that critical minerals are an important input into energy transition, which is what this conference is about today. While they are, but they're also a determinant of strategic autonomy, industrial competitiveness, and geopolitical alignment today. That's the importance they have beyond the fact that they support energy transition. And in that context, the question that we are asking is self-reliance, resilience. These are the two topics that we are trying to do. So to make the point that self-reliance does not mean isolation in today's world, and neither does resilience mean inefficiency when you're trying to build resilience within the country. The challenge actually is designing systems that are diversified, but not away from global, competitive, but still secure. I'd like to thank our panelists for the thoughts that they've shared today, and it's a topic that's been in discussions and will continue to be in discussions given what we're going to see in the world in the next 10 to 15 years. Thank you so much again for your candid thoughts. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good morning, and thank you for joining us in this special and exciting session focused on cyber resilience and risk. What we'll do is we'll directly jump in. My name is Abhik Chatterjee. I'm an MDN partner, and I lead our technology and digital practice across Asia Pacific. I've got esteemed guests along with me here, and we will introduce themselves along the way. But if it is okay, I'll directly fire in. We've been told we are specific on time. As we know, cybersecurity and resilience has been a very important topic. Through 2024, 2025, we have seen about 67, 68% of the large oil and gas companies falling prey to many of the malicious attempts. Point number two is with the advent of AI and now agents, the way we are working and our future of work is also inducing a lot of porous holes on how we are using tools like ChatGPT, many other things, and how it makes us susceptible. And last but not the least, the India Energy Week couldn't have happened at a better time, just following the Davos meet, wherein geopolitics and AI took center stage. So with that, let me launch into questions with my fellow colleagues here. Let me start with Amal. Amal, in your role at ONGC, specifically being the CISO, would love to hear about how, being the security head and chief of one of the largest organizations in India, how are you looking at risk? What are some of the most, if I would say, interesting and cutting edge things that ONGC is doing? And this was not there in the question before. What are two things that really keeps you awake?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege part of India Energy Week, a forum that represents not just the future of energy, but the future of India's economic resilience and national growth. So coming to the questions, see, there are some certain things that we have been doing, particularly in the OT area now. See, typically when we started OT and IT, they started with the same platform, using the same Windows servers and things like that. But OT stayed in a kind of air-gapped environment, and because of that, even though systems became obsolete, people continued using them. So that became a pain point later on when the need for IT-OT convergence came in. Because for analytics, that OT data needed to go to IT area, and there the problem started coming. So we have addressed that problem in a way by using, of course, technologies, but having a very straightforward rule that in no case controls should be transferred to IT area. As far as data is concerned, data can go, data can be monitored outside, but in no case from IT, the control should be possible. Secondly, when we started cybersecurity, the concept was keep yourself secure, protect yourself. But over the years, everyone has realized that there is nothing called foolproof security. So from that perspective, the concept of cyber resilience came in. Now, this year, the thing that we are working on is not cyber resilience, because eventually, even in cyber resilience, there is a continuity break. Even for some time, the business stops. So we are now working on the concept of cyber continuity, in the sense that even if there is a breach happening or even if something happens, the business can continue. How energy flows, we are working on that aspect. And in that OT area, we have identified technologies and solutions and processes that can provide us this kind of expertise and this kind of posture. So that is one thing that is working for us. Secondly, the use of AI. Of course, the use of AI in OT can produce very good results, and if in our case, when we are using AI in the top business areas, that has given us very nice results, but from cybersecurity angle, it has created fresh problems. So now we are working on concept of secure by design, where there are greenfield areas. At the time of conceptualization itself, we are going for a kind of a secure by design concept. So there later on, add-on concept doesn't come in. These two things are our priorities in this year.
Let me now shift to Anil, Suhas, and Joseph. The three of you represent organizations which are leading in different forms of technology. I have two, if I would say the question is in two parts. Number one is, as you are in the market trying to outsmart the different malicious minds and varied type of risks, what are some of the top innovations that you are focusing on? And secondly, in your capacity as partners, okay, how is your interaction model to not only, let's say, sell your services, which is part and parcel of every revenue stream and P&L that we hold, but what's the kind of role that you play in, for example, coaching clients, boardrooms, because there is an appreciation of the topic that's become ever more critical and important today, right? So maybe we'll get you to start.
Thank you very much, and very good question. First of all, introduce myself. I am Anil Bhatia, and I am responsible for Emerson business in India. Of course, Emerson is the leading automation provider, and we work with all the energy sectors here. So, to give a little bit of context to your question, if you see today we have, let me take one industry in energy like the upstream. There is enormous data available. We are getting data available. Like if I see the best place today when it comes to the type of amount of data we have. But then obviously, once you have the data, the decision that we take in our energy sector is very risky. It has got a lot of safety issues and also capital intensive. So we have to be very, very kind of cautious. And what we are promoting there is a zero trust maturity model. To Mr. Sir's, regarding the legacy OT system. See, what we mean by zero trust maturity model, that any item in the whole ecosystem which has a vulnerability, we monitor. So we don't trust anything. And if you see the way the threats are coming in, not only from the normal perimeter, but coming from the old legacy system. So that is one most important thing is on the zero trust maturity module, and which we strongly promote to all our partners and customers, that you have to ensure that have that maturity module and don't leave anything in the whole ecosystem. The second is, as you know, the AI. I mean, we use the term AI as industrial AI. Because we cannot use AI as a black box in an industrial environment where you have so much data upstream. What we do is we propose like a hybrid. So an AI on the go will propose what can be the process, what can be the model, and then it needs to be kind of confirmed and agreed by the specialist before you start deploying that to recommendation. And the third one quickly also on the LLM. LLM uses the inherent specialization which we have. That is what LLM uses, so that you have the expertise, and that we use so that when even the new, for example, a new geophysicist come, he or she will have a lot of intelligence already available by deploying the LLM. So these are three things which we are trying to propose to our customer as we kind of deploy the AI and the digitization models in the energy systems.
Got it. Suhas. Yeah. Exactly. I want to introduce myself. I'm actually Suhas Gopinath, CEO of Globals, and I started my company when I was 14, and started off as a programmer, and of course eventually into cyber offensive and also defensive. So our only sales pitch is, because we know how to break locks, we can make better locks. And of course, with that background, I could tell. I think the attack surfaces have, of course, over the years have evolved, and with OT systems, I've seen that at least the APT groups or the state-sponsored actors are no more targeting for espionage purpose, but it's a DOS attack. Like it's actually to disrupt operations. And I think with the advent of AI, the worst thing that we've seen in our experiences is that attacks don't look like attacks anymore. It looks like, it camouflages as business operations, as if it's one of the normal operations. And it's no more about false positive issues, but it's a false negatives. So, and when it's a false negative for a CISO, businesses can, it can actually collapse. And I think I would only want to share one particular experience with one of the, I would say, multinational company which is into energy sector, where the CISO was very confident that their systems were very secured. And I asked my sales team that we're not going to do any presentation to the CISO's office, but we'll only show them, we would like to show them one single screenshot of a red teaming exercise that we did on their organization. And I think in about 15 minutes with some of the AI tools, we were in the fuel management system of this particular system. And yeah, that was our sales pitch. So as a company, we didn't have to do any kind of presentation. So it's not to brag about our offerings, but it's also to highlight the vulnerabilities and the attack surfaces, the way they've evolved over the years, and especially with AI. I must tell you that as actually somebody who comes from an offensive background, it's absolutely dangerous, I would say. And I think I wouldn't expect organizations to adopt AI without understanding those risks. And it's extremely important that, and if I have to advise CISOs or the OT CISOs, instead of adopting AIs across a cloud, it's very important that they could explore at least those edge AIs. Yeah.
Thanks. Joseph, over to you, and thanks for coming all the way from Houston here to join us on this panel.
Thank you, Abhi. My name is Joseph Alancheri. I head Infosys Energy Practice. Today, we are a top 2 technology services provider to the energy industry globally. And one tectonic trend we are seeing is the big increased focus on OT security. Your pipelines, your upstream assets, your refineries, that's where the action is. And with this advent of AI and agentic AI in particular, there is a focus towards unleashing this power of the agentic AI systems on OT. For instance, we have built a what we call as a drilling AI agent, which really helps drill better, looking at all the drill reports, morning reports, and all the historic data, and coming up with suggestions on a new field. And this has been launched in the Middle East recently. But all of these are acting on the OT systems. And our advice to the CXOs of the world is pretty clear. Along with the enormous power of agentic AI is the need for enormous control. And that's where we advocate a very proper control framework. At Infosys, we have an agentic AI control platform, which we also use for our cyber defense. So it's called our Cyber Next platform that really looks at how to manage and control these agentic AI systems so that they're in line with what you want them to do. At the same time, with the advent of AI, you have increased the surface area of possible attacks. Today, what used to be done by state-sponsored actors can really be done by individuals with the power of AI. For instance, you can actually simulate millions of attacks, searching for millions of vulnerabilities, which with the kind of power we have, it's kind of democratized, cyber defense or cyber attacks, and we are all facing that situation. So we advocate looking at addressing this new challenge with the new tools available. And there are ways and means in which you can use the same techniques to address this large exposure that today you have. So those are some of the big trends. Obviously, AI right front and center, and the need for control, Abhi.
No, I think great points, all three of you. Just taking a step from where all of you shared. Obviously, the aspiration and the ambition is massive, correct? And the flip side risks were clearly shared. But if we look at energy as a domain, as an industry, we have really not been at the cutting edge of both in terms of investing, adopting, and then closing the loop with technology. Obviously, there's been sparks here and there in terms of getting your twins or advanced robotics, etc. But if we look at even the largest organizations, many in India, globally as well, there are severe, if I would say, steps that need to be taken on from foundational tech. I mean, OT and IT is itself a big area, and the OT side is specifically, leave alone AI. As we look at this evolution, correct? In your opinion, and this question I would like to pose to all of you, and maybe we can start with Joseph, you traveling back this side, is what are, let's say, the top one or two things that we need as an industry, as an energy, with be it oil and gas, utilities, whichever, renewables, big bursts there. What should we do different? And to me, part of that question is more brownfield relevant, sure, because assets which are more greenfield are naturally, if I would say, digitally native and hence come with a lot of the future technologies. But about 65–70% of our operating base still continues to be brownfield in nature. So what would be your top one or two, let's say, points of advice or suggestion to the large oil companies to do things a bit differently?
Yeah, Abhi, it's a billion-dollar question, and I would start by saying that acute focus on the edge is the need of the hour. On the edge is where life is, and on the edge energy today is going to make or break nations. So techniques like isolating, techniques where you can have an identity management approach that is not focused on humans, but actually focused on your devices on the edge. For instance, non-human identity management, as we call it. Just-in-time identity management, where you have, or just-in-time access, where you give your PLC controllers access just-in-time. So techniques like that, where you have an acute focus on the edge, and you develop methods to manage the edge, is what is the need of the hour. And as our friend Amal said, resilience is the other keyword. Despite the attacks, despite the shutdowns that are required to manage the cyber threats, how do you continue to operate? How do you continue to operate your pipelines, your upstream assets? So if you can build resilience into your systems, I mean, I think these are some of the things that I would take off the top of my hat, number one and number two. Thank you.
Amal?
Yeah. I totally agree with what he said. The basic thing is if you should get the foundations right before you scale intelligence. And AI, which is built on a, say, flat network or weak identities and all, is bound to fail at some time or the other. Thirdly, when you're building AI, as I mentioned, the controls, if you're giving it to it, you should be very sure of it. Dr. Kalam has once said, technology is a very good servant, but a very bad master. So if you're making it the master, be sure that ultimately you are the super master. In our context, we have ensured that AI gives the advisory, but the final call, the accountability remains with the human. He takes the final call and he implements or he rejects whatever is suggested by the AI. Now, lastly, now, earlier we had concepts of VAPT, that was point in a time exercise. But now the concept is of continuous evaluation or continuous threat monitoring. So concepts like CTEM and all are need to be implemented to get the better aspects of AI used in the environment.
Suhas? Of course, my only take or submission is maybe to add on cyber resilience. It's also very important to ensure that I would say cyber resilience has to be treated on the same quadrant as much importance that we give for safety drill. And I've actually seen that I think the biggest threat for CISOs right now is on supply chain security. And it's for some reason that we assume that when we are procuring it from certain PSUs or if the vendor happens to be a multinational, we would it is assumed that we need to trust them, but it's not the case. We've seen it in the Indian Armed Forces. We've seen it across energy sectors and also critical industries that, of course, supply chain security, of course, can fail. And as Amal sir mentioned, that it's very important that apart from VAPT, we need to have the continuous red teaming of the OT systems. Sure.
No, so I think all the gentlemen said very valid points. I just want to add few things, to Amal sir, that in AI terms, what Emerson is doing, for example, in our control system, we have inbuilt now a virtual advisor. And every action that virtual advisor is proposing is an advice. We are not putting AI as a black box and it takes action. The action is finally confirmed and reviewed and then taken. But it really helps a lot in speeding up. To your primary question, AI has not come fully. Yes, but that is the way to kind of get there. And secondly, a very important thing, I think, is the ability to discover all the areas in that, current OT/IT, the way it has evolved. There will be so many legacy systems in the system. So, like within our Delta V system, for example, we have a discovery model which will be able to discover all the source of threats which can occur in that system. And nothing is left, as I said, a zero trust. So I think these are the two important aspects I would like to add to what the gentleman said.
Thanks. I think very, very valuable thoughts. I think one word I thought we could have added is getting organizations to invest and give primary importance to it. Because often cybersecurity is like the 5th item in your checklist. And it becomes number 1 only when you get hacked and when you are held on ransom. And I think that mind shift has to happen sooner than later. I know we are racing against time. I have bundled one final question to all of you, and let's take about 30-40 seconds to answer that, is we are in a very strange world wherein the best humans in the technology space are limited, the agents are yet not reliable, but we are trying to create a future which is perfect, right? In each of your areas, how are you managing that conundrum? And any wrapping thoughts? So more from a people, talent, as well as, and we've been largely, if I would say, partly reactive and then trying to be proactive in this entire risk resilience domain. But any thoughts on how you are approaching this gap and any very interesting hacks or steps that each of you are taking? Like to time it to about 30-40 seconds. A quick rapid fire on this. Sorry for that.
Oh, thank you, Abhi. Rapidly saying, I think reimagine, rethink skills is what we have been telling our employees, and hence we are trying to train them at scale for bracing to the new AI world. So a lot of digital training and focused on, reimagining how you worked before. And I think that's the core of, what we are trying to do as a company. Learn at scale, unlearn at scale, relearn at big scale. Amen.
Yeah, I would like to first start with agreeing with you fully that make cybersecurity and AI a leadership and investment decision. It should be discussed in the same rooms where we discuss safety, where we discuss investments, where we discuss reliability. That is at the boardroom level. Unless the boardroom gives priority to AI and cybersecurity, it will remain a small area and it will remain a pain area. Secondly, design cyber controls into assets from day one means go for secure by design architectures, and at that time also assure yourself that the supply chain vulnerabilities and other things are getting plugged. So that later on when we are like even in OT area, if you are implementing IEC 62443 and things like that, if inherently the products being used don't comply fully, then still that vulnerability will exist. And lastly, treat cybersecurity and safety equally. Engineered into systems, tested under failure, and this should not be a one-time exercise, this should be a rolling exercise, carried out periodically, maybe by third party, maybe internally, but there has to be a management insight into it. So we should move from cyber resilience to cyber continuity, wherein we should have secure by design, resilient by default, and continuous by intent.
My take is, I think, as organizations, especially in the energy sector, they need to invest into cyber ranges so that it's one way to upskill the professionals who are in cybersecurity. And I've started to see, and of course, also inspired by my last meeting within the World Economic Forum, is that we've started to see these new positions who is controlling the models that are being deployed within the organizations for LLMs and SLMs. You got model security officer, you got AI security officer. So I think if organizations could invest into cyber ranges to upskill and also to reskill our professionals, it's very important. And it's a very important point that you brought out, because I think CISOs has to be, I think they need to have a seat on the board, and it's extremely important because it's not to fulfill any kind of compliance with certain or any of the regulatory body, but I think for the organization's well-being, it's extremely critical that they report to the board directly.
Anil?
I'll make it very quick. Everybody said rightly, and investment is the key, as you rightly said. But most importantly, what we are saying, I'll be very practical here. It will remain a hybrid world, and it will not be that humans will be replaced by AI. So AI has to be deployed at this stage to make sure that the humans are more equipped and more powerful to do things in a better way, and of course in a cyber-secure way. So thank you.
Super. First of all, I know we have almost run out of time, but massive thanks to each one of you for not only sharing the insights, but also being on the stage. And thank you to India Energy Week for having us and the privilege on this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to moderate this session on harnessing data and AI-driven workflows, specifically for India and Indian exploration. I'm Atisha Mahajan. I'm Head of Exploration Research from Restart Energy, and I'm joined here with very expert panel, varying from the operator and the service sector and the strategy to, comment on this very important and key topic, still nascent but developing quite quickly across the industry. Just to put the topic into perspective, I just want to talk a bit about what is happening in exploration. And you see, in the global exploration, we see that discovered volumes are declining, success rates are, dropping, and this is a kind of, I would say, exploration paradox, where exploration is needed because the reserve ratios of the companies are declining. It's also the need of the long-term energy security for the countries and globally as well. And this similar paradox is very relevant to India as well, where in India, we have huge acreage available, frontier exploration, a lot of scope of, a lot of prospectivity probably still lying under the subsurface. And here we think we need to brainstorm a bit on how the data, is the data that we have, is it sufficient enough? So sufficiency to efficiency, we need to talk about that. And we also need to see how the most recent evolutions in AI, how they can be implemented into the Indian sphere and make exploration more successful. Yeah. And to start that, I think it's quite natural for me to start with Mr. Rajshri Gupta. He's MD and CEO of ONGC Videsh Limited. And as in from an operator's perspective, I would like to understand, how AI and data is being, utilized. Do you see any data gaps in overall Indian offshore, and how that can be made more sufficient, and how AI can be implemented, or is it already being implemented in the country, and how it is being utilized?
Thank you. Very good afternoon to my esteemed panelists and the audience here. It's a great pleasure to be back at IEW. I believe that the theme of this panel is extremely timely because India today is going through a fundamental shift in how exploration data is created, shared, and used. We in the ONGC group, as part of ONGC Videsh, which is working in now 15 countries with 32 assets and 3 business centers across the globe, and ONGC domestically, we do believe that now is the time where exploration has to be looked at in a different way. With nearly 1 million square kilometers open in the EEZ of India, there's massive new seismic acquisition happening. The National Data Repository has already taken place and it's open to the public who wants to have a look. We are moving to a cloud-enabled open platform, and thereby we are changing the way exploration will be defined in the future. But this also creates responsibility for E&P companies like ONGC Videsh and ONGC, because I personally do believe that though AI is the buzzword, but AI will not work only on raw data. AI will work on organized, governed, and trusted data. And that is where E&P companies like us will have to walk the talk. We must first transform how we manage our data, how we manage our subsurface seismic records, and engineering workflows. Today, the world is standing at an inflection point in the history of hydrocarbon exploration where 2 transformative forces are taking place simultaneously. One is rapid evolution of AI, ML, and big data, and at the same time shift towards more sustainable, secure, and affordable energy source. What the country has done is they have now opened up the no-go areas. We have the seismic in place, we have the NDR in place. Now it's for ONGC to do. ONGC has already started with a project called Project DOT, which is Digital Organizational Transformation. 500 executives are on board. We are in the process of building the enterprise data platform for this and will align with the Open Subsurface Data Universe, or OSDU as we call it. The principles of subsurface and reservoir management platform will then convert data into standardized workflows. We don't want to have silos of data and workflows or software happening in the organization. We want it to be one source integrated across platforms. We have also understood that unless geologists, geophysicists, reservoir engineers, well engineers, planners, they don't work on the same governed data backbone, AI will only remain a pilot. And it will not then be a real decision support system. We also are very cognizant of the fact that seismic processing time, the acquisition is the main cost factor, and then comes the processing time. Whereas acquisition is 80 to 90% of the cost, processing is hardly 5 to 7% of the cost, but takes much more time. This is where we believe that it can be compressed, because in today's world, smaller business cycles are the norm. And the final part is how we interpret it, how we develop prospects, how we release locations, so that there is more precision, the linkages with the wells already drilled. We have data which I can share with the audience here, that ONGC has drilled more than 150 wells in deepwater offshore in India, eastern, western, all together. But as we do much more for Sagar Manthan, we need all of this to come together. Each of these wells will cost about 100 million or more. So it is, though it's not a perfect science, but we want that as we integrate the workflows and bring it into AI, our decision making is much better, and our risk is to a lesser extent as we go forward with this big job. We have been using AI for long, as I said, for log analysis, well performance, and some other simulation support. But now what we are doing is we are bringing the younger generation with us, the up to E2, E3, E4 level, who are much more adept with this technology. We are training them. We are bringing them into the management platforms. We are bringing them to digital platforms. We are also realizing that the use cases that we have been using throughout the organization, some of these are fragmented. And this now needs to all talk the same language. This is where we stand today. In the international arena also, as we work with the international partners, it is very clear that this is the time for collaboration and cooperation. This is the time for risk mitigation. This is the time for using your past knowledge to work a better future. It is not I versus you. It is always we together. In this world of uncertainty, in this world of disruption, in this world of volatility, the more we network, the more we integrate, the more we dissolve the silos, the better we are.
That's interesting, and I think Rachi just took us through the whole life cycle of AI, how it's needed and how it will be incorporated into the existing workflows of E&P companies. I think my next question is to you, Lalit. Lalit is MD, India region for SLB. Do you also, it's on the similar grounds as I asked to Rajeshri. So we know India is doing, new stratigraphic wells. They are, doing new seismic. There's an NDR 2.0 already in place. But to me, it feels that it's still in a very nascent phase, and it needs to mature a bit more. So from your perspective, what more, data investments are needed to make a sustained investment into accelerate exploration success in India?
Thank you, Atesh. Good afternoon, co-panelists, Good afternoon, audience. I'm very excited to be here at IEW as always. So it's a very interesting topic, and I think this panel should have been the day one, slot one panel, right? I mean, nothing is more important than this topic, so very glad to be here. So I think Rajshri sir laid out the entire, uh, ground network on where we are. The government has taken some bold and decisive steps on opening the no-go zones, right? That's the first thing. So the total area available for exploration now is about 1.3 million square kilometers. 1 million is new, where the data could be sparse. But there is 0.386 million square kilometers where we have a reasonable data. But the confidence level in that data is low. So, and everybody is now working in a bit of silo, every operator, the investors from abroad, they're looking at silo. I am a strong believer that multi-client is the way to go across the basins to offset the costs, increase the scale, that will bring in the operating efficiency as well as reduce the costs and bring the success. And this was recently done in Algeria, Egypt some time back, Mexico long time back, and that was their success. They were also national companies, but then used multi-client to there. The confidence on AI, right, I think is building. It's a journey. Nothing gets developed overnight. Nothing will be a step. Any technology, even the wireline technology, took about 10 to 20 years before the confidence came. And my request to all the operators and the policymakers there is that we have to start the journey. As we go along the journey, there will be improvements, the confidence will increase, and we have done such a successful study in Kwanza Basin in West Africa, where we had the calibration against the manual processing as well. We cut the time by 8 times, and the results are matching around 90%, right? I mean, so there are ways to be done, and I think we have to start rewriting our playbook on how we approach. If we continue to refine the playbook that we had 20 years back, it's not going to work. As our Prime Minister says, right, in the Atmanirbhar, that India will not do incremental steps, but will make a step change, and that's what the ask for the industry is here. That's what I strongly believe in. Thanks.
That's a very good point, indeed. My next question is to Eric. On the similar grounds, so, upstream operators, they are not just having data on seismic. Of course, that's huge, but they have a lot of other data, geological data, production data. So there's a lot of backing that they can get from all the data that is existing. But still, the frontier exploration or exploration in general, even in the mature basins, is very high risk. So from your perspective, how can data and AI help move from, fragmented subsurface information to faster and more confident exploration and even appraisal decisions?
Sure. Yeah, it's great to be here. First time to be able to come to IEW and see it and kind of interact in the conversation. I think, as everybody said, the AI topic, right, for the majority of conferences around the world, right, is always front and center. And I think what's interesting is there's a lot of similarities. We joked about it before we came up on stage here in terms of the sheer amount of data and information. So there's no shortage. And so really what the opportunity is in terms of being able to reduce time and speed things up by augmenting that together and using AI as a means in which to, and really platforms like, the AspenTech subsurface intelligence piece, to be able to tie those things and be able to orchestrate that into new workflows, to be able to build consistency and repeatability and patterns, and obviously start the journey and learn from it, and be able to find the new outcomes that enable that to go quicker. The other piece, which I think we've seen in other industries, other parts of oil and gas, other parts like power generation, is also the use of virtual advisors. You think about, we mentioned workforce and new people coming in, existing generations that have been here for many, many years, decades, is really that ability to take the knowledge that exists either from operators, folks like ourselves that are vendors providing technology to industry, but how do you help to build recommendations as you process through that information, through that data, and be able to, get to the outcome more quickly. So if the idea of taking, the seismic data, the production data, velocity data, things, and orchestrating that, one of the biggest things is being able to help somebody understand maybe what's been done before in the past and be able to query that in natural language, no matter where you are in the world, and be able to find, the things that you're looking for and be able to work through that process more quickly.
Yeah, I guess the integration of the data is the key, and making sense out of that data is definitely a next step for sure. My next question is to our last panelist over there. So, Mr. Sujoy Chaudhary is Chief Strategy Officer at TCG Group. So, the question is to you about, so when I looked up TCG, I realized it works across the digital value chain, and as you are strategy officer, so I want to ask you from investment perspective. So there's a lot of data, big data, how that can be utilized to make frontier basin more bankable, and have you done some work along that lines to, showcase some success stories?
Thanks, Atisha. It's always a pleasure coming to IEW, and it showcases what India has to offer, the hospitality of India per se, and this networking with fantastic industry partners. I think what all my co-panelists have said is very, very important. We don't have too much data compared to the global giants because of the varied geographies that we have, but nevertheless, we have fair amount of data to start a point. I think the National Data Repository is something which we have given it a structure. We have forced all the operators to report in a particular format. Yes, there could be missing links today, which actually possibly leaves out a bit of context. But having that data is a good starting point with a cloud-native architecture. All it makes the data used for AI ML to a large extent more relevant. Now, coming to the data sufficiency or the data, what I should say, paralysis or whatever we may say, that's a secondary point. I think we are too early to say that the data which we have is too much to handle. I think these days models can consume any amount of data. Now, before any data is put into the system, you need to understand that we need to remove the outliers, which we call cleansing of a data. We need to contextualize the data and then transform that data into something meaningful. Now, when you start, you can have a two-pronged approach. You can first do a only data-based model, or you can do a hybrid model where you have some relevant mathematical models governing results which are coming. We as a company, TCG, believes in the hybrid model more, and we have been doing this hybrid model approach in oil and gas space since we were discussing just before this session, that this happens to be a very critical sector. Certain things go wrong, it could lead to a catastrophe. So we can't just rely sheerly on the data. The one, human in the loop is important still now. Autonomous AI agent-driven systems would take some time, though they are being talked of quite a bit. But understanding the underlying mathematical model and then working with the data to put guardrails is very, very important. That is precisely what I feel we should start with. And all my co-panelists are experts in their own field. I come from a company who's into the data, I would say AI modeling, and we have a model called MQ. And we have used this model starting from football. We are partners to the world's largest football federation. So we are on the other side, we are partners to the largest pharmaceutical company. And in between, we have all the oil and gas lines. So you can understand that the platform is very versatile. It is an absolute synchronized. It's a model where the data ingestion can be in any form. It is a 360-degree approach to data. It can be video, audio, scribbles. It can be any damn thing. And it's cloud independent. So this seamless integration of data, version upgrades, everything has been built into the platform, which is also, I feel, very important. You can stitch together Because LLMs are available everywhere. You can stitch together and create a model. But when you go to implement in real sense, it does not happen like that. Because there are multifaceted interfaces where this will lead to some kind of a, I should say, a data overrun. It could lead to some false results coming into the play. So having a structured approach to the data with proper knowledge of the geophysics or the chemistry of the thing or a process which you are running is very, very important. So I feel this hybrid approach would make more sense, not only in the refining sector where we are already doing it, but also in E&P sector, because you have a good panel of experts guiding these models to the required direction. Having come to the examples which we have done, I think, yes, we have done work with one of the largest companies in E&P sector. This is a problem which we have solved, on which multiple papers were written earlier on the recipe of cementation of wells. There was 500 odd parameters which govern cementation. Could be from the gas permeability to the strength of the concrete to hold to the high temperature, high pressures, to the fluid losses, and multifarious aspects of cementation recipe. Normal process used to be that you intuitively create a recipe based on the information you have or you had, and then try it out for a few days or a few weeks, and then come and implement that. And if it does not perform, you go back to the lab, reform it, and go back. So we have completely solved this. We have handled all these parameters based on the data sets that we have, the data sets the company provided, and the continuous flow of information from the labs, which was analyzing this geological data which was flowing in from the drilling operation that was having. And the recipe was being altered, fine-tuned, and implemented. So they have got very, very good results, and we are going forward to implement more such use cases in that particular company. So that is how we can actually use AI to accelerate, which Rajeshri was talking right at the beginning, to accelerate quite a few things. Let's say fracturing. When we are going for fracturing, how the behavior pattern is changing on a fracture, if certain path deviations are happening, how to correct, all those can now be handled online. Similar instances are there in refinery, very complex refinery processes. You can now track catalyst sensitivity, catalyst activation, everything. We are doing multiple works in these kind of fields. We are doing with Aramco for catalysis, which can be to an extent, I should say, correlated with geology. So all these works are going on, and I'm sure in the days to come, you will see a very refined versions of, because I keep on saying E&P is possibly a space where you have data in more structured form than any other areas. So I'm sure the models would become very powerful. Models would help to increase the success rates and also to avoid issues which come up normally in E&P situation, unwanted surprises, I would say.
Yep, thank you so much. I think we've discussed data quite a lot, and we cannot really separate AI from data when we are discussing the data. But I think we need to focus a bit on this AI pillar separately as well, especially from exploration's perspective, that how it will impact the decision making. And this is my open question to all of you. Where does AI genuinely add value today in exploration decision making? And where do expectations still exceed reality? So maybe we can start with you, sir.
Let us be frank here. Just to add to what Sujayji was saying, today about 30% of the organizations are already using AI for dynamic mud weight adjustment when we drill a well to prevent blowouts. It's now AI is there in pipeline monitoring, its health, all that is being done as we speak. Now coming to exploration, though I'm not a subsurface person, let me be clear about it, but what we are seeing is the human ingenuity of the mind, human mind, that has to be respected. But at the same time, if we have drilled, let's say, 10,000 wells in India, do we have all the data with us? Am I able in ONGC Videsh to integrate what I'm learning in Colombia with Brazil, Brazil with Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan with Vietnam, Vietnam with Sudan, South Sudan? So if we can get these learnings on board in a common platform. And in the decision making, when the people sit there, the MDT team sits there, they can challenge each other across the board, number one. Number two, as we give and respect human decision making, I personally believe that AI means less hierarchical structures. Even the junior most person should have a say in the room based on what data he is available to them. So if there is a single source of truth, if there is integration, if there is less hierarchy, and it is openly discussed, the divergence between decision making of with AI and without AI will reduce, number one. Number two, it will cut through the lessons learned across basins, across geographies, across continents. This is the biggest thing that ONGC Videsh brings to the table is it is the only E&P company, we are the second largest E&P company only after our parent in terms of production and reserves. It brings to the fore for India a knowledge base which is across 19 countries, 32 projects, and it is working with the international firms where different forms of these AI models are being used. So we do believe that if we play it right in India, the government has done a lot to now with the ORDA Act, with the NDR, with the seismic, with the cloud enablement. It was earlier done from our Houston office. We have a Center of Excellence in Houston also, where we are integrating them. So I think that the expectations and does it add to the revenue? This is a question that CEO levels ask. It has actually shown that if we are committed and do it very honestly, it will definitely increase their revenue in 60 to 70% cases. It has been proven already. So we have to go through this with commitment, with honesty, and with single source of truth.
I'll have a follow-up question, sorry.
Yeah, please.
So, of course, we want to have a single source of truth. We want to have understanding from every, through the whole hierarchy. But as an operator, if you have to, say, for example, trust an interpretation from AI, would you believe that and make a decision on wildcat and appraisal spend in today's time? Or you will have, or even take a second opinion from, a geologist or geophysicist who's working on that data still before making a final decision?
If we have gone through 70 years of our history, depending on human experience, knowledge that they bring to the table, if my AI model is strong enough and it has all that 70 years, what is AI? It's the things that we have learned, what we are feeding. If you are very truthful in that, then why not rely on the AI? Yes, with some overview or some questioning from the human team also, but this is the time to give AI the chance. Because AI is what we have done for 70 years, what the international firms have done for 70 years. If it is telling us something, that this is what you did in Ankleshwar, this you can do it in, let's say, Brazil, why not? So I would put my bet on AI if it is the right model that we have built.
That's a very strong statement and definitely supportive of AI. I'll come back to you, Eric, with the same question. I'll just repeat it. Where does AI genuinely add value today in exploration decision making, and where do expectations still exceed reality? Just share your viewpoint.
I guess I'll build on it and say today it is the hybrid piece, right? So it is the fact that you get the physical models and you've got this massive amount of historical data and information that operators have done, and the ability to take and apply general technology of artificial intelligence and whether it's LLMs or MLs or other things, and be able to industrialize it and apply it to this world. So what you see and where we see success is the ability to augment the human and make them more productive, whether they're junior or senior, and be able to, and what has been true probably for the last decade or so, to start to democratize that information and allow people to move much more quickly. In terms of where does it not, maybe the aspirations are still too much, is the autonomous side of it, right? The idea that I'm going to, turn these models on and have them tell me exactly what to go do, that today is just, it's not there. right? Obviously, there's trust and there's credibility in a world that many of us have grown up with in decades of, you know, we want expertise, we value expertise, we want to be certain in our decisions. So, you know, you see examples today where the AI can give you the recommendation, you can see it, and you can go in and trust and try to understand it, but it doesn't necessarily completely replace the human, which is, you know, is not there today at this point, but it helps them to become more productive.
Yep. Lalit,
So I think, you know, what AI has done, or what even a computer did, was to bring acceleration, consistency, and precision, right? That's where the humans falter. So I think it's eliminated that piece. It does it very well. But then building on what Eric and Rajshri said, right? Where the expectations exceed are on the autonomy part. AI is assisted. I mean, human beings will guide at the workflow stage, so they are very similar to how what we have done for 70 years. We have to design that one, and then we can get the confidence of the AI decision making, so to make it faster. Where I feel the challenge, right, where the expectations are still very far off, is one on the analogous basins, right? Specifically for seismic, it's not easy because of the geological structure differences to do analogous comparisons. That's the first one. The second is on data integration, right? I know we spoke about data integration, a little bit about SLB, just like TCG. We do believe in hybrid models, physics-backed models. So we have done it very successfully, transformed India's entire data of drilling and production into cloud seamlessly. So for all 6,500 wells of ONGC, all the producing data. But the next step is how to merge OSDU to the operational data. So there are two platforms, we call it by Lumi, Lumi Data, Lumi Operations. So that is the main challenge. And I think OSDU is now a universal thing, right? After we did, SLB donated to Shell and they took it. So this two, data integration, is a particular challenge as well. Subsurface tends to be a little siloed.
Okay, data integration is definitely the key.
Yeah.
Your opinion, Sujoy?
I'll just give a parallel. I was learning AI through a course. So I used something called Nano GPT with a CPU. So what we did was we ingested Shakespeare's theater, let's say 4 paras of Shakespeare theater into that, and you see what results come out of Nano GPT. Trash in 5 iterations, in 50 iterations, some words of non-relevance in 5,000 iterations, 50,000 iterations, it starts generating Shakespearean style theater. So you need hell of a lot of iterations in this. This we cannot forget. Secondly, as we all discussed, you need certain guardrails to understand that what is coming out is relevant. So it's not easy to move it to an autonomous platform or even near autonomous. And let us be honest in admitting that the world globally is more on the POC platform now, validating things, testing models, and it has not moved to a production stage thoroughly. Maybe in bits and pieces we have. As I also said, we also have done a small area, but that the world is very, very vast. It needs time. And data integration is very easy to talk. Shell will never share a data with BP. It does not happen so easily. It needs a complete change of mindset. And that would take time to come because all of us try to hold on to the data thinking that I am powerful, but possibly we both had shared, we would have both become much more powerful. It's not easy. It will take some time to come, but it is possible to get results provided we accept the fact that we have to co-create this. It cannot be done by a set of data scientists and the exploration team or the ENP team sits completely separate. SLB stays away from it. If you co-create, results will be fabulous. So that is another piece which is needed. A classic example was this HPCL refinery piece. Our team, their team together developed it. So the ownership on HPCL side was also very high. It is our product. So that has to come in to get good results. But I'm sure over time, since the models are moving very fast, getting reformed, the computation part is taken for granted. It will happen. Only thing, how much of knowledge, as he rightly said, there are certain things which are beyond the logic. So possibly data can give you results, but whether you would believe would need a bit more validation over a period of time. But it is possible. And I've seen this happen. That is what I'm saying. We did maths, 1 plus 2 plus 10 plus, rubbish it throws out. The moment it understands the structure, it's absolutely on the dot. So it needs a bit of guidance, hand-holding, and then it can happen. But there is a bit of time to apply in areas where results are very different if it goes wrong. It needs that amount of caution and hand-holding definitely.
Yeah, I guess I can try to summarize it in a good way. First, AI is not, I'm a geoscientist, so for me, AI seems very disruptive. It might take away my job. So for now, it seems that AI is not really the disruptive. It's something that will work hand in hand with the existing subsurface teams in the companies. Another is data integration. And in data integration, of course, global integration is probably far-fetched dream. But if we look at the scale of integration, maybe Eric, question to you. Can we, scale this at the asset level? We can move it, to, to a basin level. Is it possible? Or even country level? But as Sujoy mentioned, sharing the data among operators is probably not a possibility right now. So what is, I think we're running out of time, but what is the scale? Yeah.
No, but I think it was mentioned, right? I think within the operators, right, the scale has reached the system level, right? The argument that taking on and using cloud and compute is the standard today, right? So from that standpoint, it's there for the taking, and the ability to apply the technology now. Sharing across the borders and across the operators is probably a tough one, but clearly within the platforms that have been established and leveraging the compute and what's possible today, it's for certain.
Yep, I think we can conclude with this. Thank you so much for a very insightful session, very insightful for myself as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us at our next panel, which is Accelerating the Adoption of SAF, Catalyzing a Pivotal Moment for the Global Aviation Industry. My name is Sophie Byron. I am the Global Director of Biofuels Pricing at Platts, which is part of S&P Global Energy. And I'm joined by an excellent panel here. So we have Ashish Gakwad, who's the Managing Director of Praj Industries, Maurits van Tol, CEO of Catalyst Technologies at Johnson Matthey, Vijay Nirani, the founder and CEO of TrueAlt Bioenergy Limited, and Sylvain Caballari, who's the Senior Vice President of Sustainable Fuels, Chemicals and Circularity at Technip Energies. So we have two more technical and two on the producing side. So hopefully that's going to give us a really good discussion here today. But before we get on to those questions, I'm just going to talk a little bit about where we stand currently. Now, India's aviation industry is going through a huge expansion. We know about all of these airport developments and growth, and that is reflected in expected jet fuel demand. Jet fuel demand in 2025 was about 208,000 barrels a day. We're going to see that increase by about 50% in the next decade, and then more than double by 2050. And that's then mirrored by an expansion of supply. So despite that increase in demand, India is expected to remain a net exporter of jet fuel. Now, if we add a little SAF context, SAF demand in 2025 was about 2 million metric tons. So that's about 44,000 barrels a day. So just a tiny fraction of global jet demand. That's expected to grow this year, 2.5 million metric tons, 3 million next year. So starting from a low base, but really kind of massive amounts of growth. But what we're really going to focus on is scaling up. How do we get those low numbers, increasing both locally, but on a global scale as well? And we're going to start with feedstock. Feedstock is a very hot topic when you're talking about scaling up SAF. So let's start on a kind of general aspect. How important is feedstock availability? So maybe let's start on this side. If you want to kick us off?
Sure, yeah. First of all, thank you for having me on the panel. I appreciate it. Feedstock probably is the one of the top 3 most important points as far as SAF and its economy is concerned, because it will decide on what's the ultimate price for SAF. It will decide on the overall assurance of supply constantly, and it will also decide on the cost of conversion. So all of these are going to play very, very important role. We believe that the choice of the feedstock when we conceptualize any project is going to be one of the fundamental decisions that the investors will have to do. And when you can of course create aviation turbine fuel from the conventional sources and also from the bio sources. And when you look at the bio sources, you can have it either from the crop-based biosources or other biosources. When we've done our analysis, it is very, very, very clear that the crop-based feedstock is going to be the best suited when it comes to the real GHG reduction in the entire cycle when you consume the SAF or the aviation turbine fuel. And within that spectrum of choices that we have between, let's say, corn or a grain-based feedstock or a sugary feedstock, or then moving into some of the biomass-based feedstock, clearly the winner is going to be the agri-residue biomass-based feedstock. So we believe that in the time to come, when the carbon trading becomes more and more intense and the people are going to weigh their choices based on the carbon intensity number, the winner can come from crop-based, and within that it would be from the agri-waste. It could be bagasse, it could be rice straw, it could be corn cobs, etc., etc., and then you convert that into intermediates like ethanol, and then convert ethanol into the jet fuel. So coming back to just simplifying the answer to your question, feedstock is going to be a very important consideration.
Now, Vijay, I saw you kind of nodding along with that one, from a producer perspective. So, do you agree on that focus on a crop base, but also on that need for diversification of feedstock as well?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more to what Ashish said. India has we are one of the largest sugarcane manufacturers. An interesting fact is ISMA, the Indian Sugar Mills Association, recently commissioned a report on the life cycle assessment of alcohol to jet using ethanol sourced from molasses. Now, of course, 2G ethanol, converting biomass into aviation fuel is the best thing to do because we have abundance of biomass available, at least in the Indian perspective. Even if we don't have enough 2G just yet, we have a lot of molasses-based ethanol, let's say the C-heavy molasses-based ethanol. The carbon intensity per kilojoules on the liter of SAF that we could derive from molasses-based ethanol is hardly 15 to 16 as compared to your grain-based ethanol, which is at around 65 to 70. It's almost equally good compared with 2G ethanol. If it could also be better because it's a low hanger, and we have abundant of ethanol available already.
Yeah.
Now, just to add on to it, is when we speak of the whole cycle of sustainable aviation fuel using feedstocks, I'm not just talking of the feedstock on converting the raw material. It's also the kind of steam you use here. It's green steam, the kind of power you use, it comes from cogeneration. The kind of hydrogen that would go into making this SAF molecules would come in from green hydrogen through biomass gasification. I'm not talking of electrolyzers wherein you consume a lot of power, you consume a lot of water. Today, the price of green hydrogen is almost $4 to $5 a kg. As compared, biomass gasification is a big winner. So we have biomass and agri inputs going into making getting the energy to the aviation industry. So it's very exciting.
Yeah. Okay. And what about, on the technology side, how can technology kind of deal with that challenge where you've got crop-based, biomass-based, or a huge section of feedstocks that you're trying to pull together into one stream?
Yeah, and to build the bridge to that, I would like to explain in 10 seconds what we do with Johnson Matthey. Yeah, for more than 60 years, also for 60 years here in India. What we do is help our customers convert oil, gas, coal into hydrogen, methanol, ammonia, and what have you. We develop these technologies and the catalysts that convert these raw materials into the molecules that society needs to thrive. Nowadays, it's a lot about CO2 conversion. Can you convert municipal solid waste, biomass of different composition, etc.? And the answer is yes. So that's why we develop our technology portfolio, and we call it feedstock agnostic. No matter what feedstock you have, we can help our customers convert those into, say, methanol, but also other SAF, FD cans technology, for example. And why is it important? Because the feedstock question, as also the colleagues say, is very complex. It depends on where you are on the planet and what access a certain customer has to certain feedstock. So we have customers like Repsol and Aramco building a plant using CO2 that they collect from refineries, combine it with green hydrogen in our Hycogen technology to make SAF components, for example. So they use CO2. Others use residual biomass that we can gasify and then make syngas and make fuel components or methanol and then fuel components. So there are many different, municipal solid waste is another one, and of course there is blends between municipal solid waste and biomass to make sure that you don't transport the feedstock over too long distances. Blending all types of feedstock, like you allude to, is also very important. So you need very robust technologies that can deal with the changing composition also actually throughout the year. The biomass composition is changing or the municipal solid waste composition is changing. And I think that is why we develop our portfolio being feedstock agnostic. And I think it is crucial to be successful on the global stage.
Yeah, yeah. And Sylvain, from your side, that's something that you guys are also focusing on?
Yeah, absolutely. So first, just a quick word on Technip Energies. We are a 17,000 people company focusing from, I would say, license to project delivery in the energy space. And we have 5,000 people in India. You said that you were feedstock agnostic. I think what we can say on our side is that we are technology agnostic. We have our own technologies, but we work as well with other technologies. And one of the, I would say, one of the biggest challenge of the SAF industry is actually feedstock. It's good that we can use a variety of feedstock, as you said. I mean, use cooking oil, ethanol, syngas, and so on, municipal waste to convert to syngas, and so on and so forth. But it's also a threat to the SAF industry because there's a huge variability when it comes to feedstock. There's the challenge of availability as well. And we see that that's why we need to work on all technologies, because some technologies will eventually run out of feedstock. And as you said earlier, in India, you have abundance of ethanol, and ethanol 2G, and that's actually great for India, and it's great for the SAF industry in India, so that it's something that we can build here. One other thing as well that we can add on the feedstock is that it will also be linked to the regulations and the carbon intensity associated with the feedstocks that we will use. So it's important, as you said, to be feedstock agnostic and to work on all technologies so that we can allow the SAF industry to take off. And eventually, depending on the regulations, the geographies, what is available or not, then we can build a strong and robust SAF moving forward.
So I'm going to come on to regulation in a bit, but I want to kind of go back to something that a lot of you have mentioned around, the greenhouse gas savings and the carbon intensity score. Because a lot of the time when we talk about SAF, people look at that headline number, that it's, $2,000 a metric ton, when you're talking about a volumetric. But we all know that there are many different types, of pathways of producing SAF. So, how does that ethanol to jet kind of pathway look from both a cost perspective, but also from, from that carbon intensity score side? Ashish?
Okay.
Yeah.
I can attempt to answer that. But yeah, right now, my technical team tells me there are almost 11 plus pathways to get to the same molecule that we call SAF. And not all pathways are made equal. So it's going to be an interesting sort of contest between these different pathways. You just heard from the colleagues here that you can make it completely agnostic of the feedstock. But when you look at long term, and when I say long term, I'm talking about maybe 20, 30, 40 years. And when you look at these different pathways, the one that really seems to be more and more viable will be from alcohols to the jet. And the reason for that is the plentifulness and the assurance of supply that can come through the alcohol to jet pathways. Or at least that is what is the analysis that we have done at Praj, which is the company that I represent. And we also believe that when you look at the second or the third generation alcohol, which will also become popular in the time to come, then the CI score, or the carbon intensity number, as we call it, is going to be the lowest because it's coming from waste, and we are trying to convert that into valuable molecules. So if I have to put my $10 on those, one of those pathways, I would pick up the alcohols to jet, and within that right now, ethanol to jet.
It's a good answer, because obviously when we say A to J, not all A to J is the same, is it? There are lots of different kind of types on the market as well.
Yes.
Does anyone want to add that on the kind of the CI and the cost question? I can see Vijay nodding again. Yeah.
It's a very exciting subject for me, and what we at TrueVault believe in, why we're very aggressive to fast track implementing one of the first plants in India for SAF. Just yesterday we had an announcement with Honeywell to set up a 80 KTA 80,000 tons per annum sort of a capacity in Andhra Pradesh. One, we are already sitting with, just on the molasses to ethanol, that's the one that has about 15, 16 of carbon intensity. We have close to 1,800 crore liters of gross ethanol available in the country, of which close to 1,100 crore liters, that is almost about 11 billion liters of ethanol is already available. And, a liter of ethanol can give you 0.6 liters of SAF. So it's a humongous opportunity, as what Ashish ji just mentioned, as to the opportunity on the availability of feedstock, because a very important aspect. And why I'm also excited is the aviation industry is so humongous. The aviation industry, again, just fun numbers, is that we have close to about 30,000 aircrafts that are flying globally. And these 30,000 aircrafts are responsible to transport only 1% of frequent flyers in the world. And the order books with the large aircraft manufacturers that are currently lodged already are for another 22,000 aircrafts, which are set to hit the skies by 2040. Right? Yeah. So there's humongous growth in the aviation industry. And the aviation industry, the 1% frequent flyers, are responsible for 4% of gross global emissions. And if that 1% becomes 2%, it's not a fun place to live in. So the potential that India has in order for us to be a net global exporter of aviation fuel is phenomenal, for a simple fact that we have so much of molasses to ethanol available, and thanks to companies like Technip and Sir, and of course Praj also, and all the great technology companies, they have already cracked how to actually produce these molecules. It's just companies like us need to actually bear this responsibility, come in, invest, produce it, so that we make the world a better place tomorrow.
So let's ask that question from a technology perspective. What is needed on that side to really get that economies of scale, that Vijay is talking about?
Yeah, I think the economy of scale is very important, not just for the economy per se, but of course also for the carbon index, because at the carbon intensity in our industry, when you're talking about chemicals or you talk about fuels or fuel components, yeah, it is massive, right? It is always huge. And we have learned from the oil and gas industry, chemical industry, and what have you, how quickly costs go down with scale, and so it's one of the most important levers. So what is really important is that as technology providers do a few things. The first of all, we guarantee that it works at a massive scale. Yeah, that you switch on the new plant, $1, $2, $3, $5 billion is sometimes invested per plant based on our technology. And when you switch it on, it works. So technology readiness is important, and a lot of the technologies are ready, and of the technology components are ready. The other thing is make sure that you reduce the cost by design once, build many times, modularization, having the same connectors in ports and ships all around the world to make it shippable at low cost. All these kind of things, also linked to regulations, are very, very important as well. And the other element is, of course, partnerships. Because what we do, for example, in the SAF Alliance that we launched is we developed the technology together with BP, FD-CAN's technology to convert syngas into every alkane that you can make. But it's a blend, and you need to refine it. And with our partners at UOP Honeywell, they have that refinery part that you can, upgrade the molecules to the molecules that you need to produce the SAF. Then gasification is the front end. You need to gasify your raw materials. So municipal solid waste, biomass, different compositions around the world and across the seasons, as I already mentioned. So we work with Jadara, who can do that and have a long, long history and pilot plant to do that and demonstrate that it works on your feedstock. So again, you're de-risking. And then we work with Samsung, who wraps the whole thing and can build the facility for the customer. And why is it important? Is in this partnership, you look at all the unit operations and you design them such together that you have like the lowest cost CAPEX solution for the customer, And of course, your engineering company can really help with their view on how to drive cost out as well. So what you do is with reputable partner, you de-risk the endeavor for customers. Some of them are project developers, are new to the game. And you can say, listen, if you work with us, we guarantee that it works. And I think that is a very important element, because then you take out the risk. Insurance risk goes down, insurance premiums go down, bankability goes up, interest rate go down. It also helps attract financiers that feel like, hey, this is a de-risk project. I have a long list of opportunities. I'll pick this one. So I think that's the third element, the partnerships element.
Yeah.
But be ready to scale it. And India is, of course, a fantastic area to build large facilities in this space.
Now, the partnership is an interesting one. We're talking about scaling up, and, everyone cannot operate in a silo. It seems like partnerships are becoming very important. So I don't know, Sylvain, from your side, how important would you see that for answering the question of making more SAF available?
Yeah, first I can echo with what you said. I had on my note exactly the words that you put, so I will have to change my speech now.
You're welcome.
No, but it's great to see that we are aligned. The other thing as well that is great is that you said earlier that you're ready to put some money in alcohol to jet, and it's also what we have done, because we believe it's where we can reach the best affordability. And I think that's a word that is absolutely key, is how to make SAF affordable. If it's not affordable, we can have all the regulation of the world, then we will see people fighting against regulations. So, I mean, the three words I had in mind was standardization. That is absolutely key, and we see that in alcohol to jet is something that we can do. So to have a standard capacity, a standard approach, to have contractor specifications, and to ensure that we can repeat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plants, exactly as you said, Moritz, just before. Because reaching this repeatability is what will drop the cost down. Because then we can work with partners on the supply chain, so across the supply chain, with suppliers, and give confidence to our clients that, as you said, Moritz, as well, that are not necessarily coming from the traditional chemicals, oil and gas business, but are coming from a different space, that are finance-backed, and therefore they need certainty of results, certainty of schedule, performance wrap. So this repeatability is key, and this will go through partnership. And then scalability, as I said earlier, and as you said as well, is absolutely key, because, okay, we will standardize for a certain capacity, but as things will evolve, there will be a demand for higher capacity, as we have seen in any industry in the decarbonisation space, where with more and more projects, we see people wanting to do larger capacity, and therefore we need to be able to expand what we are doing. So affordability, standardization, partnership, and scalability. And if we cannot meet those 4 points, usually it's 3, but I said 4, we will fail. So, but I think that we have all the recipes to succeed together as an industry. It's not one or the other.
You also mentioned finance, availability of finance, and I have heard that is another challenge in terms of you have this concept, this idea, you've got partners, but you need obviously the finance to really kind of get it off the ground. Perhaps Vijay, we can kind of mix the order up and we can go there. You're obviously focused on building these facilities. How difficult is it from the kind of getting the backing to really get the production that you want?
We earlier thought that it's going to be a very difficult and a very uphill task to actually get capital to doing this. But we later realized that there is a lot of capital that is focused onto solving this challenge of decarbonizing the aviation sector. Now, it might be the oil and gas companies, it might be the pension capitals, it might be ESG funds, it might be airlines themselves, or it could also be the technology providers who would want to partner. It is fantastic that the global, or at least the heads of the capitals that are sitting, are actually thinking of the problem that the aviation industry has. And they are not just speaking about this problem, they're also trying to put their money where their thoughts are. For us to set up this plant, we actually tried to do roadshows and try and see opportunities there where we could try and bring in some foreign entities to partner with us and some domestic entities that could come partner with us. It's actually quite surprising that we're actually fighting between, I mean, on a lighter note, we're fighting between ourselves with the potentials that we have on how much equity who owns. So that's the kind of opportunity that
It's a
the space
good
has.
position to be in,
Yes,
I think,
absolutely.
not the norm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I think there is humongous potential, and I couldn't agree more with what Sylvain said. If we do the standardization and if we can try and bring down the cost of the molecule, this is a fantastic space. I mean, the opportunity is very large, very, very large.
Ashish, anything to add?
I just, yeah, I was tempted to add something more. I think, all the points that the fellow panelists have said are important. But I believe that one thing which is really going to give a fillip to this is every government's, push to scale up this whole SAF ecosystem, right? And it's going to be a difficult but an important element of getting the scaling up done. We are talking about 1%, 2%, but maybe we need to be far more ambitious. I think we need to think about like a double-digit number. That's my personal view. And I think it is possible because we do have pathways that will meet that demand if that demand is generated by some kind of a policy push. And I think that's very, very critical. I really applaud the decision that Vijay and his company TrueAlt have taken because it needs courage, to put such a big capital and believe in this whole ecosystem, and I'm sure he will be successful. There is no doubt about it. But if he is aided by the technology, that is standardization, etc., that we heard about, so that the costs are low, and also the policy that will create the demand because of the push, I think this industry can be very successful.
So let's build on that policy point, because there are a lot of policies for SAF, but they are different in a lot of ways. We have the EU, which is technically a 2% volumetric delivery to airports. We have the UK, which is a little bit different, and the UK also has a guaranteed strike price for non-HEFA fuels as well. We have Singapore, where the government is actually getting involved in the supply chain. And then we have the US, which is not a mandated volume, but supports the voluntary demand with the federal and state level kind of credits and benefits. So if we're talking about policy, what is the best policy? What should that look like? And I'll say why I'm asking that. And we've talked about the benefits of A to J from a CI perspective. If your policy is only volumetric, and we've talked about that cost difference, how are you really going to keep that stimulated kind of demand for a fuel that is better from a carbon intensity perspective, but is more costly?
Do you want me to
Yes,
attempt?
do you want to carry it?
Okay.
We're going to go
It's
along
a
the whole
tough one.
line.
I wish I knew the answer, but here is what my take is. It's going to be almost impossible to get everybody in the world to agree on one single policy. And if we wait for that, it'll take many years and we don't know whether we'll get there. The world is becoming multilateral. You see that every day in the news, and so it's just an indication that we will all have to be open for different types of policies. And when I say that, it could be that Europe has a different policy, Asia has a different policy, US or North America has a different policy. But there will be enough players in the overall global ecosystem that will want to serve aligned to that policy. So I guess my point is, let's start. Right now, there is a bit of a sluggishness in this entire SAF area. And even if we have no meeting of minds on one single policy globally, even if we have 3 or 4 different policies, let the market decide as to where they want to align, which policies they believe in, and therefore they want to produce the fuel aligned to that policy. And, over the journey, things will start becoming clearer and more aligned, is my belief.
Maritz?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think because we need to zoom out a little bit. That's at least what I try to do every now and then. Is we're talking, like in your introduction, we're talking about, on a good day, 1% of the airline fuel is SAF. So let's double it to 2 or triple it to 3. I mean, we're talking about a little bit still. And I think we need to explore all technology routes, the different feedstock around the world, also different policies. There's countries that say, I don't care what it costs. It is of national interest to become more independent. So I want to be self-sufficient, and green is important, and we're going to scale it in my country, and we make it really cheap. What that cheap exactly is and what the carbon intensity of every molecule exactly is, I don't care too much, because I just bet that also here, these basic principles we just discussed, like if I make supply chains really big and facilities really, and standardized, and facilities really big and standardized, I don't know if the cost will go down by 50, 60 or 70%, but it's not 5, 6 or 7. So if you believe in those basic scaling principles, there's countries that go for that and others take different choices. And I think it's not about one or the other. Let's experiment together, learn what is the best solution for your ecosystem. And before we are, at 30, 40, 50% of the components, and you start to get like really a global arbitration and what have you, that's still a very long way. And I think until then, let's explore all these different pathways. And what we haven't discussed yet is, of course, the willingness to pay. Also there it is like, but your air tickets become so much more expensive and what have you. It's very interesting because a few years back I talked to a lot of airlines, and I was in a panel with one very big airline, and they said, it's not important. They said it. Because you're talking about, at that time, 0.5%. There is people that want to pay more. We have tickets that pre-COVID business class costed $3,000 and now 10, and the planes are full. That's $7,000 more in 3 years for a ticket between Europe and the US. They said it's not a problem. There is sufficient willingness to pay that can help us scale the industry, reduce the costs, and then make it more affordable for all the other people. But you're talking about 1 or 2%, and we can do it. And a nice example was recently, I'm from the Netherlands originally, but we live in the UK, and my wife had to travel up and down between Amsterdam and London, and she showed me her ticket from the KLM. You just have to fly with SAF, and it tells you on the ticket, we charge you so much, and there's no way out. And I was on the panel with a lady from the KLM later on, and she said, yeah, that's just what we do, because we believe it's the right thing to do. It is only a couple of pounds on the ticket. Their feedback has been overwhelmingly positive by the consumers, and every little bit helps. Because there's so many flights, it pays for bringing this industry initially to a larger scale. So we should also not make it overly complex and just start doing it at a large scale all around the world and learn by doing.
It's interesting because, airlines are always saying, our margins are very small, it's a real big concern, and there are some very price-sensitive consumers out there. Sure. And if you look at, the long-term price forecasting, the feedstock question, availability, there are a lot of upward trajectories there. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays in.
Can I give you some statistics on that?
Go ahead.
Last year we did a quick study for an airline ticket from Mumbai to Delhi. Okay, and we assumed certain parameters, of course, and we said, okay, if we do 2% blending of the SAF into the aviation turbine fuel, you won't believe that the cost of the ticket because of that just increased by under 100 rupees. Yeah. So I'm just supporting what you just now mentioned. And if you look at different online ticket booking sites, they will charge you probably 150 to 200 rupees of convenience fees. Yeah. And people just pay for it. Yes. So it could be a myth that, it's going to be a huge cost burden on the end consumer when SAF comes in. And as we start blending more and more, the belief is that the economies of scale on the production side also will become better, and the cost of production will also come down.
Vijay, kind of, did you go back to the policy kind of point we were talking about? You know, how is that from your side? Because obviously, you know, you've got what's considered 2G ethanol, which is, you know, more expensive. Is that all going to head to Europe because of demand there, or is it a case of, as we say, economies of scale and it will be price competitive here? So how is that policy fragmentation, you know, playing out in the real world?
No, I thoroughly enjoyed what Mr. Morris said. You know, just the statement that, you know, even if we achieve that 1%, for us to double our industry, it's only a 2% impact. And to quadruple it, it's only a 4% impact. At the same time, what Mr. Ashish also mentioned is the cost impact, even if we consider today, so our estimation or back of envelope calculation against your 8 turbine fuel to your sustainable aviation fuel from alcohol to jet using ethanol is hardly 2x of what it is with 8 turbine fuel, right? This is our preliminary estimates. Now, on the same calculation, that is where we were super bullish, and we did the same back of the envelope calculation, and we get the price impact on a liter of fuel consumed or on the gross airline once it's filled is negligible. So, in terms of policy framing, I think I would require 3 support systems from the government or from the larger ecosystem. I'm speaking of our true perspective. It's just not on offtakes, on how the aircrafts are filled. It's not just on the premiums that the aircraft or the airline carriers would end up taking, or the consumers in the end, the flyers are end up going to pay. We also need to look at carbon trading, the carbon benefits trading, carbon certificates trading, book and claim. There are a lot of industries. For example, let's say the data centers, if they're consuming conventional fuel or conventional energy, they would require to offset their carbon emissions. They could fund the premiums that are there on the aviation industry. More so, let's say the technology companies, let's say the AI companies, let's say just to take a name of a company, let's say the Microsofts and the big companies that are there, they have a lot of travel. These guys usually are the frequent flyers, and they have a lot of energy consumption. And because they consume a lot of energy in back office equipment, they don't have a lot of opportunities to actually reduce their carbon emissions. Here we have an opportunity. So that is another big opportunity for book and claim. Recently, India and Japan collaborated on a JCM methodology, the Joint Carbon Mechanism, wherein countries that have smaller land mass or that have lesser raw materials available could try and build on the larger spaces like India or Brazil or the United States, for example, who have enough feedstock. They could try and pitch in for the premiums, and they can, if they're unable to produce SAF or take the SAF there, they could always have this book and claim sort of a mechanism. So I think these 3 are very important, which are probably very solvable. And I am very optimistic that, at least in India, the policymakers are looking at this on a holistic level.
So you think there'll be moved towards a kind of India book and claim rather than a kind of mass balanced system?
So the first step would be on a standardized carbon accounting. Right? So if we have the right method, a universally accepted methodology for actually counting the carbon emissions, and it's acceptable to everyone. Now there are companies like RSP, ISSCT. These are the globally approved, or rather, accepted certification bodies. If we have them actually do the counting of the carbon emissions or the carbon savings, and if they come out with an exchange program wherein anybody globally can come and buy the carbon and offset the cost that the airline carriers or let's say the frequent flyers could actually bear, I think it is solving 2 problems. It is solving the problem for the other industry for them to actually decarbonize. It is actually also solving the problem for the SAF industry, wherein initially only, and I'm very confident on this, the premiums that we end up paying is definitely going to be for the initial phase. If we were to compare this with the wind and solar energy, just India perspective, just about 15 years ago, we paid almost 15 rupees, almost 20 rupees a unit of power, which was sourced from renewable energy. That 20 rupees has today become 2.5 rupees. That's the beauty of renewables. And I think that's exactly what we could replicate in the aviation, or rather the biofuel sphere by large.
So we should have this panel in 10 years and see if we're talking about SAF at twice or 3 times the cost.
So I just hope I have 10 plants by that time.
Yeah. Okay, and Savan, we never really got to your kind of views on policy, and you kind of mentioned it a couple of times that fragmentation was causing issues from your side. Did you want to kind of expand, and give your thoughts on how that is creating an obstacle to the industry?
Yeah, I think it's what was said before, is that SAF is a very different market than what we have seen in the traditional, I would say, oil and gas or chemical market. Overall, it's very fragmented, and it has a lot of geographical specificities. And I think, echoing what Moritz said earlier, at the end we have to remember that SAF is a lever for decarbonisation, industrialization, and energy sovereignty. So it's important as well to give the freedom to see what is the best technology for the said market to take off. And I'm not sure that all the policies are actually giving the freedom to developers or to technology providers, as we are on this panel, to come up with what is best for the country or for the industry, for the airline industry, to ultimately lower the price, as you said. The cost of electricity in some areas is much more expensive than in others. So why do we want to push for power to X, while in others it makes a lot of sense and it's actually not part of the policies? So it's something that we should all work on, and as well, that's why it's important as well to explore all the technologies, so that ultimately we can make the best choices for a geography. So as we said earlier, India has abundant ethanol, so alcohol to jet is probably the best technology there. So I think if we have a mandate of SAF that is a bit holistic, then it helps, because then we can push what is best for India. And as you said earlier, the cost of electricity in India and renewable is going down and down and down. So eventually, power to SAF or eSAF could be a solution for India. But I'm not sure it's by imposing today a mandate on eSAF that you will reach that. So I think it has to be a collaborative approach between technology providers, developers, fuel providers, and airlines, to see what is best for the country and for the ecosystem we are all operating in, which is adding the complexity, as we said, of the fragmented market. But we won't escape from it. And if we want to escape from it, I think we will fail.
So we've mentioned the aviation industry. We don't have any airlines, obviously, on this panel. And we've talked about the business consumer and the voluntary demand. But is there more, or perhaps a more collaborative approach that the aviation industry as a whole could be doing to help us along this decarbonisation path?
Oh yeah, certainly. Finally, they are the end consumers, right? So they have to be a very, very important part of the entire supply chain. And maybe it gives us good insights by looking at other such biofuels, or why even biofuels. You look at any other industries where the new introduction of technologies have become successful and have scaled up. And one of the things that comes to my mind is that if there is a medium to long-term offtake agreement that gets signed by the end consumers, and in this case it is the airlines, if they want to have a sustained supply, assured supply of the right quality of SAF that they can guarantee is coming from the right sources, it's going to be important for them to then come to people like Vijay's company and have long-term, contract agreements. It does two things. It takes away the variability in the whole ecosystem. And as everybody knows, in any system, if there is variability, there is fear therefore, there are sentiments, and those sentiments are then linked to the pricing changes that happen. So if we can smoothen this entire, sort of ecosystem, one such thing which is important for us to tie in airlines and therefore the end consumers will be to have these long-term contracts. And I think those can happen only when, as we talked about, the policies and some of the regulation that comes into play.
Yeah, the risk management side of what we're looking at.
That's right.
Did you want to add something?
No, I fully agree. I fully agree. And what I would like to say is, you need to bring them into the pact, and that's what's happening. And I think actually that there is quite a lot of airline companies that are really already having take or pay contracts, or at least take off contracts. And I think it's crucial, because otherwise you are remaining in this catch-22, this chicken and egg story, where they have mandates to fulfill but can't get the molecules. So that is then the fear of losing out. It's maybe becoming a board discussion on your license to operate and what have you. They can't get the molecules. But on the other hand, the project developers or anyone who wants to produce and scale this says, yeah, but my first, a pilot plant, 10, 20, 30, 100 million I can do, but these big plants are $1 billion plus. I can't do it. It's not bankable. I have no offtake at the right price, and in particular also certainly it's not for 1 or 2 years. It's 10 years plus contracts that I need to make sure that I can earn my money back, and that's why you need to bring those two together, and that's what's happening. And I think that is really an absolute necessity, because together we can scale this industry. I think actually rather rapidly. And again, okay, initially it might be a little bit more expensive, but it's for a few % of the market. Let's embark on that journey as soon as possible together, all, pay a little bit extra or whatever it is, a little bit depressed margins at the onset, start to experiment with how this scales this industry, and then over time, we just have the best solutions and at scale, whether it's from a carbon intensity point of view or cost, and usually both. So I think it is so crucial to work together.
Okay. So we have just under 10 minutes left. So I'm going to try and bring our little discussion to a kind of slight conclusion. So we've discussed feedstock, policy, fragmentation, we've got the whole spectrum. But what I'm going to ask my panelists here is to try and pick one. We're talking about scaling SAF. So when talking about that, what do they view as the main blocker? If they had to pick the top issue that they think is restricting that SAF growth potential, what would it be? And I'm afraid, Sylvain, I'm going to start at the opposite end. So I'm going to ask you to go first.
I think it's at the same time a blocker, but it's a solution, is to have true partnerships. And so that we need to be all open-minded to be able to partner with a feedstock provider, a technology provider, an airline or equivalent, all together to take this industry to take off. And this is unusual. It's unusual for the airlines, it's unusual for the feedstock provider, and it's unusual for a technology or EPC company. So but it can be done. And what we see is that the best projects, the projects that are taking off, are the ones made of strong partnership, and it's the only way that we will succeed. So I'm convinced that we will win the affordability battle on SAF through partnership, and tomorrow it will be the solution.
Okay, thank you. Vijay.
So I completely agree to what Sylvain says. It's difficult to pick one, what we actually need in the space for this to be a big success. But if I were to sum it up, we need a holistic roadmap to achieving our targets. Now, a lot of the countries, a lot of companies like us, we've all taken these mandates, or we have a target that, let's say, Corsia gave a declaration that by 2027, I need to have all the developed countries to consume 1% of SAF, including India, 2% by 28 and 5% by 2030. We're already in 2026 now, and we're stepping into the second month of the year. We don't have a roadmap just yet. So the next year is my targets to start blending, and I don't have a roadmap just yet. So one interesting thing that I have is, I mean, what actually motivates me is, whenever you try booking your airline tickets on any of the websites, you actually see the level of carbon each seat is carrying, the emissions that each seat is actually creating. So if you book a first class, you have this. If you book a business, you have X. A premium, you have Y. And if you book a economy, you have Z. So that actually is, I mean, there is a sublime awareness of how much of our travel is actually harming the ecosystem. That would actually, like how Mr. Morris said, KLM has a mandate already, and they said, this is what we are offering, you'll have to accept it. That is the way forward, is what I would believe. So we really have to come together and say, no, this is the way forward. And if we are all putting all our eggs in the same direction, we will make it work, and make it work in a better way. So I think roadmap to actually achieving this is what is required.
And do you see that from an airline ticket, or do you see more kind of the Singapore model where you've got, here's a levy, everyone pays, that's it?
No, I think either or, both could work. In the end, it is, let's say, the ethanol story in India. Government came around and said, if you don't blend 20% of ethanol with petrol, you are going to pay a premium of 2 rupees a liter. And the country said, I'm not going to pay that 2 rupee, I'm going to blend ethanol with it. Thanks to that, there is about 15 odd crore farmers, that's almost about 150 million farmers in India that are getting almost twice the revenue that they were getting a few years ago. It's not just the decarbonizing element, it's also the number of socialist achievements that this whole sector is creating, because every molecule is actually feeding thousands of people in the pyramid. So I think it's going to be the governments or the companies voluntarily, like how KLM has done, come out and say, this is the way forward for me, and you will have to realign or calibrate to this approach. I think that's very, very important.
Okay. Maritz, your top roadblocker?
Yeah, I'm completely with Sylvain here, as you also will have heard from my earlier answer about this partnership. I want to extend it a little bit now beyond partnerships of industrial players. We need to think a little bit ahead as well, and that means bring the regulators in, bring authorities in, because if we talk about power to X, right, a green hydrogen production, which will boost SAF production, for example, from biomass, you need a lot of renewable power. Yeah, you need to transport that power. If then a permit to extend the grid takes 10 years, you lose a lot of valuable time. So make sure that we connect early with the infrastructure companies, and also the infrastructure companies from there is an infrastructure for blending, and there are pipelines to airports. So ideally you build your SAF plants, and we see many of our customers and project developers doing it close to where the blending and the refueling happens. If then in that area, again, a permit takes a very long time to be allowed to build your plant or to connect to such an infrastructure, we again are missing the point. So it's partnerships along the supply chain, industrial players, but let's also work with all the others around us. It will just greatly accelerate.
Yeah, reminds me of a story I heard about an Australian airport that they forgot to put the pipeline in. They built the airport and they suddenly realized that they might need fuel for the airport. So let's keep that collaborative nature. Ashish, your top roadblocker.
Yeah, on this one, I think I would go with a little bit of a stick approach, which is absolute blending mandate with consequences. Because nothing will bring the movement than this particular action. And we've seen this happen in India here some years ago when India moved from, we have a BS standard, Bharat stage, it's like European EU6 standard. And we moved from earlier standard with 2 jumps straight to BS6. And it just happened because there was a mandate that diesel has to be with such and such specification, gasoline has to be with such and such specification. So it really works. Yeah, you have a date which is declared. I think that's what was being called as roadmap by Vijay. And if we have that clearly, then all these partnerships and the alignment with the supply chain will start to form because everybody will be in a hurry. So I would pick that approach.
So a stick, but also a long-term view, and so you kind of know where you're going with it as well.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. I think we're going to end there, and I think, as we've heard, there's a lot of challenge, but there's a lot of opportunity within this space, and collaboration across the supply chain seems to be kind of the unifying factor, and that we need to really work together to be able to decarbonize this challenging industry. So I'd like me to thank Ashish, Marit, Vijay, and Sylvain for your expertise for a very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There are hardly, sorry.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. The topic of the conversation today is scaling green ammonia, value chains, and synergizing its role in the hydrogen ecosystem. I'll do a quick introduction on the context, and then we can have our panel introductions as well. Green hydrogen typically gets the limelight, but green ammonia is actually a logistical vector for enabling the transition. If hydrogen is the molecule of the future, green ammonia is essentially a logistical ecosystem on which the entire matter is being built as we stand today. The question, at least if I look at it from an India point of view, is not that India is going to produce green hydrogen at a cost that is sustainable or not. It's more about, can we build the right ecosystem which can enable the transition, both on the policy side, technology side, the cost side, coming all of it together. In this context, we have a very illustrious panel today. We have Mr. Gautam Reddy, who's the CEO for AM Green, one of the leading players in this space in India. Mr. Abhay Bakre, who's the mission director for India Green Hydrogen Mission. Mr. Gary Goodwin, who's the VP Sustainable Tech and Global Lead for KBR. Mr. R.K. Malhotra, who's the President for Hydrogen Association in India. And Mr. Han Penestra, who's a Senior Policy Advisor with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy, Kingdom of Netherlands. Thank you all for joining. I'll start with you, Mr. Reddy. As you look at this space, what is that? I mean, we have done well, and we have seen Greenco doing really well. We see a lot of news articles happening. What do you see Indian ammonia space evolving? Is it going to be more towards export over the next 3 to 5 years, or you also see a domestic market developing, at least from your lens as you are building these projects?
I mean, for us as a company, personally speaking, we are very focused on the export market, because what we are building is to a very high standard, which is the European RFNBO standard, right? Again, as best as the world tried, I guess there are different standards for green hydrogen and green ammonia evolving all across, so there will be different products available for the world, right? But that's what we are doing. But from a demand perspective, I think there'll be both happening. Right? There will be both happening. There will be some demand from. So for India, replacing ammonia in the domestic sector is a very obvious thing to do. I think the government has taken a brilliant step. I'll thank Bakre sir and the whole hydrogen mission for pushing this through. We shouldn't ideally be importing any ammonia in 5 years from now. So hopefully we'll get there. So that market will come. But I would still like to believe the larger market will come from the export volumes mandated by regulations and decarbonization efforts that are happening globally, mainly in Far East Asia and Europe.
Got it. Thank you. Bakreji, I think just an introductions from your side on the mission. We all know about the hydrogen mission. What are the new developments that you see in this mission going over the next 6 months, let's say, which are going to impact over the next decade for India? Why don't you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you. So, as part of the mission, as all of us know, that the 5 million ton is the target which we are keeping for 2030 to establish that much capacity, and half of that at least we expect that it will be used for the export purpose. So, having seen the success of price discovery for the fertilizer sector, for the refinery sector, where we can find out that giving a substantial demand in terms of, or sometimes even aggregating the demand, is able to give a lot of confidence, lot of kickstart for the big projects to come to up to the FID, and also give a competitive price. Now this price is very important in terms of a fixed tenure, say for 10 years, 15 years, 25 years. That's what we have seen from fertilizer to refinery sector. So if we compare this competitive price down the line, as you mentioned, about 5 years, 10 years, with its gray counterpart or the gray ammonia or gray hydrogen. So it's quite matching, or maybe by 2035, most of this commodity will be at par, or sometimes the green derivative will be competitive, more competitive or cheaper in terms of. So seeing that, we are trying to identify in next 6 to 8 months or say 12 months, how to actually reap those sectors where today there is a potential to adopt, consume the green derivative, whether it's a direct green hydrogen or green methanol or green ammonia, and find out a demand which is going to be there for 8 years, 10 years, 15 years, and offer a competitive. Now that will open up a more number of industries. It will give a lot of lessons for the upcoming investors, the developers. More developers will come, more sectors will open. So I think that the 26 we are, as always mentioned, so the year from 25, 26, 27, these 3 years are very important for the ecosystem to actually as a launch pad. So year 26 in the mission we are focusing on how to come out with new sectors, potential sectors, and how to come out with the business models. And in that process, we are already coming out with some of the new schemes, which includes use of now green methanol for shipping sector. So I think these are our priorities for the 2026.
Got it. No, agree with that, sir. And Mr. Malhotra, if I come to you next, we've looked at from, let's say, a player point of view and a developer point of view. What challenges are you seeing from an association lens that hydrogen and ammonia needs to overcome over the next few years for it to become really sustainable and at scale in India?
So for green ammonia, you need green hydrogen. And for green hydrogen, you need electrolyzers. And electrolyzers are not being produced right now. Some manufacturers have been given, offered. They have participated in the bids where some incentives have been under PLI scheme have been offered. But we need to ramp up those capacities and ensure that the electrolyzers are available at a competitive price in India. That is one. So that we also renewable energy is you need for electrolyzers also, this integration and those kind of things. The cost has to come down, and this renewable energy cost, green hydrogen cost will be the most important factor which will drive the green ammonia cost also. Fortunately, India has seen very low prices in some of the bids which have been received by SECI. As Mr. Bakre also mentioned that internationally the green ammonia price has been around $900 to $1,100 per ton, but India we found it's around 551, if I'm correctly, 550 or so. So that's really 60% at least lower than the global prices. So that's a positive sign that India perhaps could be, but how realistic these prices are, we'll come to know once these are actually put in place. Then supply chain issues are there, storage, transportation, port infrastructure. Mr. Reddy wants to export in a big way, then he will need port infrastructure, which is coming up. Maybe it will take time. Then scaling challenges, technology challenges. These are some, and synthesis of ammonia is also energy intensive. So if you produce ammonia, green ammonia, and then the country which is exporting, or if you whatever you want to use it, if you crack it again, then it becomes energy intensive. You lose a lot of energy in the whole process. Safety, environmental concerns, these are other issues which will have to be addressed by the industry. And then market and financial risks. Where do you find the market? You mentioned about domestic market. Mr. Reddy also mentioned that he wants to. Mr. Bakre said that we will develop new sectors also. Now this carbon credit trading scheme perhaps will open up opportunities for decarbonization of some of these sectors. You can use it in fertilizer sector is very important for India, where a lot of opportunities there for using it domestically. And once you start using it domestically, where at a lower price of ammonia, then the import prices will also come down. So that may be an indirect benefit to the exchequer, that the foreign
players who are supplying ammonia at present, they may be forced to reduce the price, seeing that Indian green ammonia prices are being offered at a lower rate, so that could be an opportunity. So these are some of the things.
Got it.
Then carbon credits scheme which is being put in place, Mr. Bakre was driving that in BE. So those credits, if available, will further reduce the costs, etc.
Got it.
So these are some of the
Thank you.
challenges and opportunities
Yeah,
also
no,
for
absolutely.
India.
They always go together.
Yeah,
so absolutely. So Gary, let me just, we talked about the domestic lens of the things. Let's look at global lens here. You being one of the leading technology providers in this space, where do you see the challenges? Because you're serving a lot of your clients who are then in end producing either hydrogen or ammonia. Where do you see the challenges? Is it more to do with just the technology side? Is the technology ready? Or is it more towards the offtake and the demand side?
Yeah,
Why don't you talk about
thank you, Sanjit. I guess ammonia has probably for the last 100 years been a nitrogen vector, and we are now transitioning that ammonia will also be a hydrogen vector. KBR has been licensing ammonia technology for over 80 years. It originated from electrolysis. That's how ammonia started to be generated, through electrolysis of water. We transitioned, because of the natural gas era into to SMRs to generate the hydrogen, and now we're actually coming full circle back to electrolysis again, which is fascinating as a concept just to start with. I guess in the last probably 4 to 5 years, we've been developing our green ammonia technology. Probably the flexibility in operation control has probably been the largest challenge that we've had to overcome. A lot of clients are looking for turn down levels of down to 10%, and then they want to move from 10% to 100% in a matter of hours. So I would say turn down was probably the largest technical challenge that we had to overcome. That enormous level of flexibility that's required from green ammonia relative to, say, grey or blue ammonia. So that's been a challenge. But I think from an industry global perspective, although we've licensed probably 18 green ammonia units around the world now, those projects have not moved ahead because of the supply chain. Effectively, the biggest restriction at this moment in time is offtake agreements and actually selling the product. The technology is there. We've licensed green ammonia plants anywhere from 4 tons per day to 2,200 tons per day, and we can go to 6,000 tons per day in a single train. So the technology, I think, although we obviously need to continue to enhance the cash cost of production, that's inevitable, but the technology is there, the technology is ready. The biggest challenge is getting the supply chain together, and maybe a little bit later I can talk about some examples of that supply chain and where we see the markets on a more global basis.
Sure. Let's talk about the offtake a little bit, and then we have representatives. Jan, why don't you talk about a little bit, how does European market look at, let's say, an Indian project? What's the view? Because at the end of it, a lot of MOUs go through, but not many of them actually convert into an investable, like a contract. So why don't you just give the view that you have?
It's a good question also because it triggers other questions, because you mentioned like the European view. But as some of you will know, I mean, each European country will have its own driver to start with a hydrogen strategy. When we launched our hydrogen strategy 5 years ago, it was basically to start our ecosystem because to integrate hydrogen as an energy carrier, because we are facing a huge expansion of offshore wind, and we need an extra carrier to integrate that offshore energy into our system. So that was the reason why we started this hydrogen strategy. Of course, hydrogen plays a much bigger role, of course, in decarbonizing our transport sector, our industry. But I think it's very good that, like for example, the Netherlands, we started to building our own ecosystem. So that means Some of the biggest electrolyzers being built in Europe are in the port of Rotterdam. The Dutch government decided to start establishing hydrogen infrastructure ahead of the market. Please, very fundamental decision, because we knew we need to carry this renewable energy through our system. And in Germany, it's pretty much the same perspective, but of course for other European countries, they have different reasons to start with hydrogen. And now you come to the question of offtake. Of course, this is about the countries that want to import hydrogen. Of course, for the Netherlands, being an open economy with a huge industry, for us it was clear from the start that hydrogen needs to be part of an international market. So you also see now in our policies that we're shifting from infrastructure, facilitating supply to demand creation. So, for example, we have implemented the binding obligation for the industry, going up to 10% in 2035. We have obligation mandates for hydrogen in mobility, transport sector. We're using this doing this through refineries. Actually, we are about to launch also to assist companies with, where to get the supply for. If you are facing this obligation, demand subsidies, almost up to 700 million. So from our side, we are doing our best to shift from, this domestic supply, what you need to build up this ecosystem, and to go to, open market. And for these demand subsidies, for example, these are open also for import. It could be coming from everywhere, and actually we expect that India will be one of the suppliers for that. So we see there is a shift in the way policies are being shaped in Europe. Of course, in countries like the Netherlands and Germany, again, for other European countries it can be different. And this is also the reason, because then, of course, energy policy in the Netherlands is pretty much also decided on in Brussels. You have European framework. So you can imagine that if you have all these countries with different views on hydrogen having to agree on one framework, for example, on renewable energy, including hydrogen, then you get different interests, different. Of course, sometimes people are complaining about, how complicated the European frameworks are. But partly this is because of we have to, consider all those different interests. So what we see is, okay, we are going in the right direction. Countries like the Netherlands are really taking seriously having those mandates. Of course, we hope there will be global mandates. Of course, we also hope that for the next targets, the European Union will not have like country-specific mandates, but sector-wide, market-specific mandates that would really help, to get the scale of the market.
Got it. Well, thank you. And just a leading question from there for Bakreji. So we've seen a lot of the RFNBO regulations are what they are. India also has its own way of looking at this. Are there any plans to integrate the two? Are there any plans of looking at what, because these regulations also change. They're not only RFNBO, there's a Japan, there's a Korea, etc. Is there a ministerial plan of trying to integrate something, talking to the governments to do? That's one question, sir. And also to talk about, is there any export facilitation that the ministry is thinking of doing? Other countries have in some ways done it as well. If you can just talk about these 2 points.
So, as I mentioned, that our more than half of the target capacity, we need to focus on the exports. Now, since export is not only to a particular continent or particular country, we have to take the specific approach. If it is Japan, if it's Korea, if it's Singapore, and as the use of that hydrogen, either as a direct hydrogen or any derivative like green ammonia, so the purchaser in any case is purchasing as a replacement for a specific purpose, which is the decarbonization. So the bottom line is that how much carbon intensity hydrogen derivative is able to reduce it in a particular sector. It is a refinery. But in terms of the regulation, each country has its own method which is evolved for their certification, for their GHG intensity. Even though GHG intensity is a common denominator for the entire world, that's how we are talking about in terms of ISO 140 64 and 14067. But the question is that each country has its own way of doing. So when, as a export country from India or mission we fund, so we need to focus on that rather than working generally. To answer the second question, but yes, from mission side, from the government side, we are planning that whatever export kind of benefit is available, we have been giving benefits for exports like SEZ benefits, EOU benefits in terms of their cost competitiveness, because if it is an export-oriented product, we have to deal it separately. So that we are in a case doing. So that's the general policy for all kinds of export. But when it comes to the RFNB or any certification requirement, I think we have to meet to country or a continent to continent that requirement. But as far as the mission is concerned, we are trying to focus on a case-to-case basis or that.
Got it. Thank you. And Gautam, you have, Greenco has, in essence, tried to solve the RFNB. We've also gone into some binding agreements. Is PSP the only route, or you see other routes as well which are leading up to meeting the RFNBO compliances?
No, I'm sure there are many technical architectures. It's not, for us, obviously, because we're not building PSPs specifically to do hydrogen, right? It's a general, we've always believed that large-scale integration of renewables into the grid in India is only possible through a large-scale storage system. That was the vision behind which we built our pump storages. Of course, it's come in very useful and handy as the hydrogen ecosystem grew up in the world.
Absolutely.
It was, like they say, fortune favors the brave. We built the PSP, so somehow it's come to our help. So no, but there are other architectures, right? You can store hydrogen, you can store power in batteries. There are multiple ways of doing it. So there is no one single solution, I would say. There are multiple ways of going around it. But, again, like I say, there are, the whole RFNBO architecture is not just about storage and that temporal matching that they say every hour, power generation to power consumption, right? Even yesterday, I was in the Netherlands congregation, the dinner there, we were discussing with the Vice Minister. There are other aspects of which will be a challenge to all developers in India, especially the bidding geozones, right? I mean,
the geographical.
Geographical, right? So we can solve it to an extent by being in the same zone for renewables, but at some point, we would want India's best renewables, which is maybe somewhere Rajasthan or from a solar perspective, or Gujarat with wind, to come down to the ports where green ammonia for export has to be located. So that's a problem that we need to solve, because the way RFNBO is structured today, that is not getting solved for a reason which is generally believed to be a very pedantic, bookish kind of a reason, right? We have a 99.8% decongested grid, but just because the regulation asks for 100%, a very valid reason from where it's coming in Europe, right? I'm not debating that at all. But these are conversations going on. The RFNBO law actually allows for modifications to be made for producing countries based on the situation there. And this discussion, I think MNR is doing a great job helping bridge the minds here and bridge the situations here. So I'm hoping that there will be some useful outcomes from there. However, at the same time, without diluting the actual intent of CO2 reduction, which I think I'll doff my hat to Europe. We all complain that they are, we wish this or that, but at the end of the day, you have to say Europe is doing it. No, even in India, we are not able to do obligations that Europe is doing it. And they are doing it in a manner where you will achieve true decarbonization, right? You don't want a matched up solution where you are actually doing more carbon emissions through, to do peak power and stuff like that. To do balancing power using coal or gas is not the most efficient one. So I would still like to appreciate the kind of idealism that exists in Europe to actually do this and also do it the right way.
Got it, got it. And just leading again to Gary, we'll talk about the supply chain definitely. But before we do that, a question around, let's say if we don't have an RTC power, we don't have storages linked to it. Traditionally, ammonia plants have always required 100% power throughout the day, throughout all time slots. From a technological lens, have we solved that barrier already? Because ammonia is mature, as you just mentioned as well. But green ammonia technology itself, if you can just talk about that, and then maybe the supply chain challenges would be really good to hear.
I think really like, so yes, it is solved. Technically, it's solved. I think every facility has its own solution. That solution can be batteries, it can be hydrogen, it can be turn down of the process units. That turn down is not a great example because obviously you've got an asset that maybe for 50% of the time is only running at a fraction of its capacity. So cash cost of production goes up. But I think so to answer your question, yes, there are solutions. At the moment, globally, clients are asking for a lot of turn down flexibility and ramp up flexibility in very short periods of time to allow that asset to move up and down. So yes, that solution as far as we as engineers, as technology providers, is solved. Is it over a period of time going to need to be further optimized and cost of production reduced? Yes, it will be. But this is a nascent part of our industry, and it needs to take time. Like, as we discussed earlier, LNG took time to develop, as did the oil industry take time to develop. I think for me, we talk about energy transition, and it is a transition. So I don't believe we can be talking binary. It has to be a transition. So I think that the way that we regard green ammonia, the way that we define green ammonia in these early nascent times of getting projects underway, scaling up is really important. So, we talked about projects that we're doing in Korea, where Korea is going to be effectively cracking that ammonia back to hydrogen and then firing that in hydrogen power stations. The Japanese, the big, maybe it's not, the big carbon reduction drive needs to be to stop burning coal. The world has to stop burning coal at some stage in the next period of time. And the Japanese are still a large coal burning producer. So they're going to be looking at firing green ammonia and replacing coal with green ammonia, maybe 10%, maybe 20%. So it's about an energy transition. In Europe, we're going to be bringing green ammonia in to cracking facilities and putting that directly into existing hydrogen networks and facilities that already exist, and infrastructure then can be developed and expanded from them. So there's no one solution. Technically, green ammonia can be produced. It can be produced at significant world scale.
Got it.
And the applications are very much regional and client dependent.
Yes. You want to talk about the supply chain side of it? Are there any specific challenges that you would want to talk about?
No, not really. The world has been shipping ammonia around the world for at least 60, 80 years.
Absolutely.
The supply chain exists. The logistics exist. That is there. It clearly needs to be developed. If ammonia becomes an energy source, then versus a fertilizer source, then scale just magnifies. So, but the actual logistics of storing, shipping, exporting, distributing ammonia already exists. We just need to then scale. So it's a product that we as human beings have been used to handling for a century.
Got it. And Dr. Malhotra, if I want to talk about um, from an India lens, we've been doing a lot of pilot projects. There have been some good, like viable big projects that have come up. Some hubs are coming up. Uh, how do we how do we avoid this entire thing not remaining at the pilot stage? How do we scale up our domestic demand from an industry lens? If you can talk about that, would be really good.
You want to talk about green ammonia alone, or we can talk
Hydrogen,
about
ammonia, sir,
hydrogen
everything,
also?
everything. You can talk about
Yeah.
both.
You know, the Indian pricing for green ammonia, which has been quoted in SECI tenders, if you back calculate the cost of hydrogen, it should be around 300 rupees a kg. Now, if 300 rupees kg of hydrogen can be produced, I would wonder that why people should be converting it to green ammonia and trying to find buyers anywhere. You can straight away, there will be a market for 300 rupees a kg of green hydrogen in a big way. Hydrogen refineries, about 220 to 25, are already doing it. Uh, we can always use it for decarbonization of steel, cement sector. There will be some of the exporters from steel plants. They will have to, even ammonia can be used as a fuel over there in various sectors. If they have to export under CBAM regulations, etc., there may be some. I have not seen the, mother of all agreements, which has been
None
talked
of us
about
have,
since
sir.
day before yesterday. I have not got the time to see that. But if some CBAM relaxations, I don't know whether we have got. If those are enforced, at some point of time they will be. So various sectors will require. Hydrogen will be an enabler for decarbonization for various sectors of economy. Uh, Mobility, steel, shipping. If certain mandates are there that they have to go to some extent for decarbonization, certain percentages have to be used. Refining, today voluntarily public sector refineries at least have started using, some extent they will start using green hydrogen. They have gone for tenders. Tomorrow, if there is a mandate that 10% has to be, as Gary said, that let us do it in a certain way. If you say that 10% of fertilizers have to be based on green ammonia in the domestic market also, there will be huge demand. And this, as I said earlier also, the import price of ammonia, once they will start finding that India is using green ammonia at a lower rate, the import prices will also come down. The exporters producing in other countries will see that, oh, India is, they will ramp up from 10 to 20 or maybe 30 in due course of time and further reduce the cost. So this will be an indirect way of pushing the costs further down. That's one way. And second, you will be able to create a big market. I fully agree with Gary that it has to be done in a staged manner, so that let us not think that, okay, 10% we are using, rest 90%, let it be grey. How does it matter? You are slowly ramping in, decarbonizing to 10% extent, then 20%, next stage 30%, so on and so forth, like SAF regulations. So I think similar way has to be done.
Got it.
And that will be a big, demand can be created in my view.
Got it.
And the price of 300 rupees a kg of hydrogen, if it is realistic, and if it can be done. Once we see that happening, transport sector, I was talking to one of the Ashok Leland guy here in Seat day before yesterday, who was a good friend of mine. He was mentioning that the 5 times, the diesel truck gives mileage of 4 kilometers a liter of diesel, and hydrogen IC engine gives about 15 kilometers a kg of hydrogen. So 3 times in any case you get. So if diesel is priced around 100 and hydrogen in green can be provided at 300 rupees a kg, there is a market today.
No, absolutely. I think the
Only you need
viability
is
of
infrastructure.
I would just say you need infrastructure, you need viability.
So that is what I feel, that infrastructure be created with grey, blue, whatever it is.
Got it.
So that once the green hydrogen costs come down further, we are ready with the infrastructure.
Got it. And I'll just, in the interest of time, just move on to Han. Let's look at over the next 10 years. And because we're talking, these are large capex projects, they take time to come. Do you see the India EU green corridor, the green ammonia corridors, for example, will become the next LNG corridors of the energy transition?
Yes, I'm very positive about this. Also, based on the discussions we had in this week, we also spoke to Mr. Reddy, and we have a very positive view on what's happening in India and what that can mean, for the energy supply of the world. And I think you're mentioning the coming 10 years. I think we have to be aware that the current situation in the world is adding a new layer to the importance of hydrogen. Or I mentioned in our case, you need hydrogen to integrate renewable energy in your system. Of course, you need it to decarbonize your industry. But of course, hydrogen is also needed to combine energy transition with energy security. Mm-hmm. And I think both India and the EU, in particular countries like the Netherlands, Germany, relying on imports of fossil fuels, you want to reduce your dependence on that, and investing in supply chains for renewable energy through ammonia, hydrogen, will help to do that. And I think it would be a very nice outcome if of the EU-India trade deal, if this topic, would be really used to make this trade deal concrete, and that we can really work on this corridor, which also should be a shipping corridor, because of course it would be a waste if we only would use the existing ships to ship all that clean stuff to Europe. But of course it would be very nice if we can use this momentum to also green the shipping fuels and the ships itself. And of course India has huge potential for this. For example, I know that there is a ship being built in India that will transport liquid hydrogen from the port of Rotterdam to the port of Oslo. So there's a nice combination of energy security, technology, the need for diversification, the very important need for energy security that will drive, this relationship between the EU and
Got
India.
it, got it. And in the interest of time, just one quick question from you. Any one thing that you would want all Indian players or from a regulator in India for you to sign, let's say, a 15-year contract? Because all of us are, at least from an Indian project lens, a longer offtake makes the project more viable. Anything that you can talk about it? Very quickly, please, we just have a minute.
Well, what I see is I'm quite positive on the development of the market. And of course, we know that we need these long-term commitments, but I think we also have to be realistic in these times. I mean, and this is, for example, being reflected in how H2 Global, you try to, of course, you want 15 years, but 10 years is already, as a commitment. I think this is how it is at this moment. But I think what will really help is people become aware of what the prices of ammonia and hydrogen can be coming from India. They will have a different view on hydrogen. We need to change the narrative of hydrogen, knowing what can be done in, for example, India. I think this is really crucial at this stage, because we see things actually happening in Europe, really, projects coming off the ground, infrastructures being ready, but the narrative doesn't really go with that. And I think once you've been here in India, okay, we can really go forward. We can make it happen. And then those long-term agreements will be the next step.
Got it. And the last question for you, Gautam. If you have to ask one thing, we have the government representatives here. Any one thing that you can ask which can make the viability of your and the industry better?
No, I think this is just not for the Indian government, but globally, for all the political decision makers, just a fact, out of around 95 million tons of hydrogen that gets consumed today, 55 million goes into refineries.
Yeah.
Having worked in this industry for 5 years now, it's just not able to understand why they are not able to make a decision to move all refinery hydrogen to green, because the cost to the end consumer there is hardly 1 to 2%, which I think anyone can afford, right? And that's the lowest hanging fruit, and I would like to see that coming to fruition sometime soon. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks, panel. I think we're out of time. I'll just summarize in a line. I think green ammonia is not the only vector, but it's one of the most important energy vectors as we see. Methanol and liquid hydrogen, and a lot of these will also come in, but ammonia is here and now. We do see, at least from an India lens, a lot of off-take opportunities as well coming in out of EU, and thereby also add value both on the ecosystem side as well as on the off-taker side. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all. I am Vikas Gaba. I lead power and utilities for KPMG in India, and it is my pleasure to welcome you all at this panel on unlocking a new nuclear age through small module reactors, pivoting the nuclear-led energy diversification and transition strategies. So I'm delighted to welcome all the panelists. We have Rajiv Agarwal, Director, Technical Engineers India Limited, who leads the technical directorate and R&D efforts at EIL, which brings multiple cross-sectoral experience in this space. Dr. Kali Rajan S., Managing Director, EDF Nuclear Projects India, brings over 3 decades of experience on these matters. Ted Jones, Senior Director, Nuclear Energy Institute, and while we were chatting, he did mention that his move into nuclear also happened due to visits in India, and he was actively involved in US-India civil nuclear collaboration. So welcome. Kamlesh Nathani, he heads the technical and engineering part of nuclear energy business at Adani. And Dr. Alok Mishra, Country Director, India at Westinghouse. A very warm welcome to all of you and to all the delegates. Now, I'll go straight into the panel context. Now, what we are seeing is a global energy system right now is at an inflection point. When we see energy systems worldwide, we are seeing a big structural transformation on electrification, on digitization, and accelerating demand for clean, firm, and affordable power. Now, while renewables continue to scale, the need for managing intermittency as well as ensuring round-the-clock reliability becomes very important. And this increasingly will become important as we see AI data centers, industrial electrification reshaping the base load requirements. So against this backdrop, nuclear energy, earlier perceived to be slow, capital intensive, somewhat unsafe as well, there were concerns around safety as well, has re-emerged as a strong option now because and renewed interest. So as part of, we did a short survey of practitioners, US IBC and KPMG together, and about, these were in people who know about the sector, have been working in the sector. Nuclear licensing and modernized regulation came as a first point that it is very important how we look at this and how we solve this. And I know there's always debate versus large versus small, but I think both are complementary, have specific use cases. We will not delve into the large ones right now. The focus for this session will be on SMRs. And SMRs indeed are assuming a central place in the regeneration that we have seen with respect to nuclear because of modularity, smaller footprint, scalability, passive safety, load following characteristics, especially what India needs, and versatile applications beyond grid power, high temperature, process heat, clean hydrogen, district heating, and so on and so forth. And we'll go into deep dive into some of these as we move on. Now, last point before I open up to the panel, I think this time the changes that are happening, it's very important that it is what we see, the Shanti Act as well as changes that are happening is based on the needs that India is expressing right now. The need for repurposing and moving towards cleaner energy options, need towards meeting the industrial and changing load profile requirements, and also manufacturing, the ability to manufacture and get into nuclear supply chain through partnerships, collaborations, and so on and so forth. But there will be a lot to discuss, lot to solve around policy and regulation, institutional readiness, supply chain and workforce, finance and commercial models, how do we unleash that, what kind of arrangements will work, technology and engineering. So I think to my mind, how this takes shape, bringing all the global experience next 24 to 36 months are very, very important in this respect. So with this, we will be deep diving into some of these aspects as we move across the panel. And I want to bring Mr. Agarwal first. I think the question to you is that you've seen cross-sectoral experience across various refining, petchem, clean energy, and so on. How do you see this recent changes that have happened in the last few months, particularly SMR, reshaping the energy narrative, the energy diversification agenda in India as well as from the global, and how does it fit our energy strategy as a whole? Mr. Agarwal.
Yeah, thank you, Vikas. I mean, as you rightly said, with the passage of the Shanti Bill, I think the nuclear energy has gained a lot of importance in the decarbonization of the entire industry. The decarbonization process has started maybe few years back in India with the commitment of India being net zero by 2070. So a lot of industries have made their plans that how to make themselves net zero. And we being a part of the Ministry of Petroleum, where a lot of refineries and petrochemicals is a business, and it is definitely has a very large carbon footprint. So, I mean, we've been working with the industry to make a net zero path forward for them. And as the electrification is definitely one of the ways which industry really wants to move. And when we talk of electrification, I mean, the current things that are that has been going on since is last for a decade, I would say, solar energy and to partly wind energy in the country. But with the passage of Shanti Bill, I think and especially the SMRs under development and maturing technology, it has really gained importance and will be, I think, a very good pathway for the industry to really decarbonize them. Because the industries that we deal with, especially the process industry, when you say a refinery or a petrochemical, it has to run on a 24 hours basis. If they want to run plants reliably, safely, I mean, you need to power them. But the problem of, I think, the renewables is the intermittency. And these other solutions that with these intermittency was that we have a kind of energy storage, whether it is a gravity storage or battery storage. It adds a lot of cost component to the power that is available to run these refineries if they have to reduce their carbon footprint. And I think this is where the role of the nuclear energy and in particular the SMRs will be there, that the industries, because these industries themselves use a very large power. Let us say a medium-sized refinery of 9 million, 10 million tons refinery will need about 200 megawatts of power. And let us say if it is integrated with the petrochemicals, it will require about 400 megawatts of power. So the SMRs can be a kind of a captive supply to them without actually depending on the grid, and a very reliable supply which the industry can run on 24-hour basis reliably, safely. So, I think with SMRs comes the basic advantage that which nuclear industry has faced, that it is a decade-long projects which takes a lot of time to implement. And while we can set up a refinery in 4 to 5 years or even less, I mean, if we integrate with a nuclear project, then it is a real problem. So, I mean, that is why the SMRs definitely will be a big way to go. And we now find that a lot of industry, especially from the steels, the metallurgy sector, is interested to go for this because they are also one of the major consumers of captive power. And that is how I see this integrating into the industry. I mean, and let us say the industry also requires not only power, it requires heat for distillation, fractionation. It requires steam to run some of the drives into the industry, or let us say for steam for reboilers in the distillation column. So the SMRs can also integrate into the process directly with this. So that is why I find that SMRs will be a good solution to fit into the large industries, a medium-sized refinery or a large refinery or a petrochemical plant, fertilizer or a medium sector, even the steel industry. It will be a good solution to offer so that low carbon energy is available in from electricity, power, steam or heat, and this will help the industry to really reduce its carbon footprint.
Thank you. I think 2-3 points that came up. One, specific use cases will come out as you mentioned. It could be captive, it could be linked to a specific industry. Sometimes SMRs, as I heard, can be co-terminus with the asset itself because the time frames can be aligned. This will come quickly.
I mean, that is one of the biggest advantage. I mean, then you can reliably, otherwise, let us say if some part of the component will come 10 years later, I mean, it doesn't really serve the purpose.
Absolutely.
And the industry doesn't have that kind of a patience. I mean, somebody will wait for 10 years to really realize it.
And the process in being ability to integrate with the process directly, whether
Yes,
it
I
is
mean,
heat,
that will be one of the,
electricity,
I
and
think
so
in
on.
my, because we have integrated a lot of, small components into big complexes. So, I mean, that is what I see is one of the great opportunity that this will offer.
Sure. Thanks. So, Ted, moving to you, just abstracting above, we've heard the why the need is emerging from the Indian system. Just as within the nuclear geopolitics, do SMR have the ability to realign the nuclear alliances that have been work in progress in certain cases, including the supply chains, the export control dynamics, balance of influence, that how can SMR break and accelerate that process from your standpoint, Ted?
That's a great question. Nuclear energy cooperation has always been a strategic proposition, and it was at the center of a U.S.-India strategic partnership 2 decades ago when I became involved with India for the first time. And it's long. It goes for decades, from the early works through operations. Involves a lot of conversations around sensitive technology, so it implies a lot of mutual trust and respect. With SMRs, the difference is it's even more shifted towards global supply chains. Think of SMRs as building airplanes, not airports. It's a repeatable activity. It's more modular. It's more exportable. So when an Indian company or an Indian PSU contemplates a partner, you need to think about what does that global partnership look like? What kind of reputation does the partner have for tech transfer and localization? What kind of market reach does the partner have? And also, what kind of credibility does the partner's regulator have? Because it's not about importing regulation into India. It's making Indian exports credible. It's a passport for Indian exports to global markets where that regulator is known and respected. So it is a strategic economic proposition with SMRs more than it is a power solution. And I think that it will be similar to setting up an airline industry that can go on for many years with manufacturing and services to follow for decades. And it is so I think that is really what SMRs are bringing. It's an opportunity outside of India, and it's a huge opportunity for India because India has a proven experience with very high quality manufacturing that's scalable. It's exactly what international technology suppliers are looking for. And India also has markets here. Some of the great Indian companies have capital they might want to use to invest in a partner. It's a great opportunity all around for strategic and economic cooperation for decades to come.
Thanks, Ted. I think just linking the points what both Mr. Agarwal and you said, Kamlesh, coming to you, let me come to the industry point of view now. Now, you heard that what from the market perspective, what India needs, the emerging load characteristics and so on. You also heard that this is an opportunity which is for as well as outside India. It works both ways. So hence cooperation, collaboration will become very important. So from the corporate lens, and we have seen big announcements from Adani as well. So what are you looking at? What is the serious competitive moat for early adopters? Are you looking at it as a diversification hedge against, say, volatile prices, energy markets, or a long-term bet? You have industry as well to serve your own, and the kind of collaborations you would want to see. So, Kamlesh.
Well, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the discussions, first of all, here, and nice question. So I would try to reply and answer, probably break the question into three sub-questions. The first one, if I understood, you are asking for the moat. So definitely the early movers will have this advantage. They can create a moat in terms of the tech providers who are early in developing that tech, the engineering consultants who would be hands-on at the early stages and would definitely have a first mover advantage in terms of the experience gained in doing the engineering. The local supply chain also, whoever is participating early on in the SMR development, they would definitely be in a good position to get the niggles and contingencies out of the local supply chain. They could be maturing much earlier. So these are the specific, I would say, kind of agencies or the service providers who will definitely have this early advantage. So it creates a kind of a moat for them as well. The second part of the question is diversification. We have already spoken enough. Agarwalji and Ted has already spoken about it, that for creating the diversification, it is essentially the captive power generators who would be more interested in creating this diversification because of the fluctuating costs and fluctuating fossil fuel supply constraints globally. They would want to have a source which is diversified, not just in terms of the from the cost point of view, but the intermittency could be handled, the continuous availability could be ensured. So these are the diversification needs, I would say, for not just the captive power producers, probably for power generation at large. And the third aspect, I think, is the long-term prospect of the SMR. I see it is benefiting each and everyone. It will coexist with other energy sources, other energy verticals, and I think SMRs will have its own space in terms of the kind of geographies it will serve, the kind of micro regions it can serve, the kind of flexibilities it can provide in terms of load follow and other stuff. So I think in long run, it is a win-win situation for all, and it will be a good coexistence with other forms of energy. So yeah, diversification is already addressed even in the long-term aspect. And as far as our organization in particular is concerned, I think after the Shanti Bill has been tabled and passed, I think just like everyone else, we are also keenly observing the developments happening in the SMR space, not just the SMR, probably in the entire nuclear technology space, and we would definitely participate at the right time.
Okay. Ted, you wanted to add? You were saying something at that time?
No.
Okay. So I'll move to Dr. Mishra now. Dr. Mishra, one is, of course, I wanted to know, deep dive more into the power system and load characteristics of SMR, but first your overall views on SMR deployment in India. How are you seeing it? And what role do you see technology supply chain partnerships playing in this play? Please.
Good afternoon to
I think you'll need to switch it on. Yeah.
Good afternoon to you all, and this is Alok Mishra from Westinghouse Electric Company. In fact, Santi Act itself is a great progress for faster decarbonization of India in achieving the net zero commitment. And it is also really heartening to see that Government of India has articulated a comprehensive vision of change and has focused on renovating mostly the entire Indian nuclear landscape to open it for the private sectors. India aspires today to be 100 gigawatt nuclear electric by 2047. However, reforms pertaining to expanded access to the domestic market by itself will not guarantee private sector participation in nuclear arena. This may depend equally on several other factors like availability of technology, cost of capital, competencies of the interested private players. Of course, the character of liability involved is important, which GOI has addressed and has defined. Rapid expansion of supply chain ecosystems that includes help from the external countries, organizational and societal readiness, regulatory expansion and readiness to live up to the upcoming challenges, which will be manifold, because we are talking in terms of a 12-fold increase in nuclear electricity in about 20 years' time. A critical challenge could also be financing, especially on the scale required for enlargement of nuclear sector as envisaged. And at the end of the day, whether India's nuclear power sector could expand as dramatically as the votaries advocate will largely depend on the economics of producing nuclear power. With that setting, let me get back to responding to a question, sir. India is an energy-hungry country, and our aspirations to increase the nuclear electricity by manifold by 2047 is perhaps potentially the highest in the world today. This is absolutely in synergy with the high rate of industrial and economic development in the country in the current regime. I must say that large reactors are good for achieving faster decarbonization, whether they could be built, wherever they could be built, and we could get the benefit of economy of scale. But soon, we will get into a situation in which we will have constraints of availability of land for large reactors. And we will have the only options of getting into SMRs, which will be of lesser risk with all advanced passive safety features, needs lower ticket investment, easier and faster to build, could offer grid follow flexi power operations, and could potentially be cohabited with the hard to abate industries. Process industries need reliable power, but not necessarily continuous fixed demand of power, as they themselves will have their own business cycle and shut down for their maintenance. Of course, hyperscalers are different, which will have round-the-clock reliable energy supply. With this, I must say that SMR is a must and will have their own space for India's next net zero accomplishment. SMR and AMR will potentially disrupt the nuclear industries in the coming decades. For Westinghouse, we have a AP1000 which produces reactor which produces about 1200 megawatt gross and about 1100 megawatt net. In fact, Westinghouse have a suite of state-of-the-art reactor technologies to meet a variety of customers' requirement. We have an SMR AP300 target for producing 330 megawatt gross and about 300 megawatts net electricity. An advanced microreactor EVNC producing 5 megawatt of electricity 8 megawatt of thermal for the process industries based on an open air Brayton cycle with 30 days installation time, and it will be fully passive and could be remotely operated. And all of them have load follow characteristic to complement the renewables. Thank you so much for your undivided attention. Maybe the next round we will have the questions.
Yeah, I do have, thank you, on follow on AP 300, but maybe coming in the next round. So moving to Dr. Kalirajan, I think you have seen both large, small nuclear reactor programs unveiling. So what is your view from the global lessons on timing, on regulatory readiness, as well as, say, implementation readiness for nations when they sequence a large and SMR-based programs? Localization is an issue, efficiency is an issue, manpower is an issue. How do you see this all planning out, your overall view on the program?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, from EDF side, I would like to express our gratitude to Government of India for having passed Shanti Act, which has really clarified the liability position for the technology partners from abroad. Now I think the flow of technology from foreign countries will not have any major hurdle. The Shanti Act has helped us to come out of CL&D restrictions. The second thing is we are happy to see the announcement of reaching 100 gigawatt by 2047. As rightly mentioned by my friend, to reach 100 gigawatt of decarbonized power, we need large reactors. But nevertheless, the SMRs are also going to play its equal role in bringing reactors to remote locations and bringing reactors to power like data centers or localized power consumption units. Having said that, whether we go for a large reactors or go for SMRs, which are going to be imported technology, we need to have a localization policy, which is going to be a mammoth effort for the industry. When I say localization, I divide it into three major components. The first component is localization of engineering and design. The second component will be the supply chain, which is going to be the major component. And the third component is the construction commissioning capability. So these three components are major components to take into account when we plan a 12 times growth from the present growth rate to reach 100 gigawatt. So from EDF side, we have been in discussion with Government of India for 6 EPR 1650 reactors at Jetapur. So towards marching towards that target, we have done a kind of initiative on the localization on all these areas. So we have already established an engineering organization called EDF Nuclear Engineering India, which started assimilating the EPR technology designs in Indian with Indian engineers, and right now they are working for our own EPR projects in UK. When it comes to localization of supply chain, we have been in discussion with various manufacturing units, the bigger, smaller, middle-level manufacturing units. We have reached out to more than 200 manufacturing companies in India who are already in nuclear industry. And we have also gone ahead with qualification process about 40 odd manufacturing firms further. The major challenge today, what we expect, whether it is large reactors or SMR, is that when the technology is going to come from France, the rules and regulation standards and the local regulatory compliances, these are going to be a major challenge. And the manufacturing industry to follow and adhere to the standards of design standards of the particular country, that is also another major challenge. So training the manufacturing industry in India, because supply chain is going to play a major role in almost more than 60% of the total cost of a project is based on the supply chain. So developing a supply chain is going to be a major challenge for us, and EDF is committed to that because we have a strong strategic civil cooperation agreement with Government of India, between Government of India and Government of France, and we are committed to that agreement. And we will be continue to work on this area. And coming to the SMR, we are in the process of developing and finalizing our SMR design. I think in the next round I'll be able to spell out some characteristics of that SMR.
Sure, thank you. So a quick next round, coming back to you, Mr. Agarwal. I think you mentioned about engineering and localization of the supply chain. What does a robust SMR supply chain should look like? What does it mean to you? And what are the critical, say, building blocks of that?
See, I agree with you that, let us say, the industry really has to grow. We have to develop strong supply chains. When we are targeting 100 million gigawatt by 2047, so another 20 years we have to build up large capacities. So we must have good supply chains to meet the project demands. And I must share with you that when we started in 1965, our company is almost 60 years old. And that time, even the refining industry was in a similar situation when all the components were all imported. There was no indigenization. Today, I should say that 95% of the refinery is indigenized. All the components that put in such large projects, 95% is indigenized. Similarly, the petrochemical industry, which even, let us say, a decade back or 2 decades back, more than 50% was imported components. Today, it is about 85% is indigenous. So, as Engineers India Limited, we have been working with vendors, supply chains for hydrocarbon industry in past, and even in the, let us say, the renewables, biofuels. We are developing the vendors. Similarly, I can assure that we will develop a lot of supply chains for the nuclear industry also. We have been working on projects with NPCIL for setting up a 704 megawatt nuclear plant, and we are also working for them on a conceptual design of a SMR reactors on a light water technology. And therefore, with the kind of a strength that we have a vendor development cell where we have already 2,500 vendors listed with us.
Right.
So we can definitely help the industry with the establishment of supply chains. We have a lot of connect with the vendors, and there are some gaps areas in the vendors that especially I see that digital and control instrumentation is where there is a gap area where probably we need to look into it, and with the help of probably the global suppliers, we have to fill those gaps. So these are the areas where probably we need to work with the supply chains and see that we have indigenous supplies, most of it, and of course we can always augment with the global supplies.
Right. So the supply chain elements will need to be mapped. Where are the gaps? What can be borrowed from maybe other industries? And a plan needs to be, specific plan needs to be put in place. Thanks. Ted, regulatory and fuel cooperation globally is also an important element. What are the lessons? What do we need there?
Very good question. To meet the growing demand for nuclear energy, regulators need to change the way they've approached things. On the industry side, we've created simpler designs that make construction and operation simpler and cheaper. And there's no reason why regulators can't do the same, especially to meet the kinds of targets that India has with 100 gigawatts. In the United States, we have a little less than 100 gigawatts today, but targets for new nuclear range from 300 to 400 gigawatts. Nuclear Energy Institute has in its membership all of the operating utilities, We asked them how much more new nuclear they need. They've told us more than double of what they currently have. And these are only half of the utilities supplying the U.S. grid. These are the nuclear utilities. And the other non-nuclear utilities are making the same calculation, but they also need nuclear. You've got the hyperscalers. So this is a lot of pressure on the regulator,
Right.
which is coming out of decades of not licensing a lot of new designs. But today, they have, I'm happy to say, they have really responded. They have been mandated by Congress 2 years ago with the ADVANCE Act, and last year by executive orders from the White House to accelerate even faster, and they are delivering, which is a very good thing. I think there are other countries that have undertaken reforms as well. Again, this is not about lowering standards, but it's about taking a fresh approach to achieving the safety goal with probabilistic risk assessments, or doing things in parallel. Nuclear Energy Institute has given a lot of recommendations. The U.S. NRC has adopted in this vein. In terms of cooperation, there's also a lot to be gained. It's not going to help us achieve our goals if we're redoing credible work from other regulators. It
Right.
doesn't mean that you're importing regulation, but if you have a credible assessment, that should be used somehow. We should get our regulators working together. The US and the Canadian regulators work very closely on the deployment of the GE SMR in Canada. We're collaborating closely with the UK regulator, the Polish regulator, and I'd like to see that happen with the AERB.
Thanks. I think the timer has vanished, but I reckon it's working there, so we still have about 4.5, 5 minutes. So moving to you, Kamlesh, again, if you want to add, especially from the private sector, what Shanti bill has enabled, quick word on what follow-on will be required to make it actually happen. It is enabled, but there are still steps to go.
I think the major enablers that could be required is, I agree with Ted that regulations, simplification of regulations is most essential. At the same time, there should be a equal respect for other regulators of the other countries. Probably we should have a collaboration, a collaborative effort which could reduce the amount of review times that is required. That is, I think, first and foremost. And the most important part to aid this whole enabling process, I think standardization. It's a big, I would say, aspect which I believe standardization in terms of not just the regulations, probably design, engineering, the way the project is being built in construction, as well as the supply chain. If everything is more or less standardized, I think the scaling up could be much easier.
Right. Dr. Mishra, again, on engineering as well as, say, workforce, what do you think more should be done?
Okay. See, our SMR AP 300 is based on our AP 1000 technology. AP 1000 technology is fully modular, and we are just trying to make a miniature version of AP 1000s so that it could be produce about 300 megawatts, and we could call it as a small modular reactors. And we are anticipating it to be licensed and built by 2030. Currently, we are forming consortium of SMR AP 300 and looking for partners to accelerate its development, licensing, and deployment. And to this August audience, I'll request any of the Indian companies are willing to join it, please feel free to contact me. This will also help developing the supply chain ecosystem in the aspiring geographies. As you all know, Westinghouse's philosophy is buy where you build. We could potentially work with many Indian manufacturing companies to develop the supply chain ecosystems. Westinghouse design is based on ASME requirements, and Indian industries are used to it, and it should be easy here. I will strongly encourage Indian manufacturers for ASME N stamps and 10 CFR 50 Appendix B requirements, and also the ISO 19443 certification, which could help.
Right.
On conclusion, I will say that the SMR landscape today is very crowded at this point of time, and path to success could potentially be very narrow. At the end, very few companies could be on the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the, I think there is offer on the table on collaboration as well. So you heard a lot of aspects, Dr. Kalirajan. I think from the new word experience that you have in Europe, any missing aspect, what more in the building blocks? Just quick word, I think we are time pressed, so.
Yeah. From EDF side, we are developing a SMR of 400 megawatt capacity called NUWARD.
Mm-hmm.
The one unique proposition which we propose is that it is going to be a co-generation capability which is getting inbuilt. So if you want to have full-fledged electricity, you can generate 400 megawatt, or you can draw heat energy to the extent of 290 megawatt from the plant.
Right.
So that is one part. The second proposition is that the maneuverability and load follow-up capability, flexibility in the design. From the 100% operation, you can bring down to 30% twice a day, and that is possible. And we feel that that kind of design feature is required for the Indian grid, which is going to be mostly dominated by the renewable power.
Right.
So this will fit into the Indian grid very firmly. And the last thing is, we have a letter of intent with Government of India to collaborate on the design development. And with the DAE, we have already signed an agreement on that.
Mm-hmm.
Nevertheless, now after the Shanti Bill, many private players are looking at SMR deployment. We are open to collaborate for a co-development of design for the indigenization of NUWARD. So I keep this invitation open to all the industries who are present here. Thank you.
Thanks. So we have two offers. So we are also just on time. Time has ended. So just quick closing remarks. I think SMRs, what we heard is, will have their own use cases and they bring benefits, and there are multiple use cases that will emerge. Execution certainty will be important. Shanti Bill has responded, but there needs to be collaboration on regulatory, on process cooperation and learning from each other. Standardization of regulatory design, engineering aspects, etc., all will become important. I think we discussed some aspects, but I would say fuel, manufacturing, localization and workforce is a strategic trade that needs to be looked in together to solve this, how we will do it. Financing, you mentioned, Dr. Mishra, will be important, what gets built, what doesn't. And last, we did not get to discuss, but I would say public trust, continued reinforcement on public trust will be important, how that takes up, because that will be the one that will improve deployment and improve take up by various industries as well as public at large. So let me thank you all for the views, deep insights and observations, and to all the audience for a patient hearing. We need to have a group photograph, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So that was a smooth transition, and that's all what we are about, smooth transitions. Hopefully the energy transition goes as smoothly. Welcome to the panel on robust methane emissions monitoring and reduction. It's quite a bit of a mouthful, but we've got a great panel here. We've got Zubin, who comes in from the financing side, and in fact, a fair bit of work that World Bank is also doing on tracking, etc. as well, right? And we've got Atul, who comes in from some of the what we would call usual suspect sides in terms of the methane consumption and potential emissions. But of course, a lot of good work that Total is doing around that. And we've got Rahul, who again comes from the producing but also solution side in terms of both fossil fuel production but potentially some of the carbon solutions that we're looking after. But afternoon to the audience here. I know it's always difficult to have a post-lunch session, but we'll try to keep an engaging dialogue over the next 25-odd minutes. I'll start off with kind of just painting a picture of what we are really seeing when we talk about methane emissions, right? So I think IEA in its outlook highlighted that close to 350 million tons of methane emissions have happened in 2024, which is a lot, right? And the energy sector within that accounts for close to more than one-third of that, right? So 120, 130 odd million tons. Large parts of it is flaring, which we'll kind of talk about today, because you can't have fossil fuels, and it's not something that you can really cap on. Once you produce it, either you pump it, use it, or it's out in the system, right? And so it seems the most natural and easiest way to address. But again, sometimes the easier said things are the more difficult ones, right? So given the amount of methane emissions that are happening, it's not that efforts are not being made. There is a fair bit of work that is happening through the GFMR system and tracking that is in place, the global methane tracker system that is there. There is work that is happening on carbon sequestration that is happening to some degree of tracking. So with that, I'm going to start with a simple question, Zubin, with you, and we'll kind of go around the panel around how do you see, and of course, we'll come to the financing portion, but how do you see efforts being made in first seeing where this emission is happening, right? Because we all know methane is more potent as a greenhouse gas compared to just sheer CO2. Right? One simple answer would be to burn it or incinerate, and we'll come to that. But before we come to solutions, how do we just track it and see where is it, and basically hotspot identifications, right? And what, unless you know it, unless you see it, you can't really do much about it. So maybe starting off with that on your thoughts, Zubin, how you're seeing it across the world and World Bank's efforts.
Sure. So thank you, Manas, and thank you to the organizers for having us and inviting us. So the whole issue with methane is that the technologies to detect and quantify methane are relatively new, right? So this was not something that the oil and gas industry was thinking about 20, 30 years ago, maybe somewhere, but not to the extent they are today. And let me start by saying that often in the oil and gas industry, and also just methane writ large, what we see is the attention and the whole issue is framed within the climate agenda, right? That's bad for the climate. And I'd like to turn that around a little bit. Of course, that is an important part of methane reduction efforts to address the climate impacts. But for many countries in which the World Bank works, that's not what resonates with the operators, with the communities in which the oil and gas companies are operating. And what resonates is the economic impact, right? So you talk about finance. I would like to, propose that the way we should frame this is fourfold. You've got the climate impacts, which are important. Then you've got the economic impacts. And let me start by saying the economic impacts can be substantive. So, for example, in Southeast Asia, ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, we cooperated with the ASEAN Center for Energy to do some analytical work of methane emissions in the region. And we discovered that some 80% or so of these methane reduction projects would be at net negative cost. So it's not, it's important that operators recognize that this is an opportunity. It's not just simply the fact that you're going to lose money, trying to repair your infrastructure, compressor stations, or whatever it is. You're losing money, and you will probably generate money if you address your methane emissions. So, for example, we're working with an operator in the Central Asian region just now, and we did some initial surveys, and we detected leaks, and we're able to repair them, very quickly, and then quantify that in terms of the gas price, depending on what you use, Henry Hub or whatever. And, the operator and the government there was just thrilled when they saw that how much money they would keep within their system and how much gas would remain in the system that they could sell. And so what we turned around and said is, okay, we with our new trust fund at the World Bank, what we'd like to do is continue to help you. But once you start seeing the money that's generated from keeping your gas in the system, please put aside a percentage of that to continuously monitor and do the leak detection and repair campaigns, or LDAR campaigns as they're known, for a long-term programmatic approach. Back to your question about the detection. Satellites are helpful to get an initial look at where your methane plumes and fugitive methane emissions are. But then you have to do a lot of work verifying, and we're learning this as well, is that once you get closer to the source, so whether it's drones, aerial surveys, handheld devices, OGI cameras, whatever it is, you really need to verify it, because often these estimates that we see about how much methane from oil and gas is not going to be the final result. So this is really what the issue is. Now that we're getting the technology, operators recognize it's not just a climate issue, it's also an economic issue, it's also an energy security issue. Many countries like Europe looking for additional supplies of gas. You could take the 150 or so BCM flared around the world and generate enough power for the entire African continent. So, I mean, it's just a monumental waste. And then the fourth aspect of methane and flaring reduction is, of course, energy access. So for us at the World Bank, we recognize there's 500 million people or so still without basic access to electricity, many of them in Africa, but also in other parts of the world. And a country like Nigeria flares a lot of gas, and just a few feet or yards away from a village that has no access to electricity, you see these flares. So this juxtaposition is, when you go there and you see it, and people ask you, why does this persist in the industry after 160 years of this going on? It's time to end the practice, right? Anyway, that's why we're working.
No, absolutely. And the word that comes to mind is criminal waste when you do that juxtaposition, right? You have flaring at one side, and there is a house nearby which doesn't have 24/7 electricity, right? So, so that is the sheer economics. In a sense, one is potentially burning money, right? If you were to look at it that way. But you said some very interesting points of the detection part first at the satellite level, and then a close by, because that's where the true estimation would happen, and some of the solutions coming to that. So Atul, coming to you again from your perspective, things that Total is doing in terms of across, again, it's a global operations, right? But you can touch upon India as well. In terms of emissions that you as an organizations are looking at and tracking, and what do you really see coming in, which can get a better sense, a landscape of where are we emitting, and then maybe we can talk a little bit about solutions to address it.
Okay. So over the years, Total Energies has committed to reduce its emissions, especially the methane emissions by 2030, and to be carbon neutral by 2050. That's the ambition. Our purpose is to provide affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy to as many people as possible. But the challenge is always remains how to decarbonize the energy. At industry level, I mean, at country level, it's a methane pledge that should be, seen as a keen driver to drive this decarbonization journey further. There are more than 150 countries, they signed a methane pledge to reduce the methane emissions by 30% by 2030. However, if you look at the progress is not that great. At industry level also, there are many initiatives. Mars, for example, methane alert and response system, which is using more than 12 satellites and sending alerts. So I think there were more than 3,000 alerts were sent to the countries as well as the companies over a few years. Then, as you were mentioning, global flare tracking. So that also plays an important role to move us forward. Again, Total Energies is committed to eliminate flaring by 2030, and we have drastically reduced our emissions more than 50% from the level of 2020 till 2025. We also believe that robust monitoring, I mean, a starting point should be a base level measurement to get, I mean, as Zubin was mentioning. So it's important that we know, and then there are several technology exist. Satellite-based technology, you have handheld meters, and Total Energies, I'm very proud to share that we have developed a technology in association with French National Research Institute. We call it as OZIA, which is nothing but airborne ultralight spectrometer for environmental application. And it not only detects the emission level, but it also can quantify where we stand. And that helps further to start the journey on the decarbonization. So there are several solutions exist. They are cost effective as well, but that commitment has to be there, as we were discussing. One side we are flaring, and one side there is no access to the energy, which is in a way crime. So look at LDR campaigns, but going outside hydrocarbon energy also, water resource management for rice field, for example, capping the abandoned wells, then waste to energy. I mean, these initiatives has to be sustained and continuously driven. And we will talk about how, I mean, financing and what are the practical difficulties these solutions might have.
No, absolutely, you're right. Thanks, Atul. I think it's good to see Total's focus on it, and I think some move towards implementation. I think this spectrometer that you mentioned, that's a portable spectrometer that you're saying, right? That can, or is that as an in situ?
So yeah, so it's made to the need. Okay. So OGMP2 requires site level monitoring, and to meet. And also, I'm happy to share that we are maintaining OGMP2 gold standard since last 5 years. And OZIA, this technology which I was explaining, is key contributor to that. So this tool basically scans the area around the asset, and it can measure the emissions up to the ppm level, which is today pre-industrially post industry revolution, the ppm level has reached to as high as 2 ppm compared to the pre-industry era, which was half of that, less than 1 ppm, I think around 720 ppb. So this sensor is that sensitive that it can detect emission at ppm level, and not only that, it can quantify the emissions coming out of the site. That really helps site to identify their plan to progress further on it.
Oh, perfect. And we'll talk maybe a little bit about such solutions. Coming to you, Rahul, again, maybe starting with some of the work that you do at Transcontinental, you're of course supporting in some of the production, but you're also looking at, how we can address some of the flaring as you produce. So maybe your thoughts on, you've been in parts of this industry, you've also been on the financing side of things. How do you set up projects such that you are able to ensure that the emissions are minimized, flaring is hopefully addressed and potentially utilized and not just incinerated. How are some of those trends that you're seeing and your company is working on in terms of, as an oil field service provider, with many of the oil producing companies, what are some of those trends that you're seeing in methane tracking, designing for abatement?
So we've taken a very different approach. We are mostly in the upstream sector. What we look at is how can we help operators monitorize methane emissions? This is there has to be an incentive which is presented to operators for them to invest in the technology and advancement of the technology. No operator today is interested just dumping money for unnecessary, no monitorized technology. there are, I mean, I wouldn't say all, but a lot of them, I would say globally. And what we are doing is we're designing techniques and procedures around how can you monitorize methane emissions practically. So give an example for a operator in Middle East. What we're doing is we're incinerating gas. The aim behind it is they're not receiving direct dollar to dollar for a trade of methane emission, but it actually cuts their 4-month lead time in terms of taking permits from the city, from the villages they're operating into, from the nearby habitat they're operating into. So that is helping them monetize their gas or their oil 4 months in ahead of time, which is a massive uptake for them. So we are basically designing procedures for and 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 equipment around this kind of footprint where there is always an idea that it helps you monetize your production ahead of time, proper, uh, in an efficient way. So our program is more embodied into their well testing division. So the cost is very similar to a flaring cost, which is there is little bit of an upcharge, but it's a very similar cost. So what it does is it allows them to make justification for their budget. And this is our primary goal always when we get down on a well testing location or any kind of a production location. Overall, we are also helping them to cover their ESG parts very properly. We are helping them to ensure that the entire problems oriented to flaring, where there is habitat, where there is villages, is solved. And the idea is for transcontinental is to invest more and more into methane and emission-free technologies moving ahead. Most of operators and partners we work globally with, they are realizing that the younger generation, the Gen Zs and the below Gen Zs are now asking for no emissions. There is protest behind this. There's lots of noise around it, and uh, the every service company today, a service provider, has realized it that if they don't invest in technologies which are oriented to emissions, they will be falling behind in the marketplace. And the idea is electrification, emission reduction. These are the two basic ideas which Transcontinental has embodied itself in the R&D sector of its own. We are in a process to convert our entire frac fleets, our workover units, all engines we have in the company practically into an electrification basis. Uh, we have turned around and are converting entire flare stacks in our company into incineration basis. And our 80% R&D budget today is focused on emissions. So the whole wrap up is today's focus has become for any E&P company as well has become an emission controlled E&P operators, which is very, very, very important. The idea of cowboying ESG reports, I would say, underreporting methane emissions is actually fading away from the marketplace today. And responsibility, robust strategy, proper roadmap for decarbonization, I think these are the new language which has been embodied in the American ENP for sure, 100%.
No, perfect. And I think I really like what you said, emissions controlled ENP production. That's probably in a sense the manna, right? I mean, you want energy, but you want it in a fashion that is sustainable, right? And that's really useful. I'll just quickly again circle back to you, Zubin. All of these are interesting, right? But whether it's incineration, whether it's some of the detection and spectrometry that he's talking about, but these cost, right? Rahul talked about monetization of non-monetized asset. Flaring is essentially non-monetization, right? I mean, there's an economics to it, but let's not go there. How can we finance some of these initiatives? last, one of a PwC IEA report talked about of the entire climate finance, which by the way is not enough for required for this. Of that, close to 5-6% only goes into this, right? So, why? Because this seems the most easiest part, and what really more can be done on the financing for such initiatives?
Yeah, so let me just not assume people are familiar with what the World Bank has done on this agenda over the last few years. We actually used to have a small trust fund at the World Bank that was focused just on gas flaring. It was only a few $1 million, and all we could do with that was provide some technical assistance to emerging markets, raise the visibility of the problem, say, here's something you should do, look at technological, regulatory solutions, that sort of thing. Fortunately, at COP28 in Dubai, we announced a new trust fund supported by Total Energies, BP, Eni, the major companies, plus some governments like the United States, Norway, the UAE, to have a new trust fund with a lot more money, around $250 million. The idea being that the technologies are out there now to do methane abatement and flaring reduction. There are good regulatory best practices, some of which we show on our website. We look at some 31 jurisdictions. You can do a comparative analysis as well to see what seems to be working. So the solutions are there for that. What is missing, as you said, is the finance side, right? Which is always the case. Why is it always about money? So what we said is we went to our management at the World Bank and said, look, this is an opportunity. The reason why the World Bank should focus on this is in the developing world. They just don't have the resources and the capacity to address this issue, which touches not just on climate, but economics, revenue, like I said, energy security as well as energy access. So it's a very good issue for the World Bank, and people recognize that this is a good opportunity. And so we started with this new trust fund, the idea being that the World Bank would provide grant funding for projects. So we get a lot of requests from governments, can you help us with our regulatory policies, update them, what are the technologies out there? We'll continue to do that type of work where we think it makes sense. But our board, what we call our steering committee, is really saying, could you guys please just focus on doing the projects themselves, use the money for grant to get them jump-started, get them on this journey, and then what we will also do is look for the concessional or commercial financing to close the gap when we're doing these projects. So if the World Bank doesn't do it, we as a team at the World Bank will go out and go to the JP Morgans or whatever bank. And there are many banks actually in New York and other parts of the world that are actually very excited about doing methane. So things are coming together. The ecosystem is coming about into a good shape or form. And that's what we hope to do. So again, we'll provide some grant funding for doing LDAR campaigns, leak detection and repair campaigns. And then hopefully what we also want to do is some flaring projects. We'll put in a few $1 million or whatever makes sense, and then seek out the rest of the funding. And then what we want to do is try and replicate, scale up, and then share this as best practices globally to all the operators so that they recognize again that there's an opportunity for them as a company or as an operator. And, lo and behold, this has, gained some traction. So as I mentioned, there's one Central Asian country that we're working in now. When other countries in the region heard about what we were doing with them, they said, that sounds reasonable and smart, we'd like to do it. Then they saw, as Rahul and Atul was saying, if you monetize it and show them the economic impacts, I think you get good action on the ground. Finance is coming together. It's kind of a lagging sort of component, but hopefully we'll work with other organizations. And I said we talk to banks all the time about funding projects and understanding what they're looking for. So hopefully we'll solve that problem.
No, you're right. I mean, eventually, one is, of course, it all goes back to economics, but, the initial finance is the kickstart, right? As you said, the grant for the leak detection, and then even blended financing, as you said, right? You could do that. Coming to you, Atul, on that, I think a lot, Total obviously has relatively deep pockets, right? So I mean, you could fund your own projects, but do you look at, while World Bank, of course, has a mandate to fund such projects, do you look at partnerships, tie-ups, and financing for these kind of things? Because it also is an avenue for some of your R&D investments as well, right? Is there some such?
We ourselves invest very heavily in R&D and these technologies, and I mean in various sectors. For if I take an example of Mars LNG, our Oman plant, which is upcoming. I mean, that could be the first plant or one of the very few plants that will be completely designed with renewable energy, and with the emissions 10 times lesser than what the conventional plant could be. At recent COP30, our chairman announced $100 million for climate initiatives. We have been spending. The technology, which I mean, we recently had a few projects in India with some of our strategic partners. So, I mean, as a oil and gas decarbonisation charter member, we supply the technology. I mean, it's not we don't commercialize this kind of technology application to the society. So that it's a good example of how the shared values can and the good collaboration can come up with, and using the cutting edge technology like OSIA that can really give the good insight of the emissions of the asset. So yeah, so we are still committed, and we continue along with Abu Dhabi and ADNOC and other companies to fund climate initiatives.
No, absolutely. One is, of course, the technology investment, and also, as you said, how you scale that up. And as you said, Patrick was also here, I think, and the whole funding that you're looking at for your investments and other startups would be useful. Coming to you, Rahul, in terms of just quickly on many of these projects that you're setting up are essentially around, either incineration or emissions abatement. Can they be self-funding, which is the easy part? Maybe not, which is where financing comes in. How are you currently targeting that?
So that is the major part of the success when it comes to methane abatement or any kind of a green initiative we take. The problem in today's world is, number one, oil and gas sector, specifically service sector, is in a high risk consideration when it comes to financing and bank financing. Second is the payback on equipment, payback on manpower is a lot more longer in a green initiative or a methane abatement initiative than on a regular process what we have. So we are working with financial partners who understand these challenges, who are okay to invest for a longer term, ability to take that risk for a longer term. We request most of our strategies are designed behind operators who have ability to provide long-term contracts. So we are de-risking the finance part of it, and that's our bottom line strategy. Work with operators who are serious in emissions and emission standards, who have ability to provide long-term contracts. Work with banks and financing partners who have ability to take that risk, de-risk on the basis of a longer contracts, and make sure that we can monetize these services.
Sure. No, so I think that's a very important, I think the point of having an ecosystem and the choice of partners, right? That makes the thing that much more easier in terms of the choice of projects, the partners you work with, and then you have the same sustainability values and vision. Time is up, but I'll just go maybe the reverse order back, Rahul, starting with you. Your last thoughts of where do you really see methane abatement and emissions reduction happen? What is the one thing that you would like to, bring into play so that we are able to make a substantial change? Half a minute.
What I would like to see in today's world is from a so we deal with a lot of private equity players who have funded companies who are coming up, who have 100,000 barrels, 200,000 barrels in production. They are not very serious when it comes to ESG reports and methane abatements because their private equity is not very serious. But those private equities have very deep pockets. And if they get more serious in their ESG reports, they get more serious in terms of environmental concerns, and they look for more brighter tomorrow, because their tomorrow is only going to be brighter when the next generation comes and invests in them. And that is what we look at it, that we need to have more seriousness in the marketplace in terms of operators in terms of financing and in terms of service providers, all of it. This ecosystem can only come in place properly if the whole dome has an ability and has a discipline to follow it. If one doesn't and other does, it fails the process.
Absolutely.
And nobody can do anything about it at that point. So the idea is operators, service providers, financing companies, banks, and the entire stakeholders, they all need to come together.
Got it. So the interconnected loop starting potentially with some financier education. Your wish list, Atul, in terms of what would you look at in the next
Yeah, what I would like to
yeah.
see is a common platform for transport, for transparent reporting, from voluntary disclosure to mandatory disclosures. OGMP2, still a very comprehensive framework. And if you look at, not many Indian companies are member of
Signed up.
OGMP2. So, this already a platform is available. So, we have to come together as an industry and work together towards shared goal and vision.
Build momentum and get participation going. Ruben, your one thing to change.
Yeah, so many things, but I would say, look, when we do this annual State of Global Flaring report, the World Bank publishes it every year. This past year, the main message we wanted to say is like the only thing missing besides the finance, and even that now is not missing so much, is the political will. I think, Atul, you mentioned it, right? The leadership has to recognize that even if you think this isn't something that's economically viable for you in your operated assets, recognize that there are regulations coming, and more jurisdictions will put in regulations that are going to make flaring and fugitive methane emissions far more costly than it is to actually continue this industry practice. So just do something about it, show some leadership, and especially in countries like India, which all four of us are from, we want this to end, not just because of the climate, but because people need energy, people don't want to waste money, and people want to live good, productive lives using a natural resource rather than wastefully flaring it. So let's see if we can do this together.
Absolutely, with a lovely thought to end. So get the energy that we are emitting and can we use it for energy security and consumption. Thank you for the lovely panel. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vinay Raghunath. I'm a partner at EY focused on industrial goods. It's an interesting topic that we're here to discuss today, Make in India, and how we can continue to strengthen India's presence in the E&P space. I'm joined by an esteemed panel here, and I'd like to quickly introduce them for you. We've got Dr. Shrikant Nagulapalli from the DGH. He's the Director General there. We've got Anne Gail Moisan, who's Vice President Procurement at Total Energies. We've got Vikas, who is the MD of BPRL, Bharat Petro Resources Limited. We've got Scott Sandlin, who's the India Country Chair at ExxonMobil. And we'll shortly be joined by Akhil Mehrotra, who is tied up at another panel discussion, but should be joining us in about 5-10 minutes. He's the MD of Pipeline Infrastructure Limited. Now, the topic that we're going to discuss today is largely focused on how India's long-term strategy is to strengthen its domestic oil and gas equipment manufacturing and its EPC services ecosystem, and how we can get more players and how we can get a greater share of the global market on both the equipment and the services side. There are multiple policy interventions, multiple things required from the buying side globally, as well as multiple investments required from suppliers in India. And we'll touch upon all three aspects, the policy aspects. What will it take for the Indian brand to be seen as a stronger player in the eyes of global buyers? And the supplier side, what will it take to get greater investment into this ecosystem from a supplier standpoint? But if I can start with Dr. Shrikant first and ask you a question. Over the recent past, we've seen India trying to reshape its entire exploration strategy. And we're looking at now going beyond and accessing deep water, ultra deep water exploration. What are your points of view on some of the policy interventions that the government has initiated to strengthen this? And also, what steps do you think are being taken to ensure that capability is being prioritized locally?
Thank you, Vinay. If you look at India's exploration strategy, there's been a big shift in the way India has been thinking about exploration. It has moved from land-based and shallow water exploration. It's moving towards deep water, ultra deep water, frontier basin exploration. And the entire policy, regulation, contracts, everything is being built around this new change in direction. And the Samudra Manthan and its focus in particularly Andhra and Andaman Nicobar areas, this is a signal that there's been a shift. Also, the current round of open acreage licensing policy, where almost 19 out of 25 blocks on offer are offshore, also signals this shift in policy. If you look at the strategy, there are three key elements. One is unlocking areas, then second is in investor-centric policies, and third is establishing a good supply chain for this entire new strategy. If you look at unlocking areas, hitherto we have been exploring about 10% of the 3.4 million square kilometers of the basin area that we have. Now the government has opened up 1 million square kilometers of former no-go areas, and it's a big canvas for all the E&P operators to come and explore and produce. Secondly, the policies that have been put in place are very investor friendly. In fact, the feedback has been obtained from various operators, and based on the feedback, the Act has been amended, new rules have been put in place, and the contract also has been amended. If you see, there's a single license which covers most of the liquid and gaseous hydrocarbons, and the tenure of the contract is 30 years, extendable till end of life. There is a protection for against change in law, which was hitherto absent, and this is hard-coded in the Act as well. A neutral seat of arbitration is provided. There's a provision for integrated development of integrated energy projects, and also joint development of common infrastructure. So all these things have been put in place to facilitate investors, and the government also plans to bring out a manufacturing policy for kickstarting the entire process. Once the exploration goes forward, we also need supply chain to be in place with domestic manufacturing focused supply chain. So this is broadly the way we are moving.
No, clearly quite a few interventions on the policy side, and we're seeing that at play. Because if I can come to you, I know he mentioned about the Samudra Manthan deep water mission also, but before that, you've worked internationally in Brazil, even an exciting country called Venezuela, and the UAE. But if you look at the experiences that you've had in the past, are there any case studies on localization that you believe can help India from an upstream perspective?
Thank you, Vinay. First of all, we are speaking on Make in India, and we are sitting in such a beautiful. So I just wanted to compliment both ONGC and EIL for making such a big thing here in Goa, which truly symbolizes the Make in India perspective. And we are sitting here in this hall. Coming back to your question, and Dr. Shrikant is here, so we have very closely looked at the localization efforts worldwide, especially in Brazil, the Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UK, and Norway. And what I can tell is that we have seen that where there is a domestic supply chain, where there is an agile domestic supply chain, the costs come down by around 10 to 25%, and that's all there. And you can get the production early by around 16 to 18 months. So that's a huge positive. So what started in Brazil, and I still remember I was there sitting in 2006 in Rio, putting in bids with a local content. They had put in the local content in the host government contracts. And it was one of the biddable parameters, and we were bidding at 60%, 70%, 80%. So actually that got Brazil behind. But by 2014-15, no one was able to match those local content percentages. So actually that boomeranged. But having said that, Brazil has now worked around. But then specifically coming back to Qatar and Saudi Arabia, which have been very successful, what we have seen is that it's a government body that gives some sort of numbers to all the bidders. And then when you bid out, that's one of the BC, the bid parameters while you are evaluating. So actually it's now a capability-based assessment more than what was there in the contracts. Having said that, now in Samudra Manthan, sir, correct me if I'm wrong, but we are looking at hundreds of billions of expenditure in the next few years, offshore India. And we don't have any supply chain in offshore, it's all onshore. So offshore, we need to build a lot of supply chain. And we need to see from the perspective of host government contract, how can we get a agile domestic supply chain offshore India if we have to see the success of Samudra Manthan.
Thanks, Vikas. Scott, I know we conspired to make you sit next to Vikas. The two of you are from competing universities in Texas, but
very true.
But we spoke about policy. We spoke a little bit about global case studies. But as you see the global landscape, what led ExxonMobil to start leveraging Indian capabilities, Indian suppliers as part of its own buying strategy and procurement processes? And in addition to that, going forward, where do you see an opportunity for Indian players as you look at capabilities sitting out of Bangalore as you do?
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Vinay, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I think let me start with a little bit of context about ExxonMobil's history here in India and our journey. So ExxonMobil's been here for over a century. We started providing liquid fuels in the early decades of the 20th century. We started providing lubricants in the early 1960s. And in the late 90s, we helped pioneer the LNG market here with the initial LNG supplies starting in 2004. We've been steadily growing our business here over the last 3 decades, I would say, but what has become incredibly clear to ExxonMobil over the course of the last few years is that India is a strategic growth opportunity for us in ExxonMobil globally. India is incredibly important to ExxonMobil for many reasons, but particularly when I think about the incredible depth of talent in this country, I think about the incredible market growth as India continues its very impressive, growth journey. And frankly, when I look at the strengths of ExxonMobil, our scale, our integration, our global capabilities, I see a perfect match and a strategic fit with India's national priorities in helping to advance Viksit Bharat 2047. So we have been, over the last 10 years or so, leveraging Indian talent to help make our global businesses more efficient. In our Global Capability Center in Bangalore, we have grown that GCC over 20% last year, and we intend to continue that same rate and pace as we go forward in the years ahead. India is unique within ExxonMobil in that there are very few places that touch all elements of our global businesses, our value chains, and our centralized organizations. There's Houston and there's India that touch all elements of it. And in our journey of going through and leveraging the talent here to make our global businesses more efficient, it has become very clear that our global capability of industry-leading project execution is a perfect fit for Make in India. Let me unpack that a little bit more. So ExxonMobil globally will spend $20 to $25 billion investing in capital investments around the world. A large majority of that is in the fabrication of equipment and infrastructure, supporting our multi-billion-dollar projects. Since about 2010, we have manufactured some equipment in India. Last 2 years, just under $100 million. But we see a significant opportunity to scale that dramatically into the billions here in the years ahead. Very confident in India's ability to do that. One of the areas that helps make us so confident is our lubricants plant in Maharashtra that we have just finished construction on and will be starting up in the coming months. And that plant was engineered, procured, and constructed with 100% Indian content minus one thing. And so incredibly a great confidence booster for us in why we feel so strongly about making in India. India has what it takes to be successful. There is no doubt, crystal clear. You think about the talent, you think about the skilled workforce, you think about the increasing connectivity and growing supply chain resilience. Think about the industry, the leading industrial manufacturers that have proven track record for constructing high quality and complicated fabrications. And all of that comes together to result in lower operating costs that drive more efficient businesses. So it makes perfect sense, and we see a very strong fit here in helping to advance Viksit Bharat 2047. It is the right time to be making in India, there is no doubt.
It's a strong vote of confidence, Scott, and I think a piece that a lot of suppliers who are sitting on the fence thinking about capital investment should definitely listen to. But Gail, if I come to you, I'm sure you concur with some of what Scott has said in terms of capabilities. But you sit buying procurement on a daily basis for projects and services. What would it take for an Indian supplier to get a greater share of wallet from the buying that you do on a daily, weekly, monthly basis?
No, thank you for the question and inviting us. Just to give some context, TotalEnergies is a multi-energy company, more than 100 years, a century, a bit like Exxon, working in 100 countries. And we realized, I think, over the last few years that we have been working with our historical suppliers, always the same, and I think it's easy. You are in your comfort zone. But the world is changing, the energy growth, the energy demand is tremendous, including the India boom in terms of energy and exploration, I guess. And we have all the geopolitical changes that we see, and we really need to build a resilient supply chain, robust and competitive to deliver affordable energy. So what we see as strength in India in terms of supply chain, definitely the talent, skilled labors, manufacturing capacities, but the capability or the potential to scale up. And we see here in Goa, I would say, but everywhere in India, the scale up is really large. And definitely the affordability and competitiveness of the supply chain. So these are the key strengths we foresee. And for that, what we did in TotalEnergies, we challenged ourselves. We are spending, I would say, close to 14 to 15 billion capital investment over each year. And at least in my team, or in the procurement, it's close to 25 billion dollars of goods and services per year, globally. So the way we are trying to onboard India, definitely digital, we are doing a lot. Engineering, we are expanding because we have the talent. From the manufacturing and EPC services perspective, I would say we are a bit behind, and we really need to accelerate this one. The challenge I see for the time being might be to find the good balance between the domestic market, because Indian players need to serve Indian strategy, and the global view, global strategy, and to go outside. And how we can together find the right balance, diversification on our side, how we can onboard Indian players, and diversification for the suppliers, how they can have shares with other operators outside India potentially. So this is where we stand, and for that we implemented few, I would say, key steps, key principles. One is to leverage our EPC contractor supply chain, how we can rely on the EPC contractor and not instruct them to use the only happy few we were used to work with. Another one is to simplify our qualification process. We really want to see the track records the Indian suppliers have with our peers, IOC, NOC, and we need to use that to capitalize on these elements to onboard them. So we did all these steps together and within TotalEnergies and with our EPC contractor, and I think this is a key to accelerate the onboarding of Indian suppliers.
Thanks. Akhil, if I can come to you next, we heard about some of the policy changes that are driving a shift towards exploration as a bigger theme. We also heard about some global use cases which make sure that the business case for the investment is positive. And of course, we heard millions going to billions from Scott and Anne. But if I were to ask you, all this focus on exploration is going to create the demand for a lot of infrastructure when it comes to storage, logistics, a whole host of elements at that end of the value chain. What do you think the focus should be from an India standpoint, and what capabilities do you think one should focus on as we scale up in the infrastructure from a logistics and a storage standpoint?
Sure. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. And
My apologies for being late. I was in a round table with Minister Puri, so went a little
No,
late.
we
Yeah,
understand.
thank you. I think, let me take you back in history when this whole supply chain constraint started. I think that was, I think, during COVID. And unfortunately, we have not been back on track since then, kind of. We run a lot of businesses, and we have seen that whether it is supply of infrastructure, whether it's for upstream, midstream, downstream, uh, the kind of lead times have gone to what, 3 years, 4 years, kind of, which now, if you are looking at setting up billions of dollars, as Mr. Modi and Minister also declared, I think, where do we get our infra products? Where do I get our rotating machines to produce and so forth? Now, let me give an example of our company, and we are into midstream. So what we did post-COVID, and that will help understand what we can do in India, is we try to diversify our supply chain, right? One, as a company, we diversified a supply chain across geographies, try to indigenize a lot of things which can be produced in India, because not everything can be produced even if you have capabilities, and I'll come to that. Whatever can be indigenized on a small scale basis, we have tried to help small scale vendors to develop their capabilities in various product lines so that they slowly have built up their capability. So that's one. However, to really build all these products on scale and all, develop this infrastructure and get this from India, I mean, whether it is, if we talk of upstream, all these platforms or FPSOs which come from Korea and all, I think the government has taken the first step towards having ports, where shipbuilding and all. We need to do a few more things, kind of. One is a little bit more effort toward ease of doing business, approval process. Can that be much, much faster? Two, I don't think we still have the real skill set to manufacture all this. We need to scale up the skill set of our kind of people in some of these specific areas, maybe on a smaller scale, do that. So once we do that, I think we will have these manufacturings coming. And third, if we have to be really leading in this space, I don't think we are spending any money on R&D. So can we, that's totally missing. We can still bring a product from outside, license it, still do it, but from a long-term basis, my view would be, can we do also something on R&D? So these are a few things we say. Skill up people, spend more on R&D. Meantime, try to indigenize things, and still we can't do it, source it from multiple geographies so that you neutralize the geopolitical risk, if I can say that.
Of course. No, as you spoke of de-risking, you hit a interesting word, shipbuilding. And if I can go to Scott, maybe you, there are parallels in value chains across industries. If I were to look at multiple industries, sometimes the investment that goes into building capabilities for our industry can be leveraged across multiple industries. Do you have any thoughts on how that will help make the business more viable and make the Indian ecosystem stronger by cross-leveraging capabilities across multiple industries?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, the short answer is there are incredible synergies between shipbuilding and building of oil and gas energy equipment. And when you think about the supply chains are the same, the infrastructure is the same, the skilled workforce required is the same. And when you look at the manufacturing process, it is the same. So in modern shipbuilding, ships are built in modules that are then like big Lego blocks fitted together to make big ships. Well, that is exactly how we like to build oil and gas related equipment. So we build mega modules that are then, they're fabricated and then shipped to location, fitted together, connected, and resulting in refineries, petrochemical plants, gas plants, et cetera. So there are incredible synergies. ExxonMobil desires to build about 350,000 metric tons of mega modules over a 5-year period, and we would love for that to be done right here in India. For context, that 350,000 metric tons is about equivalent to 7 VLCC, or very large crude carrying ships. India has what it takes. there are things that we need to continue to work together to make sure we can fully unlock the potential and particularly the synergistic opportunities across the shipbuilding and the oil and gas equipment. So continuing to invest in the skilled workforce, I fully agree. And I think about welders as one great example, high quality welders that are required on to both types of fabrication. I think being very coordinated and focused in the infrastructure build out, that things like shipyards, fab yards, ports, road and rail connectivity, doing it in a way that you unlock the synergies across both. And I think about providing a stable and predictable transfer price mechanisms so that global corporations have clarity on what their tax liability is. And that clarity is super important because it gives global corporations the confidence to fully deploy their capabilities and their capital in such an important space that helps, we believe, significantly multiply the advance forward on Viksit Bharat 2047. So absolute synergies and priorities. I'm encouraged and inspired, frankly, with the Honorable Prime Minister's message to us 2 days ago, where he talks about Make in India. He talks about the shipbuilding focus and particularly around LNG carriers, and very pleased and encouraged that he sees the same opportunity that we do, and we look forward to being a part of the journey to figure out how to work together and unlock those synergies.
Got it. I mean, we've heard optimism from you and the ability to cross leverage across industries, but I think as we look forward to Viksit Bharat, Dr. Shrikant, if I were to ask you a couple of questions around the future and the present. One is we've seen a lot of action on current policy, current bids, whether you look at the special CBMs or you look at the DSF4 or you look at the OLAP 10 bidding rounds. The first question is maybe what are the changes that you've seen articulated today which are different from similar policy frameworks in the past, and maybe leading into as we look at the next 20 years, what do you think should be significant policy focus for India to ensure that all of what we've just discussed plays out?
So if you look at the current bid rounds, the OALP is the largest acreage on offer till date. Almost 182,000 square kilometers of acreage is being offered. And there are a lot of incentives being provided under this. For example, the marketing and pricing freedom has been provided. There's no oil cess. There are early monetization incentives. A host of other incentives have already been provided based on the previous feedback that has been gathered. And importantly, these bid blocks are backed by solid data which have been analyzed by international experts, and those reports are also made available for prospective bidders. So it's a very big bidding round insofar as OALP is concerned. Coming to the discovered small field policy, one of the concerns that we have noted is that the monetization of these fields has been slow. So a lot of effort has been made to ensure that the monetization happens quickly in this bid round. If you see, there's been a lot of bundling of the discoveries. Almost 55 discoveries have been bundled into 9 areas. And there is also flexibility in terms of the committed wells, committed work program. They're not looked at discovery-wise, rather they're looked at area-wise. So that's another change that we have made. And the development period also is extendable, provided there is a discovery. And so this monetization would help extend the period up to 10 years, either on land or offshore. So that's another change. And the early monetization incentives, as I've mentioned, they are also in place. And most importantly, the data accessibility is also very important. We have made quality data accessible. Coming to the coal bed methane rounds, here by and large, the concerns which were expressed have greatly been addressed in terms of quick monetization of these assets as well. So overall, if you see, the regulatory stability has been brought in place. That's a big change. And we are also gathering inputs from various bidders, so that if there are any last minute changes that are required, we are willing to look at them as well.
No, that flexibility will be useful. Because if I can just link back to this question, there's obviously a lot of acreage coming up, a whole host of exploration that will happen, and potentially resulting in a bullwhip effect on the rest of the supply chain. But if you look at domestic supply chain players, what would your recommendations be to someone to become a little more agile to be able to capture this boom that is anticipated over the next few years?
Before coming to that, I would take up from what Scott was saying on the shipbuilding and linking it to Samudra Manthan. Now look, Samudra Manthan is offshore. Offshore development needs FPSOs. It's a low-hanging fruit. Current estimates for the next 10 years are at least 40 to 50 FPSOs are required worldwide. 50 FPSOs means a minimum of 100 billion US dollars over the period of next 10 years, 100 to 150 billion US dollars. Right now, we are making FPSOs in China, Korea, and some in Singapore. All of them have problems. Why can't we get some of it to India? Even a 10-15% of that value chain to India, we are looking at 10 to 15 billion US dollars in the next 10 years. A very low-hanging fruit. We already, Shapoorji Pallonji is already there. We are in Brazil. They were there bidding also. So we need to develop that. We need to have that agility in the system. Coming back to your question, what I think my answer to that would be in terms of 3 Cs. In my mind, what I think 3 Cs. So one, there has to be a clear demand. There has to be a forecast for the next 5 to 10 years. And I think there is demand in India. The next C has to be clear specification so that people know what they need to build. The third very important thing in Indian ecosystem is a clear qualification guideline pathway, because certification is a problem, especially offshore. So if we have these 3 Cs, we are good. We'll be very agile as far as the offshore is.
I like the 3C framework, but if I can add a fourth C and maybe bring Anne into it, the confidence in the 3Cs of India to be able to deliver. And Gail, if there's any advice that you give to Indian players, again with capital in their pocket, looking at this sector as a boom sector over the next few years, and the demand certainty that you as a global buyer can provide them to be able to invest, is there any inputs that you'd like to give them, the way you see it globally?
Just to mention, globally, we see some Indian champions, and I think you mentioned some of them, big players that went outside, and they are bringing back, I would say, for India, the skills, the certainty, in a way, in their supply chain, the sustainability of the supply chain as well, to make it quite long lasting. And one element for me, the Prime Minister mentioned it, but the signature yesterday of the trade deal between European Union and India is a key enabler and opportunity to bring certainty, to ask Europe to support India in bringing what you need to develop offshore, definitely.
No, thanks. And if I can ask one last question, if there was any further ask on policy, Akhil, from your side, what would broadly the theme be in terms of ease of doing business or better enabling this growth?
Okay, difficult question.
I know,
but I'm saying, in terms of ease of doing business, I think one ask can be that we reduce the number of approvals which go into setting up manufacturing setup also today, and also the recurring approvals which come. Can we simplify it as a one-time, or the renewal happens automatic. While the government has done a lot on doing it online, but we still face a lot of kind of problems there. I hope that will get resolved soon, kind of. And last thing I want to say is also for manufacturing and advice to people who want to bring manufacturing to India is, can we get technology transfer till we do R&D, kind of. So if that is fast tracking of manufacturing in India.
Understood. No, I thank the panel. We're out of time, but I thank the panel for their very valuable inputs. I think to summarize, a combination of policy that is enabling growth, global suppliers who are looking at India with interest, and Indian suppliers who are looking to invest and improve their capabilities, I think is the best three axes that can come together to enable us to get a greater share of both the global market as well as the Indian exploration market itself. But I thank you all for your inputs. I thank you for your time, and I truly enjoyed the panel discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Delighted to have your company. This particular panel session has the privilege of sort of bringing day 3 to a close, and a close as well on a very profound topic, something that's still at the heart of the energy mix but is much maligned. We're talking about coal, and it needn't be, because if you're looking at pragmatic solutions, if you're looking at the direction of travel, coal features heavily in this mix, and there might be detractors, there might be people who say that it's needed. It is simply needed because if you look at the approaching horizon, we have to be realistic, and coal is still used in meaningful volumes in major economies like China, our hosts, India, the United States, and a host of other countries. Why? Because perhaps we cannot decouple in a snap. Now, to discuss the approaching horizon, to discuss how do we charge a balanced and pragmatic approach in a secure energy mix and have coal at the heart of it, uh, along with other fossil fuels. We have an all-star cast of panelists to discuss this. Joining us is Mr. Vikram Devdutt, Secretary, Minister of Coal, Government of India. We are delighted to have Kyle Hosway, who's the Assistant Secretary for Hydrocarbons and Geothermal Energy of the United States, Department of Energy. And last but certainly not the least, we have Mr. B. Sairam, who's the Chairman and Managing Director of Coal India Limited. Gentlemen, welcome. Delighted to have you. Mr. Devdutt, let me just jump straight into it. We talk about pragmatism, we talk about the direction of travel. A bit of realism is required in this debate when we talk about coal versus other fossil fuels and other renewable technologies.
Thank you, Gaurav. Just to make my opening remarks and put the entire theme of your opening question in context and perspective and in all its dimensions, let me throw some facts and figures at you. Today, India is the second largest producer and consumer of coal. China, of course, is the largest producer and consumer. But as you mentioned, alluded to in your opening remarks, there are other economies which have a significant production of coal and also a significant production of coal in the energy mix, for example, the United States. So pragmatism would essentially dictate that if we look at the global energy landscape, there cannot be a fundamental disconnect between climate rhetoric and the ground reality as it exists today. So coal is the underpinning of the Indian economy, if I am to talk about India. 3 million livelihoods, direct and indirect. If we look at coal reserves, 401 billion tons, fifth largest in the world. We look at energy mix, it's about 55%. If we look at power generation, it's about 72%. So it's not going to go away in a hurry because we have a growing appetite in a growing economy. There are developmental needs. The growth trajectory dictates that coal will continue to ascend the curve in the Indian context till at least the middle of the next decade. And possibly, as is the case in many other developing economies, the need for affordable and dependable baseload power is not a choice, it's an imperative. I think although renewables and our commitment to overall climate goals and net zero by 2070 is very much a complementary agenda. There is no contradiction between the two, but there is a journey. And that journey would dictate that the mantra is not phase out, it is phase down. Phase down in graduated steps which match the realities of the entire ecosystem, because there is an irrefutable moral case also for policy space.
And Mr. Oswal, irrefutable moral case, some pragmatic steps. Mr. Devdutt has sort of outlined how complex the situation is and how coal matters to India. What about the United States and, of course, your take on a pragmatic journey forward?
Yes, absolutely. Coal powered the modern world. It fueled it for power. The coking coal, the metallurgical coal, is what built the modern world. And it's not going away. It shouldn't go away. There's been a lack of pragmatism. There's been too much rhetoric around climate, and people forgot that reliable, affordable, secure energy needs to be the priority. Humans that have access to energy live a more prosperous life and they live longer. Coal's a critical part of the global power ecosystem, accounting for approximately a third of all global power generation. It's the third largest fuel source in the United States for power generation at about 16%. And in the last few days, when the United States experienced a historic winter storm, coal persevered. You can have fuel on site for 30, 40, 50 days, and it doesn't matter if it's raining, shining, windy or not, coal can power through. So the traditional uses of coal will continue to increase. More coal was consumed this year than last year, and more coal will be consumed next year than this year. It's a critical part of the energy mix. It shouldn't go away. It should continue to be modernized and optimized. We've invested over $625 million in this administration. We've made announcements to extend the life of our coal fleet. We're actively trying to find ways to support the industry, to increase our exports. The United States is home to the largest reserves of coal and the highest quality metallurgical coal in the world. We're here to meet with our Indian counterparts to ensure that we're partnering together through innovation, through technology transfer. Coal is not just power generation and steel manufacturing. It's chemicals through gasification. We're seeing new uses, using the coal to create graphite for batteries. There's an abundant source of opportunities, including critical minerals. So the world's not moving away from coal. It shouldn't move away from coal. We need to embrace it and celebrate it and recognize it for the important fuel source it is for humans.
Absolutely. Mr. Sar, we've heard from our eminent policy-making colleagues. Over to you, sir. We talk about the energy trilemma. We talk about affordability, security, sustainability. Now, two of those planks, affordability and security, are very much predicated on coal in several parts of the world, including India. So what is your viewpoint on how you see the approaching horizon?
Yes, Gaurav. Actually, I represent the coal miners community. I'm a hardcore coal miner, so to say. And first to introduce about my company. In fact, my company does not require any introduction. I represent Coal India Limited, which is the biggest single coal producing company in the world. It is a Maharatna Central Public Sector Enterprise, which is under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India. We mined around 781 million ton last year, and this year our target is 850 million ton. Going forward, our targets are 1 billion ton by FY 28-29. So this is the scale of operations which Coal India has. Almost 3/4 of the coal is produced by Coal India. And the thing is that even after producing, last year we produced 1 billion ton. Yeah. Domestically, overall, right. Coal India plus others included together. But still we imported 243 millions, out of which 58 million ton is this coking coal, which is maybe not replaceable, but there is a chance, there is an opportunity to replace the thermal coal. So from that point of view, it is a good thing for India to progress on this higher coal production to save the country from the drainage of precious foreign currency. So that is my take.
Mr. Devdutt, we've seen some of the opening discussions reflecting the realism out in the market. Now, even the International Energy Agency has now acknowledged that coal will last well past some of the peak that people predicted, 2030, which looks very silly right now. It's 2026 and people predicted a peak. Now, that approaching horizon, how do you, as the Secretary Minister of Coal, how do you see the approaching horizon, make it price positive, affordable, energy affordability for the Indian consumers, sir?
So I would say that coal is actually the anchor or the bridge at this point of time in terms of a strategic stabilization to a greener future. And in terms of the peaks which were predicted at different points of time and which is estimated now, one also has to take into account that the situation is always a dynamic and evolving situation. You have huge energy demand coming up from data centers being set up all over the place, from electric vehicles, electric charging points. So the energy demand is going to continue to grow. In the Indian context, the per capita energy consumption is only 1/3 of what developed economies consume. And with the Viksit Bharat 2047 goals, this would involve a trebling of the energy consumption, which means that coal will continue while renewables continue to be added to the grid. Storage technologies will have to evolve if the green grid concept is to finally stabilize at some point of time. But mitigations in terms of coal being perceived as a dirty fuel or thermal power plants and emissions being a cause for climate concern, mitigations are also to be people-centric, where revenues from coal will fund the green energy infrastructure to come. Another very prominent strand which I see going forward is the fact that with the vast volume of coal reserves, which, as my esteemed colleague from the United States has just mentioned in their case and also in our case, and the imperative for speedy utilization and accelerated utilization of those coal reserves, clean coal technologies are going to be center stage going forward in terms of gasification, both surface coal gasification as well as underground coal gasification. And the Government of India has already moved forward proactively on the policy front, announcing a viability gap funding scheme, substituting giving capex support to initial shelf of projects which are now coming on board. And then on the anvil is a far more ambitious scheme which would also look at the gasification space in terms of the Chinese experience, where a lot of these projects came up in clusters and things like that. And we realized that coal mining also has to move with the times, and it has to move with the conscience. So when I say this, to amplify, to move with the times means the technology enablement of every facet of operation of the coal sector has to factor in increased efficiencies, which would, whether it is in mining operations per se or in the logistics part, would add to the efficiencies and lower the carbon footprint. And on the second hand, in terms of the communities which get adversely affected by mining in the vicinity of the coal mining areas, scientific mine closures of mined out areas and abandoned mines, as well as repurposing of those lands in a meaningful sense, generating economic opportunities for the communities, is a very, very pronounced policy thrust of the government, and which is already underway in terms of implementation.
Mr. Oswald, we've heard the sort of, Mr. David has set out the stall for a burgeoning, fast-growing economy like India and the complexities faces and coal in the context of that. Now, for the United States, it's got its own unique set of challenges. You are a data superpower. You will have the largest data centers in the world. You're the expansively a consumer base of 350 million people. In that respect, you know, the president came out straight fighting, straight out of the block. It's not as if he hates solar or he hates anything else. He just simply said coal is part of the mix and shall stay there because it's got beautiful coal. That's part of our mining mix, and it shall stay there alongside. And he also caveated by saying, I love solar, don't take that wrong. So we take the US example and what Mr. Trump said, to help for the benefit of our audience, sort of expand on that, give us a flavor of what are the efforts that are underway in Washington, D.C., and how are you outward looking? And among those efforts, you know, what are you particularly proud of, something that's close to your heart?
Yes. First, I'm proud to work for the administration. President Trump is a bold leader. Secretary Wright is a bold leader. And they speak the truth. Common sense, America first. Our allies are important to us. And they understand that you need your energy to be affordable, reliable, and secure. So instead of shutting down and retiring coal plants before their end of life, this administration has protected nearly 20 gigawatts of coal power plants in the last year that the prior administration had planned to shut down. For 12 of the last 16 years, the coal industry has been under attack, and now our president proudly refers to it as beautiful, clean coal because he understands how critical it is to the energy mix. Secretary Wright boldly said long before it became more pragmatic in the discussion that the only net zero effort that we should be pursuing is net zero energy poverty. Net zero emissions drives up costs. We've seen it time and time again in locality and states and some countries that have gone too far too fast. It results in unreliable energy, higher costs, deindustrialization,
indeed,
a shrinking economy. So we've seen these case studies, and I don't know why anyone would pursue an effort that would push jobs outside of their country. You want to bring the jobs back. That's what we've seen President Trump do by ensuring that U.S. produces energy that's affordable, reliable, and secure. So I'm most proud that we stepped in and we told the coal industry that they're incredibly valuable. We kicked off the National Coal Council just a couple of weeks ago that was shut down in the prior administration. We brought them back and we reinforced how critical that industry is to the United States and to our allies. Again, I mentioned we've announced $625 million of investment into the existing fleet because it's critical to balancing the grid, to protecting the grid, and providing the energy that we need to support the onshoring and manufacturing.
Mr. Saram, you've heard colleagues make a case for realism and set out their stall from a policy-making perspective for the world's largest economy and the world's third largest economy and growing economy. Now, for that third largest economy, i.e. in the Indian context, set it out for us. Where do you see, you know, what if you had a crystal ball, where do you see India sit in, you know, coal's future in India's energy mix?
Yeah, for this we need to understand the twin objectives of India. We are at a, our energy mix should be at the intersection of these two twin objectives. They are essential, uncompromising, but contrasting. The one is deep electrification, and the second is deep decarbonization. So we need to go by the climate pledges and make the environment clean. At the same time, we need to take care of the average citizens of our country to make provide them affordable and reliable power all the time. There is an urge to increase the per capita electricity consumption from 1400 around 1500 per person as of now to 2000 by 2030 and 40, and then by 2050 it has to be at the level of the developed economy, which means around 4000 to 4005 kilowatt hour per person. So that is one objective, and the second objective is to reduce our this per capita GDP per capita energy emissions. So that is also there. Then by 2070 we had to be net zero. So with these two challenges, there is no point in choosing which one to select, RE or thermal. No,
Right.
no, it has to be complementary and supplementary. Means it has to be a sequential phase out of coal and taking over by this RE. There is a strong case that RE is winning the race as far as cost is concerned, as far as this climate reduction, climate consumption is concerned. But at the same time, we need to understand that coal is something which is firm and dispatchable. The same is not the property of RE. RE is inform in nature. Inform means it is unpredictable, has got intermittency, it has got variability, and it has got locational dependency. So all these factors combined together make RE an inform power. So inform power leads to grid instability, frequency imbalance, and all those things. So going forward, the role of coal will be more of a I would say enabler of peak loading and flexible operation, and at the same time supporting the renewables. Means coal will be acting as a big brother for these siblings.
I
Yeah,
like
to,
that expression.
to oversee the growth of these renewables by the time they become adult.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a very refreshing
Yeah,
way
so
to.
my
to
takeaway
put
is
it.
the integration, not the substitution.
Absolutely.
Right.
I think at this point in time, having set out the context, heard some of the policy initiatives, and of course practical steps that are on the ground, I think members of the audience would like to perhaps explore the avenue of where both your great nations can cooperate, and what is the direction forward. So over to you first, Mr. Dev, that what kind of bilateral cooperation do you see? Of course, predicated on realism, of course, predicated on volume of trade, but what kind of bilateral work can you see between both countries and coal?
In fact, we had a conversation bilaterally before we came down for India Energy Week here. And the extent of commonality is unbelievable in terms of not only the common thought process on coal, but also in terms of what would constitute common ground going forward. So as I mentioned earlier in my comments about coal gasification and how it is a national imperative to push coal gasification, the US being a technological powerhouse and having a Department of Energy which also administers NETL, and we had been to the NETL facility in Morgantown, which is a fantastic innovation facility for all kinds of innovations and patents. We believe that gasification and related technologies, carbon capture, critical minerals, is the entire ecosystem of possibilities is something which we can mutually tap into. And there, both in the commercial space as well as in the government space, there can be a G2G framework between the two countries, which would be a win-win situation for both the countries. In terms of what he had mentioned earlier in his statement about high quality metallurgical coal, I think given the expansion plans of the steel sector in India, the United States contributes about 10% of imports into India at the moment. But metallurgical coke is something which is very high in demand, and there are some intrinsic limitations of Indian metallurgical coal in terms of high ash content, which is where the possibilities for the US in terms of exports of metallurgical coal also exist.
Believe it or not, I've been to the Morgantown facility as well. So some of the R&D going on over there certainly doesn't give you the flavor that it's on its way out. People are just doing some deep-seated research there to come up with some solutions. So over to you, Mr. Oswai. I mean, we've had a flavor on. So what would be your message to India on behalf of DOE on cooperation, bilateral cooperation on this front?
The United States is open for business. So that's the message. We want a partner. I appreciate the shout out to our National Energy Technology Laboratory. An exciting announcement that will officially christen next week is we're going to create a center of excellence for coal. This administration, again, understands the importance of coal, so much so that we're dedicating one of our national lab sites to coal research. We're going to welcome our National Coal Council, industry, academia, so that we can properly acknowledge, focus our efforts, our research at Morgantown. And we'll allow Morgantown to tap into the other 16 national labs, because you're right, there's so many uses for coal beyond power generation and metallurgy. And we want to partner with India on technology transfer. We want to export more coal. We invite investment into North Dakota. We want to partner, create durability and certainty in supply. That certainty provides stability in pricing that ultimately benefits the end consumer. It'll benefit America, it'll benefit India. We greatly appreciate the partnership. The bilateral, as my colleague mentioned, was extremely fruitful. Just like every meeting we've had this week, India is ready for business, and the United States wants to continue to deepen our partnership.
And especially, if I may, while very briefly, I mean, domestically also, it provides a macroeconomic shot in the arm for the eastern United States, if you look at it that way in terms of opportunity and jobs, sir.
100%, absolutely. From the miners, to the rail, to the ports, to the ships, coal provides high-paying jobs, reliable jobs, and it has for over 100 years. It's not going away, nor should it. We need to embrace it, invest in it, help modernize it, and continue to drive value from coal.
Mr. Aram, we talk about bilateral relations here,
yes.
And of course, if you're sort of having a stable level of coal in the system, that raises an issue. How can India bank on coal as a reliable transition enabler? Because if it's here for the medium to sort of long term, how would it serve as a transition enabler for a large, huge burgeoning economy like India?
Yeah, Gaurav, actually coal is both a transition challenge as well as a transition enabler, I would say.
Fair enough, sure.
Transition challenge because if not for coal, which other source will support our evening peaks? That is a big thing. And then which of the other sources would support the grid balance and the frequency control systems? That is one thing. Besides, India is hugely a lot of districts, around 42 districts overall, and 8 states of the country are largely coal economy dependent. So that level of economic disparity will be there. Then socio-economic impact of the affected people will be there. So all these combined together, there will be a big challenge in transitioning. So that is one thing. But at the same time, coal is a transition enabler also. Because as I had told earlier, that coal provides that grid stability, frequency balance, and at the same time provides that peaking support and acts as a flexible operation. So without this, this acts as a complementary thing for the REs to grow, and grow like anything.
Sure.
So from that point of view, it is a challenge as well as enabler for the transition. So in the new age, what we will be seeing is that it will gradually move from the inflexible base load operation to that flexible morning peak and then evening peak, right, and then taking care of the variability and intermittency of these REs. So that would be the new role which would be assumed by coal. At the same time, when going forward, when the REs dominate in the energy mix, coal will have certain other uses also. And we are moving ahead on those things. For example, this, as I had told by other panelists, the coal gasification part, then coal to chemical part, means the use of coal from thermal part to its chemical part. So we will use each and every atom, each and every carbon atom for the good use of the society and for the nation.
Gentlemen, I'm conscious of time, but just very briefly, when we talk about clean coal and the approaching horizon, Mr. Devdad, you first. Could you attest to some of the R&D efforts on that front that are afoot in India, and of course to Mr. Oswald for the United States? You mentioned a center of excellence for coal, perhaps a little bit more on that. But you first, sir.
Yeah. So in terms of the alternative use of coal and clean coal technologies, we, as I mentioned, looking at gasification. Coal India is carrying out an underground coal gasification pilot project in one of their subsidiaries, which is now in its phase 2. And by around September this year, we would be in a fair position to evaluate the outcomes of that pilot project in terms of the production consistency of the syngas, and the possible effects, if any, on groundwater and the like. And that would basically serve as a very useful learning and collection of data points for future underground coal gasification projects which may come up. In fact, the government is moving with a lot of complementarity and speed in terms of tapping the underground coal gasification network as well, because in the recent round of auctions, we put out certain identified deep-seated blocks for underground coal gasification, because 40% of India's coal reserves are below 300 meters, which are not amenable economically or otherwise to conventional mining, given all the other adverse limiting factors. So R&D efforts are also afoot on carbon capture technologies. Hackathons are conducted regularly, and then the findings of the hackathon are then converted into small-scale commercial experiments.
Mr. Oswald, a word on the Center of Excellence for Coal. People in this part of the world may or may not be familiar with it, but it's a nice ring to it. Please elaborate on it and give us a bit more.
Absolutely. The key goal of the Center of Excellence is to serve as a front door for industry to engage with our national laboratories. Our national labs have some of the most talented researchers in the world. The labs have the equipment to perform advanced testing that are limited many times to our national labs. So we want to make sure that not only does the industry understand that the labs exist, but they have a direct line to our researchers so we can work together to solve commercial problems that scale, that solve real problems. We've used the word clean a lot, and it's subjective. I think to be more objective, we're talking about the carbon intensity. How can we impact the carbon intensity of power generation? And carbon capture has a place, but it has a place when you use the CO2 to create more energy. If you're simply capturing the carbon to store it, you're reducing the energy output capacity of the plant, and then you're adding cost to the system, which is ultimately adding cost to the consumer. We believe CO2 is an incredible injectant for enhanced oil recovery. Much of the United States production is coming from unconventionals right now. Unconventional oil wells are only recovering about 10% of the oil in place, and we believe that if we're going to capture the CO2, we need to utilize it to produce more energy than it consumes to capture it. We need to be net energy generating, and we believe that carbon capture, with the purpose of utilization, has a very strong future. I think we can double the recovery factor of the oil reservoirs in the United States, and if we're successful in doing that, we repeat the shale revolution from a volume perspective.
Absolutely. Mr. Ram, colleagues have discussed the R&D, but maybe, again, for the benefit of audiences who may not be familiar, just very briefly, you're a public sector undertaking. How, in terms of the forward pathways, what are the kind of synergies between, to make sure that the coal ministry and yourselves are on the same page? So how does that dialogue happen, just for people who do not know about that?
Yes. Our secretary, sir, takes regular meetings with us. In fact, every week we take around 2 to 3 meetings, and he's very particular about those things. And literally, we, along with, under the guidance of Ministry of Coal, are driving our coal gasification projects. Already, one gasification project in Odisha means groundbreaking is going to happen very soon. For the other two, the tender process is on. And then we are floating an EUI for creating a coal gasification hub sort of thing. And today we had a discussion with my panelist about participating in that EOI.
Right.
And that is one thing. And second part is this coal washing, which we call coal beneficiation, both for non-cooking coal as well as cooking coal.
Sir.
Because the Indian cooking coal is high in ash content. And whatever universal technologies are available for washing of coal, they use the 20% ash, they reduce 20% ash to the level of 9%. But our ash content is 35 to 40%. How to bring 35, 40 to the level of 9?
Sure.
That is a big question. So I had discussed with our counterpart, and they have told that we need to send samples of Indian coal to their laboratories, and they will find out some things. Yeah.
Gentlemen, great to have your thoughts. You know, it's that stage when I bring proceedings to a close. And it's worth asking, we've had a fascinating conversation here, and love to hear your concluding thoughts, your key takeaways. So Mr. Saram, if you could, over the last 30 odd minutes, we've had a great conversation. What are your key takeaways from that?
Yeah, my first key takeaway is that coal will be transitioning from a dominant source to a system support enabler. That is one thing. System means grid system. That is one thing. And second is that coal will be no more be a volume game. More than the quantity, it will be a quality.
Right.
Quality of coal as well as quality of grid support. The providing flexible support, providing good frequency control, grid inertia, all those things. So these are my two takeaways.
Sure. So, your concluding thoughts and your key takeaways, sir?
Coal is critical. It's not going anywhere, and it shouldn't go anywhere. We need to embrace it. We need to continue to drive value through applied technology, but we need to move away from villainizing coal. We need to embrace it, celebrate it, and appreciate all the benefits it brings the modern world.
Sure. Mr. Dev, the final word to you, sir.
I resonate with the views of my panelists that coal will continue to be the underpinning of any energy-based economy, and in a nutshell, the mitigation pathways would continue to be driven by tech-enabled efficiency, by planned transition timelines, as also climate justice principles, but at the same time with the unwavering commitment to very reliable, dependable, and affordable energy security, along with environment sustainability, and the two can coexist happily ever after.
Sure. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your insight, for your richer forward, and your time, spending your invaluable time to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conclusion, I beg your pardon, of day 3 and the end of the formal dialogue for India Energy Week 2026. Delighted to have your company. Thank you so much, and a round of applause for our eminent panelists. Thank you, and good evening.